da kamar ina da tare da waya ta ma za ku ga hamada saboda ni na dauka a waya
kamar yanzu kamar ana mutum yana shirin bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona hamada
gurin kiwon ma babu gonakan kan babu ma maganar gonakai duk inda muke da gonakai gurin sahara ya ce gurin kiwo sahara ya ce kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya wallahi kana sai ka yi kana tafiya wani gangare ka shiga ko ka dan ka sai ya tudu da kana tona ma ba za ka kama shi karuwa yake ba an ce akwai ma'aikatan ma
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues. It's arguably the most important slave trade era monument in Badagry. The point of no return is a huge draw for tourists visiting the coastal town. Most of the enslaved Africans or Nigerians who were traded during the transatlantic slave trade era were loaded onto ships from this port and taken to different parts of the world. For many tourists, the point of no return has some spiritual connection, and that is why it's a must-see for any tourist visiting Badagry. But the place is in total shambles and looks completely abandoned. Locals say the Lagos state government began rebuilding the monument some 8 years ago, but never completed it. And now it's been abandoned. The whole structure is rotting away and collapsing. Virtually all the smaller structures around the point of no return have collapsed. There is no inscription or write-up anywhere around telling the story of this important historic site. All this in a state that prides itself as a tourist destination. It's a crying shame that this place is left like this. So imagine if tourists were to come here. There's just nothing, absolutely nothing to tell the story of this place. Nothing to show that this is the famous point of no return. It's just difficult to understand how we could abandon a monument as important as this in this manner.
It's quite very embarrassing looking at the way which the government, even though they've been advocating for tourism, on the need for us to invest in tourism, to encourage the citizens to participate and also encourage tourist activities. But the truth of the matter is that most of our tourist sites, they are not really strategically fine-tuned in a way to make it more attractive for tourists to come and spend time around. Well, I think this structure, it's more of like a white elephant project because it's very it's a waste. Because you can see now it's dilapidated, and I don't think they are going to continue with the construction of this structure. And this structure, I believe before the commencement of this structure, they should have come up with their plans to see how it's going to benefit and enhance and boost tourism within this, community, but maybe they did not do their groundwork very well, so they had to, stop it in the long run. It really breaks my heart because this is millions of naira wasted that possibly could have, been ventured into another aspect of, the tourism. But this is just like, millions wasted, and there's no way, they can, retrieve this lost funds. And, people coming down here to catch fun, and they tend to, feel discouraged and embarrassed by the sight of this, most especially foreign nationals coming there to come and relax, or maybe to come for their research purposes. They're going to see Nigeria as a country that we are not serious.
Yards away from the point of no return, another abandoned project by the Lagos state government. Locals say this was supposed to be a guest chalet started during the governorship of Babatunde Fashola, but long abandoned. Even this paved road leading to the point of no return has not been completed. Most part of it is yet to be paved. Even in its terrible state, tourists still flock to the point of no return, but they often leave disappointed.
When I was in secondary school then, we came for an excursion here, but the place we went to was 4-story building, and then we were not opportune to come here because they were like, okay, we can't come here since we were young then. But coming now, at least, that was 2014, and this is 2024, let me say that's 10 years ago. So coming here now, and I was like, okay, land of no return, let me come and let me see how it looks like. But on getting to this place, it's very disappointing because there is no evidence, that there is nothing to show that, okay, this is an evidence to show that this is a land of no return. And even this building, I'm just guessing that maybe that is where the colonial master stays then, where they select the slaves and all those things. But I don't know, because there is no one to tell us the history, and it's very disappointing that they just let it go. Like, let me say, it's a waste. Anybody can come here and claim it as anything.
If this monument continues to rot away like it is at the moment, then it's only a matter of time before the point of no return completely disappears from this very spot.
The insurgency had been around for years, from the days of the corrosive preachings in places like Bama and even Maiduguri, to the days of the uneventful protests, and eventually the uprising that marked the beginning of the war in a practical and official sense. But it was in 2014 and 2015 that the height of the humanitarian crisis was finally seen. These years saw thousands of people fleeing from places they called home to Maiduguri, the state's capital. It was also when Yakura Kumshi, Fatima Bukar and their husbands and families fled their hometowns. It is nearly 10 years now and they are still displaced. Within this time frame, both women lost people they knew and loved. Their husbands were detained for years, and they were forced by their circumstances to join a group of women to found a movement whose potential even they did not know at the time. This is a story of how displaced women in Nigeria's northeast organize, advocate, and demand justice as though their lives depend on it, because it does.
Sunana Yakura Abubakar. Mu ne matan Nifa, muna da kungiyar zaman kanmu.
The phenomenon that is Nifa women it's very important in the life of conflict reporting.
What I saw in the spirits, what I saw in their determination to change their own status quo, to change their own circumstance was motivated in itself.
So it was in July 2021 that the Nigerian army made a statement to say it was clearing 1,009 detainees and releasing them.
They said, we don't know how to write, so maybe you can volunteer. I said, how can I volunteer? I am coming here to help, not to take the list. They said yes. So maybe you should go and get somebody. After 2 days, they came, they said, most of our men are not around, and those who are going, they know how to write, they can listen to us.
I didn't just sorry. Ngat tomorrow, go ayundo, go ayamana just sorry. Be a coy and that's our person pizza for that. They didn't even know.
Shine ya kellu wannan wancan su wajen su biyar suka zo wajena suka ce min to gashi lalla in yi kokari duk hanyar da za a yi mazajin su ji labari dai kawai suna raye in sun ji labarin suna raye to hankalin su zai kwanta.
When the insurgency started over a decade ago, attacks were recorded and towns fell rapidly to the terror group.
I declare a state of emergency in Borno, Yobe, and Adamawa states. Accordingly, the Chief of Defense Staff has been directed to immediately deploy more troops to these states for more effective internal security operations.
As the Nigerian military gained back control of one town from them, another town was falling to them elsewhere. It was a heightened time. Difficult as it was, the villagers tried to escape the fallen towns and head to the capital city Maiduguri, which had become the safest place at the time. Some of these people were successful, others were not. While Yakura was, her husband was not. But to understand the struggles of the Nifa women, we have to first understand where they came from.
Muna cikin rayuwar mu mazan mu suna kasuwansu, mu mata kuma muna sayar da kayan mu a cikin gida, mana mazan mu din ne muke sayarwa. Muna islamiya mu, yaran mu suna zuwa islamiya, sai yakin Boko Haram ya tashi. Da abu ya tashi ya iya kyau. Yau ana kashe mutum, gobe ana kashe mutum. Aka zo aka hana fitan mazan ma sana'a bare mata. Aka ce wa mata ba za a je daji ba, ba za a yi sana'a ba, ba za a yi ruwa ba.
When the insurgents group first took over Yakura's village, one of the first things they did was to cut down the rights of women, their rights to movement, their rights to work. Women experience war differently.
Suka ce namiji shine zai je ne ma ya kawo ya ciyar da matarsa da yaransa. Ba za ku je ku mata ku yi kasuwa a cikin kasuwa ba. Ba za ku je ku ɗibi ruwa waje ba. Wannan haƙƙi ne akan namiji ya siya muku ruwa in bai da halin siya ya ba muku. Kuma bai kamata mace ya je ya noma a daji ya sha wahala ba, namiji shine zai je ya nema.
But this was no way to live, and Yakura and her family knew this. And so they made the decision to sneak out of town. But it wasn't so simple. The decision could cost them their lives if they were caught. So they decided to outwit the terrorists.
Karfe 9 rana haka muka fita, dan da daddare in ka fita ma ana kashe mutum, da daddare ana jira hanyar ko dan wani zai fita ya bar gari. inda rana ne sun sadakar ba wanda zai fita da rana sai muka musu wayo muka fura wutan mu muka daddaura tukwanen mu na girki kamar muna nan muka bude gidan mu gaba ɗaya da kayan mu muka baza shi a gida mijin mu ya fara fita sai mun kuma muka bi shi ba su yi tsammani mun bar garin ba da suna gani gidan mu din ba a tattare yake ba halin mutum ya gudu.
However, even though they had a plan for outwitting the terrorists, they did not have one for outwitting the military. They did not think that they would need one, especially because they were victims, not fighters.
Da rana muka fita muka zo bodan Cameroon, daga muka zo bodan Cameroon dare yayi sai muka ce a kar mu shiga da daddare. Muka shiga da daddare sojoji ba su ce mu talakoki bane har su harbe mu. Muka kwana sai dan uwan shi a Cameroon waya yace da safe mu fito Charmare. To da asuba ashe su suna gan mu a kyamara. Su da kansu suka tashi suka zo gurin mu suka ce kar ku gudu. Ai tun da yamma muna ganin ku tukuna ba ku so ba. Muka zo gurin ku ba abin da zai faru da ku za ta tambaye ku. Aka tambaye mu daga ina kuke daga guri kaza ina za ku tafi guri kaza za mu tafi.
But this was at a time when counterinsurgency operations were at its peak. The military was stationed at different parts of the road, intercepting those who were escaping from villages Boko Haram had taken. Yakura and her companions ran into the military and had to undergo some questioning. This was when the second round of troubles began.
Sai aka kawo sojoji guda 7 suka ce mu bi wayan nan muka tashi muka bi su da kayayyakin mu sai aka ce to a bamu dan wani abun shan ruwa kafin sojojin su zo su dauke ku ba mace ba namiji duk muna murna muka dan basu abin da yake hannun mu sai
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues. It's arguably the most important slave trade era monument in Badagry. The point of no return is a huge draw for tourists visiting the coastal town. Most of the enslaved Africans or Nigerians who were traded during the transatlantic slave trade era were loaded onto ships from this port and taken to different parts of the world. For many tourists, the point of no return has some spiritual connection, and that is why it's a must-see for any tourist visiting Badagry. But the place is in total shambles and looks completely abandoned. Locals say the Lagos state government began rebuilding the monument some 8 years ago, but never completed it. And now it's been abandoned. The whole structure is rotting away and collapsing. Virtually all the smaller structures around the point of no return have collapsed. There is no inscription or write-up anywhere around telling the story of this important historic site. All this in a state that prides itself as a tourist destination. It's a crying shame that this place is left like this. So imagine if tourists were to come here. There's just nothing, absolutely nothing to tell the story of this place. Nothing to show that this is the famous point of no return. It's just difficult to understand how we could abandon a monument as important as this in this manner.
It's quite very embarrassing looking at the way which the government, even though they've been advocating for, tourism, on the need for us to, invest in tourism, to encourage the citizens to participate and also, encourage tourist activities. But the truth of the matter is that most of our tourist sites, they are not really, strategically fine-tuned in a way to make it more attractive for tourists to come and spend time around. Well, I think this structure, it's more of like a white elephant project, because it's very it's a waste, because you can see now it's dilapidated, and I don't think they are going to continue with the construction of this structure. And this structure, I believe before the commencement of this structure, they should have come up with their plans to see how it's going to benefit and enhance and boost tourism within this community. But maybe they did not do their groundwork very well, so they had to stop it in the long run. It really breaks my heart, because this is millions of naira wasted that possibly could have been ventured into another aspect of the tourism. But this is just like millions wasted, and there's no way they can retrieve this lost funds. And people coming down here to catch fun, and they tend to feel discouraged and embarrassed by the sight of this, most especially foreign nationals coming there to come and relax, or maybe to come for their research purposes. They're going to see Nigeria as a country that we are not serious.
Yards away from the point of no return, another abandoned project by the Lagos state government. Locals say this was supposed to be a guest chalet started during the governorship of Babatunde Fashola, but long abandoned. Even this paved road leading to the point of no return has not been completed. Most part of it is yet to be paved. Even in its terrible state, tourists still flock to the point of no return, but they often leave disappointed.
When I was in secondary school then, we came for an excursion here, but the place we went to was 4-story building, and then we were not opportune to come here because they were like, okay, we can't come here since we were young then. But coming now, at least, that was 2014, and this is 2024, let me say that's 10 years ago. So coming here now, and I was like, okay, land of no return, let me come and let me see how it looks like. But on getting to this place, it's very disappointing because there is no evidence, that there is nothing to show that, okay, this is an evidence to show that this is a land of no return. And even this building, I'm just guessing that maybe that is where the colonial master stays then, where they select the slaves and all those things. But I don't know, because there is no one to tell us the history, and it's very disappointing that they just let it go. Like, let me say, it's a waste. Anybody can come here and claim it as anything.
If this monument continues to rot away like it is at the moment, then it's only a matter of time before the point of no return completely disappears from this very spot.
The insurgency had been around for years, from the days of the corrosive preachings in places like Bama and even Maiduguri, to the days of the uneventful protests, and eventually the uprising that marked the beginning of the war in a practical and official sense. But it was in 2014 and 2015 that the height of the humanitarian crisis was finally seen. These years saw thousands of people fleeing from places they called home to Maiduguri, the state's capital. It was also when Yakura Kumshi, Fatima Bukar and their husbands and families fled their hometowns. It is nearly 10 years now and they are still displaced. Within this time frame, both women lost people they knew and loved. Their husbands were detained for years, and they were forced by their circumstances to join a group of women to found a movement whose potential even they did not know at the time. This is a story of how displaced women in Nigeria's northeast organize, advocate, and demand justice as though their lives depend on it, because it does.
Sunana Yakura Abubakar. Mu ne matan Nifa, muna da kungiyar zaman kanmu.
The phenomenon that is NIFA women is very important in the life of conflict reporting.
What I saw in the spirits, what I saw in the determination to change their own status quo, to change their own circumstance was motivated in itself.
Sun gwagwarmaya gaskiya abin da suka yi wannan ba mun sama ne suka yi haka ba.
To lokacin sojoji sun gama ra'ayinmu gaba daya ba mu shaba ba mu ci ba. Sun rike mu shekara 8.
So, well, it was in July 2021 that the Nigerian army made a statement to say it was clearing 1,009 detainees and releasing them.
They said, we don't know how to write. So maybe you can volunteer. I said, how can I volunteer? I am coming here to help, not to take the list. They said, yes. So maybe you should go and get somebody. After 2 days, they came, they said, most of our men are not around, and those who are going, they know how to write, they can't listen to us.
Kamar yake na are ande goza sauta ai dalilin ma da sore nga timaro ngo ayundo ngo ai mana da sore biya kawai da tsare kursuna fi za kuza dalilin ne wannan yake
shine ya kellu wannan wancan su wajen su biyar suka zo wajena suka ce min to gashi lalla in yi kokari duk hanyar da za a yi mazajin su ji labari dai kawai suna raye in sun ji labarin suna raye to hankalin su zai
When the insurgency started over a decade ago, attacks were recorded and towns fell rapidly to the terror group.
I hereby declare a state of emergency in Borno, Yobe, and Adamawa states. Accordingly, the Chief of Defense Staff has been directed to immediately deploy more troops to these states for more effective internal security operations.
As the Nigerian military gained back control of one town from them, another town was falling to them elsewhere. It was a heightened time. Difficult as it was, the villagers tried to escape the fallen towns and head to the capital city Maiduguri, which had become the safest place at the time. Some of these people were successful, others were not. While Yakura was, her husband was not. But to understand the struggles of the Nifa women, we have to first understand where they came from.
Muna cikin rayuwar mu mazan mu suna kasuwansu, mu mata kuma muna sayar da kayan mu a cikin gida, amma na mazan mu din ne muke sayarwa. Muna islamiyyar mu, yaran mu suna zuwa islamiyya, sai yakin Boko Haram ya tashi. Da abu ya tashi ya iya kyau. Yau ana kashe mutum, gobe ana kashe mutum. Aka zo aka hana fitan mazan ma sana'a bare mata. Aka ce wa mata ba za a je daji ba, ba za a yi sana'a ba, ba za a yi ruwa ba.
When the insurgents group first took over Yakura's village, one of the first things they did was to cut down the rights of women, their rights to movement, their rights to work. Women experience war differently.
suka ce namiji shine zai je ne ma ya kawo ya ciyar da matarsa da yaransa. Ba za ku je ku mata ku yi kasuwa a cikin kasuwa ba. Ba za ku je ku ɗibi ruwa a waje ba. Wannan haƙƙi ne akan namiji ya siya muku ruwa in ba da halin siya ya iba muku. Kuma bai kamata mace ya je ya noma a daji ya sha wahala ba, namiji shine zai je ya nema.
But this was no way to live, and Yakura and her family knew this. And so they made the decision to sneak out of town. But it wasn't so simple. The decision could cost them their lives if they were caught. So they decided to outwit the terrorists.
Karfe 9 rana haka muka fita. Dan da daddare in ka fita ma ana kashe mutum, da daddare ana jira hanyar ko don wani zai fita ya bar gari. Inda rana ne sun sadakar ba wanda zai fita da rana, sai muka musu wayo muka fura wutan mu, muka daddaura tukwanen mu na girki kamar muna nan, muka bude gidan mu gaba ɗaya da kayan mu muka baza shi a gida. Mijin mu ya fara fita sai mun kuma muka bi shi. Ba su yi tsammani mun bar garin ba. Da suna gani gidan mu din ba a tattare yake ba halin mutum ya gudu.
However, even though they had a plan for outwitting the terrorists, they did not have one for outwitting the military. They did not think that they would need one, especially because they were victims, not fighters.
Da rana muka fita, da muka fita muka zo bodan Cameroon, daga muka zo bodan Cameroon dare yayi. Sai muka ce a kar mu shiga da daddare. Muka shiga da daddare sojoji ba su ce mu talakoki bane, har su harbe mu. Muka kwana sai ɗan uwan shi a Cameroon waya yace da safe mu fito Charmare. To da asuba ashe su suna gan mu a kyamara. Su da kansu suka tashi suka zo gurin mu suka ce kar ku gudu. Ai tun da yamma muna ganin ku tukuna ba ku iso ba. Muka zo gurin ku ba abin da zai faru da ku, za ta tambaye ku. Aka tambaye mu daga ina kuke, daga guri kaza, ina za ku tafi guri kaza, za mu tafi.
But this was at a time when counterinsurgency operations were at its peak. The military was stationed at different parts of the road, intercepting those who were escaping from villages Boko Haram had taken. Yakura and her companions ran into the military and had to undergo some questioning. This was when the second round of troubles began.
Sai aka kawo sojoji guda 7 suka ce mu bi wayan nan. Muka tashi muka bi su da kayayyakin mu. Sai aka ce to a bamu in wani abun shan ruwa kafin sojojin su zo su dauke ku. Ba mace ba namiji duk muna murna muka dan basu abin da yake hannun mu. Sai da sojoji 6-7 suka dawo muka tashi muka bi su, sai suka kai mu wani gurin sojoji su dewa. Su ma a can suka bar mu su suka koma. Daga can sai muka ini sojoji suka ce mana mu jira a ja ka mana ruwa, mun sha ruwa mun mota ya dawo sa kai. Ba mu ga ruwan ba har azhar har lahasar muna nan a rana. Da muka shiga inuwa suka ce maza mu fita. Da yaran mu suna kuka suka ɗauki ruwa a kofi suka ba yaran, sai suka hana iyayen da mazan duka a ranar haka mai kai ne. Suka kawo wani farin roban su ban san ko da kyamara a jiki ba ko baka suka kikkifa akan mazan layi. Suka zo suka kifa mana akan mu suka goggada suka ce ba bom, muka ce ba komai mun wannan ba mu san bom me ba. Ba bindiga muka ce ba mu san bindiga me ba. Sai suka ce kowa ya shiga layi, muka shiga layi sai aka caje mu ko kuɗi ne ko ɗan kunnen gwal ne ko ma mene a jikin maza da mata duka suka kwace. Sai mangarba da mota ya zo ya ɗauke mu ya ce
Good day, viewers. You are welcome once again to your favorite program, The Conversation, coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name is Nelson Ekujumi, and I have with me in the studio today on The Conversation, Comrade Benga Soliki, popularly called OGS, the only authentic Otumba in the civil society struggle. Comrade Soliki, you are welcome. Good morning, my brother. How are you doing? I'm good. And you're welcome. Good to see you after the strike. Honestly, I didn't find the strike funny because I felt that my right to electricity was impeded. And for me, that's an issue one will have to take up with regards to sending a bill sending a letter to my representative in the House of Reps that I want to raise a petition. We want to know those areas of our national life that people who are on strike can tamper with. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome once again to the program, The Conversation, coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. We are starting with the first in a series of topics. And the first on our topic today is aftermath of the labor strike. What next? We recognize that 48 hours ago, the Nigerian Labour Congress and the TUC, its partner, embarked on an indefinite strike, which resulted in the shutting down of the national grid, as well as we saw assaults and molestation of workers at workplace. We saw travelers, the airports were blocked, aeroplanes were not allowed to take off and land. Passengers were barred from embarking on their business or whatever rights that the law, because it's only the court of law that can bar the movement of an individual. No other agency or person has the power. So for me, just like I was saying, I saw this as an affront on the Constitution, because I recognize that under the law, if workers are on strike, there are certain critical sectors of the economy that are excluded from industrial action. And I'm sure essential services also fall into that regard. We have seen pictorials as well as we have heard evidences of people who were driven out of hospitals. So for me, I think this is absurd. This is not the way to go. It is condemnable. And that, just like I told you, I'm thinking of putting up a letter to my representatives who represent me in the House of Reps, that look, the National Assembly have to come up with a law with regards to where your rights end. Because if the Constitution of Nigeria has given me that right to move, freedom of movement, somebody cannot say because he or she is aggrieved with employer or employee and you now infringe on my own right. I want the courts to explain to me whether my right stops where another man's right begins, or another man's right can infringe on my right without repercussion. And I don't think that is the way to go in any society.
It is not only absurd, it is irresponsible. I want to start by saying that the Labour had not acted properly. And then, like I mentioned the other time I was there, we have a Labour that is highly politicized. Because if the Labour, there should be sharp difference between the Labour Party, which is a vehicle for political movements, then the Nigerian Labour Congress that is saddled with the responsibility of advancing the interests of Nigerian workers. There are two different entities. Yes. But when you merge the two together, that's what we have. Because recently, the national president of the Nigerian Labour Congress was at loggerheads with leadership of the Labour Party. They are not supposed to be that as it may. Well, let us look at the strike. Number one, the federal government must commend them for being receptive to discussions. Discussions were going on, and the federal government had not abandoned the discussion table before you gave ultimatum, before you pulled out. No, it's not done anywhere. You should exhaust discussion, because we're talking about a people that should be planned for everything. If you're asking for social amounts, government knows what it has budgeted for payment of salaries this year. How do we juggle it? All those things will be looked into. So you will have allowed government to also do their own understanding of what has happened. But you didn't allow them to do that. You pulled out. You not only pulled out, you even announced a date of resumption of strike. Unfortunately, I could remember last year there was an order of a court that stopped you from embarking on strike furthermore, which is also illegal. That's why I'm saying it is illegal. So now look at the strike in itself. Yes, you call strike. The organized labor pulled out and said no. We agree with federal government.
Organized private sector.
They pulled out. But the man DG come and say, yes, we pulled out. So how many people do you have on ground to embark upon the strike? Nobody. You said, okay, you are leading labor, no problem. what is the numerical strength of the Nigerian Labour Congress that you now want to force minority on majority. We're saying that we have about 200 million Nigerians. And I'm very convinced, according to the figure supplied by the Minister of Information, he said just about 1.2. How will you force yourself or your opinion on us? Meanwhile, we are not talking about better life for us. We're not talking about improvement on the electricity. Even as of today, the electricity tariff had been jacked up. You were not concerned about that. We're just concerned about the rights or the remuneration of a very minute number of people. No, that's not Labour. Labour should be concerned about the well-being of the majority of the people of Nigeria.
Comrade Soloki, you know, for me, I've always said it. This issue of worker salary, those factors that affect the salaries, I believe any responsible Labour should be looking at. Today, as we speak, the food inflation, the cost of food is on the high side. Why is Labour not saying, oh, government, we have set up a Labour farm in Sokoto, maybe 30 hectares?
No, even just bring out ideas to change the narratives.
No, let's assume.
No, don't even let us go there. Let's even say, okay, as a movement, because Labour is a movement. So look, we have sat down, we have X-ray, we have researched. Mr. President, or the federal government, these are the ideas we are looking at that we feel that should move this country forward. You should be partners in progress with government, not antagonistic. If truly you are patriotic about what you're doing.
They are not. They take patriotism out. And you know the painful part for me is that as we speak, the 2019 minimum wage law of 30,000, a lot of people have
even Abia State, that is Labour Party state, has not complied.
And this is a law that has been in place since 2019, 5 years ago.
And you are not going about to pocket those states to insist that they must
implement that law.
So what are we talking about?
So somebody that cannot pay 30,000, that is still paying, some are still paying less than 15,000. You are not talking about 400 and is it 64 or 90? 494. And even as at that, how do you ensure that you pressurize the government to ensure that those stakeholders who are reneging on, who have broken, because it's a violation of the law.
Yes,
not paying that 30,000.
Yes. I mean, the Labour should have even gone ahead to picket those states, to even meet with the leadership of the states, to governors and say, okay, why are you not paying?
Why are you not paying?
If that fails, you can embark on court action to say, okay,
yes,
please
help us interpret the law. Maybe we don't know what the law says.
Or help us compel the states to be paying. You have not done that. You are not talking about 494,000. That is unsustainable. That is impossible. That means you want to throw Nigeria into hyperinflation. Because there will be so much money, and to the extent that you will have few goods running after the money. So at the end of the day, what are we talking about?
The non-formal sector, who are not part of the Labour movement, they are about 90% of our population.
Yes.
Labour is less than 5%.
Less than 3%.
So even though we don't begrudge them, no matter their number,
yes,
they must also, their welfare must be permanent. But what we are saying here is that you can't, because of your disagreement with your employer, and don't forget, the salaries and wages we are talking about will not be paid by only the federal government.
Of course.
We are looking at the states as well as the private sector. So if you have gone to a negotiation table, and like the minister said, I watched the minister for Labour, she said 4 times they walk out of the meetings. So from their actions, we just had lights in my residence just this morning. In the last 48 hours, I've been running on petrol and diesel. So who pays me for that economic loss? I can imagine a lot of businesses that are going through hard times. Look at what they have done to them. I can imagine cold rooms, yes, where you sell frozen foods and what have you. Yes. You talk about hospitality business. You talk about industries. You talk about homes. Yeah. You talk about the one-man somewhere.
Look at the blockage of the airports.
Even look at the seaports.
This is unfair. It's unfair. People will have scheduled business meetings outside the country, within the country, you are preventing them from a back. How do you not pay them back?
And again, Comrade Sholoki.
Sorry, you are an economy that is fragile, that we're complaining about, that is not healthy. You are also running it down. How patriotic is that going to be?
Comrade Sholoki, is it right for me to go to an hospital or to a place of work, and some people, because they are on strike and they molest and assault?
It is unfair. It's unfair. It is callous. How will you go to a hospital or a medical facility to go and chase doctors out, chase patients, chase nurses out? No, it's unfair. Anywhere in the world where there are protests, some areas are excluded. Some social services are excluded from being picketed.
Well, this is a matter that will not end here.
No, it's not going to end here.
We are going because
some of us will have to engage them in the court of law.
Yes,
so that the court will tell us what has happened.
Yes.
Have they done well?
Because as a Nigerian, I'm aware that I have certain rights, and I will never, under any guise, allow anybody or group to trample on that right.
No.
I will not.
It's not possible.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we want to call it a wrap on the first stanza of the program. We'll go on a short break. The conversation coming to you from TV360. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. Continue to watch the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. We'll be right back. Yes, welcome back to the second stanza of the program, The Conversation, coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name remains Nelson Ekujumi, and I still have with me in the studio Comrade Gbenga Sholoki, popularly called OGS. Yes, Comrade Sholoki, on this second stanza of the program, we want to look at food inflation. This is one area that has challenged both the low and the high people high up there. Yes. We know former President Muhammadu Buhari made a lot of giant strides in the agricultural sector, but he even shut the border to be able to allow local production to find their feet. But sadly, you go to the market, the price of pepper, tomato, rice, beans, even our common gari. So I'm at a loss. I'm wondering, what is really happening? And for me, I think it is important for us to educate our viewers. And it is that when the prices of foodstuffs soars, it is our responsibility to ask even the local government. Because I want to ask, like you and I know, the federal government has no land anywhere for agriculture. Those who are permitted under law to have land is the state governments. And if the federal government wants to intervene in agriculture, the federal government intervenes through the state ministry of agriculture. So I'm happy that Lagos State is having a partnership with the Niger State, and the Niger State governor has boasted that very soon Niger State will be the food basket of the nation. I want to look at those states. What are they doing to arrest this? Do they think it's the federal government problem?
Let me say this. I think most of our governors, they don't even know why they are voted into office. That's a major thing. If you don't feel the pulse of the people, you don't feel the interest of the people to uppermost in your mind, that means you are not fit and proper for that office. Because if you have look at some states have arable lands, perfect for farming.
Yeah.
Look at what happened in sometimes in Kwara State when Dr. Bukola Saraki was governor. Songhai farms brought in. You understand? That should be replicated in all the states of the federation. But most of our governors are bereft of ideas. That's number one. Number two, our local governments, what are they doing? Look at the partnership when former Governor Ambode was there. He had one. We had Lake Rice. You understand? Assuming we continue at that point, I mean, we'll have gotten a better rice than what we had before. You understand? So at least Governor Sanwo-Olu said, okay, we have one in Imota now.
Yes, the rice mill in Imota.
So if other states had gone ahead to also replicate such, we will have all this trouble. Look at majority of Nigerians who go to agriculture are childlocks who want to milk Nigerians dry. Because why? They also understand the fact that, look, these things are not available. Because
and they are not being monitored. They are not controlled.
They are not controlled. That's another thing entirely. But majorly, when I was growing up here in Lagos, we used to have what we call the bulk purchasing. You understand?
Yeah.
Government needs to reintroduce all those things to also say, okay, then the commission, the agency, saddled with the responsibility of monitoring price control, should also be up and doing at all the state level. Because if today, if perchance you buy this here as 10,000 naira today, tomorrow the person who bought it today at 10 naira, he has not sold it, he has not exhausted it. But by the time he hears tomorrow that from the market is 15,000 naira, he wants to sell 20,000 naira again. You understand? Then who monitors? Who controls? So those are the issues we need to look at. Then lastly, governments should get involved in all these things, especially in productive ventures.
Yeah,
you understand? Yeah. Government needs to get involved at this point in time. Yeah. Because I have seen, okay, what do we have land for? Mass land all over the country.
You look at a state like Ogun State.
You understand? What are we producing?
You have land in Obafemi.
I've been around Ogun State for so many years. There is no central district that does not have farm settlements, farm lands that can be given to interested partners.
And let them even form cooperatives.
It should be the initiative of the government.
States, yes, of the state.
You understand? If they don't come up with policies that encourages that, who does that?
Because
Two, you see, because what we want to do is just to create, to do things that will be physical. No, if it's just ordinary, let me say this one, ordinary poultry business, let our local government get involved. You understand? If it's also ordinary cassava production,
yes,
it doesn't cost us anything to have poultry all over the country.
Gary,
the local governments.
Gary should be accessible by
everybody,
even a student.
Yes.
Because I remember when we were at school, the easiest food I said the most is Gary. Gary and beans.
But today, Gary is even out of the
look at beans. Look at beans.
You understand? So government needs to take these things seriously, and you see, it's not just the state, the local governments too should reinvent themselves. Most of them don't even know what they're doing. Look, sometimes ago, I know of a local government chairman here in Lagos who used part of his local government fund to go and acquire a land for farming in another local government. Only while he was leaving, he refused to leave. He left with the document of the land. He was trying to convert it to personal use. Can you imagine?
Well, okay, I think the main challenge for me is that we as a people, we don't know where we should be looking at. When we are talking about agriculture, we should be looking at the states and local government. Yes. Most of the time, when pepper is 10 naira instead of 2 kobo, yesterday it was Buhari, today it has become Tinubu. Tomorrow, whoever becomes president. Meanwhile, the governors are there. The local government.
Yes.
Because we should be able to.
You see, like I always say this whenever I'm on air. I always say we need constant and consistent political education for our people. We need consistent and constant political education. Our people they don't even want to reckon with those at the local level. Unfortunately for them, they are the closest to them. Because happens to be the closest to the people.
For me, every time I think about all these problems, people come to me. I have a family, I have a wife who will tell me, you need to see how many pieces of tomato they sell in the market. So I'm like, what is my local government known for agriculturally? What is my state known for agriculturally? I think we need to engage our governors and local government, authorities.
Yes, I agree with you.
We need to put them on the spot.
How many of them are even ready to discuss with you?
No, even if they are not ready, let us start a program that they will be in the spotlight. That look, our state has this history. Look at, I heard that Ekiti state government is investing massively in agriculture.
Yes.
I'm waiting for the proceeds because I'm going to engage with them. And talking about Lagos, where we are domiciled, I can also tell you for free, in a couple of other editions of this program, we'll be bringing in the commissioner as well as the PAMSEC of agriculture to come and tell us
what they're doing.
Because they need to speak to the people, to make the people recognize, and the people must also recognize that, like we always say, you can't plant yam today and harvest tomorrow. There's a period. So, but as a people, if we know these are our problems, together we can,
look at the local government like Badagry. Look at local government like Etiosa, that's surrounded by water. You should be able to feed fish farming. You should be able to encourage fish farming. Aquatic. You understand? You could be able to get, those things done there easily. And those on the upper land can also grow some other things. So if by the time we do that, we'll be able to even self-reliant when it comes to food.
Because if you don't have food independence, your independence is nil.
It's nil. Okay, now, like about 2 weeks ago, I was on one program. The people that called and say, "Tell the president to open the borders." I said, "That's not the problem."
They don't understand.
So why must we rely on imported food every time?
Yes. Why can't you produce?
Oh, okay. Well, if they are not perfected their own, why will
where will you import from? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the issue of food inflation, the high cost of foodstuffs is one that we'll continue to discuss until the stakeholders get engaged. And you can be rest assured that we are going to take them up to make them sit up and do the right thing. And also, our viewers, we also want you to look at the ball clearly and stop putting your focus where it's not supposed. The federal government should be the least of our priority when it comes to food production. It's under the Constitution of Nigeria, the only authority that has the power for land is the state governors. The state governor is the only one that can sign a C/O authority to own a land. Yes. Even Mr. President cannot, except maybe in the FCTA Abuja.
No, the Minister of FCTA.
Yes, that will do that, well, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we want to call it a wrap on this edition of the program today. Till we come your way again next time, please continue to watch the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. Have a great day and bye-bye.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office,
It's arguably the most important slave trade era monument in Badagry. The point of no return is a huge draw for tourists visiting the coastal town. Most of the enslaved Africans or Nigerians who were traded during the transatlantic slave trade era were loaded onto ships from this port and taken to different parts of the world. For many tourists, the point of no return has some spiritual connection, and that is why it's a must-see for any tourist visiting Badagry. But the place is in total shambles and looks completely abandoned. Locals say the Lagos state government began rebuilding the monument some 8 years ago, but never completed it. And now it's been abandoned. The whole structure is rotting away and collapsing. Virtually all the smaller structures around the point of no return have collapsed. There is no inscription or write-up anywhere around telling the story of this important historic site. All this in a state that prides itself as a tourist destination.
It's a crying shame that this place is left like this. So imagine if tourists were to come here. There's just nothing, absolutely nothing to tell the story of this place, nothing to show that this is the famous point of no return. It's just difficult to understand how we could abandon a monument as important as this in this manner.
It's quite very embarrassing looking at the way which the government, even though they've been advocating for tourism, on the need for us to invest in tourism, to encourage the citizens to participate and also encourage tourist activities. But the truth of the matter is that most of our tourist sites, they are not really strategically fine-tuned in a way to make it more attractive for tourists to come and spend time around. Well, I think this structure, it's more of like a white elephant project because it's it's a waste. Because you can see now it's dilapidated, and I don't think they are going to continue with the construction of this structure. And this structure, I believe before the commencement of this structure, they should have come up with their plans to see how it's going to benefit and enhance and boost tourism within this community. But maybe they did not do their groundwork very well, so they had to stop it in the long run. It really breaks my heart because this is millions of naira wasted that possibly could have been ventured into another aspect of the tourism. But this is just like millions wasted, and there's no way they can retrieve this lost funds. And people coming down here to catch fun, and they tend to feel discouraged and embarrassed by the sight of these, most especially foreign nationals coming there to come and relax, or maybe to come for their research purposes. They're going to see Nigeria as a country that we are not serious.
Yards away from the point of no return, another abandoned project by the Lagos state government. Locals say this was supposed to be a guest chalet started during the governorship of Babatunde Fashola, but long abandoned. Even this paved road leading to the point of no return has not been completed. Most part of it is yet to be paved. Even in its terrible state, tourists still flock to the point of no return, but they often leave disappointed.
When I was in secondary school then, we came for an excursion here, but the place we went to was 4-story building, and then we were not opportune to come here because they were like, okay, we can't come here since we were young then. But coming now, at least that was 2014, and this is 2024. Let me say that's 10 years ago. So coming here now, and I was like, okay, land of no return, let me come and let me see how it looks like. But on getting to this place, it's very disappointing because there is no evidence, that there is nothing to show that, okay, this is an evidence to show that this is a land of no return. And even this building, I'm just guessing that maybe that is where the colonial master stays then, where they select the slaves and all those things. But I don't know, because there is no one to tell us the history, and it's very disappointing that they just let it go. Like, let me say, it's a waste. Anybody can come here and claim it as anything.
If this monument continues to rot away like it is at the moment, then it's only a matter of time before the point of no return completely disappears from this very spot. The morning of March 12, 2021. Chaos at the Federal College of Forestry Mechanization in Mando area of Kaduna State, northwest Nigeria. The night before, armed gunmen popularly known as bandits had stormed the tertiary institution, abducting 39 students. After initially releasing the students in batches, the bandits eventually released all the students on May 5, 2021. They spent 55 days in captivity. It's been over 2 years now since that incident happened, but the school has not remained the same again. Some of the affected students did not return to the school. Many have now abandoned the hostel.
To some of us who have opportunity to interact with the bandits during the process of negotiation for the release of our children.
Friday, Sani's daughters were among the 39 abducted students back in 2021. He says even though one of them has come back to the school to complete her studies, she's yet to recover from the traumatic experience.
She came back one day and told me that, Dad, we got a news that spies came and they learned there are those that spy for bandits to the school to come and spy the environment and see if there are areas they can pass through to take students. So the first thing, I was in Abuja when she called me. I now quickly told her, please go back home and be coming from home to the school for the meantime. And out of fear, I started sorting for off-campus until something dawned on me that there is need for me to look for the advice of the management of the school. When I got there, they told me that there won't be any reason for me to fear, that I should allow her to return to the hostel. There are staffs living in the quarters there, and the hostel is just very close to staff quarters and all of that. So I came back telling her to return to the hostel. It was a battle. Said, Daddy, I know what I'm going through. If anybody just managed to knock my door, I jump from bed. So that I now told her, okay, what you do, this is the school, this is where your counselor is. Always meet your counselor for more counseling processes and other things. And at the end of the day, she's okay. And in few, maybe by next year, she'll be graduating. Now, the fear in educational institutions generally is that we don't know when this will stop, though it's minimal now. As at the 2021, it was high. It's minimal now, but nobody knows the next dimension that they may come. That is just the truth about it.
Just as the country was coming to terms with the brazen attack on the College of Forestry, another attack happened at Greenville University, a private university also in Kaduna State. Armed bandits attacked the school on the night of April 20th, 2021, abducting at least 20 students. 3 of the students would later be killed before the bandits freed others months later after collecting ransom payments. Today, the school is like a ghost village, completely deserted. The institution has now relocated to a temporary campus in the city. It's difficult to tell when academic activities will resume at the permanent site here.
So now, insecurity has forced children and parents in the first place not to even allow their children to go to schools that are not secured. Insecurity has also put fear in the minds of the children that even if they are allowed to go, they don't know what's going to happen. So sometimes they just look for some flimsy excuse and don't go. Then insecurity have successfully shut down schools in many villages. And you know, like the Chibok girls who were about to write exams and the evil people came. Now these ones, it is not even about exams. The school have been shut down. Some have relocated to nearby places, but only children of serious-minded parents. But the larger population is like, okay, you've helped us, not going to school. The only challenge they are facing now is that, okay, there is no school and there's no farm also. Because as schools are shut down due to insecurity, people cannot also go to farm due to insecurity. And then hunger is hitting them at home, and it's forcing them to go into so many things that you cannot even imagine.
Scared of coming under attacks as well, some other schools in remote locations in Kaduna, like this one known as Faith Academy, have shut down and moved their students, leaving behind massive edifices.
One will wonder why the students become the target of banditry and kidnapping in Nigeria, and that also is now weakening the educational standard, is now discouraging people. A situation where you get admission, you are now afraid of going to the hostel. Rather, you have to look for house around that institution or around the institution. Then, by that, coming from the house to the school also is even a problem, because you have to be looking left and right, not knowing who is the next person to you. These are issues, these are challenges that we are having. Entering vehicle to travel to Bandogri for maybe studies, or maybe going to Adamawa, going to Zamfara, so going to Sokoto is now becoming a problem in the nation. So the only thing that we see also parents doing is to look for an institution close to them, whereby they can just maybe, while going out in the morning, they will drop their child and return the same child. And you know that a child that is not within the school premises may lack concentration, and by that, it may not come out well as expected. So these are challenges that we are facing, or the education is facing in Nigeria now, that students no longer have confidence, unlike before, where you will send your child to a school far away from you, and you sleep with your two eyes closed that he or she is secured. It's no longer like that. So these are the challenges that we have in the educational sector now, and it's not helping us.
Bethel Baptist High School, also in Kaduna State, is now one big deserted community. On the night of July 5th, 2021, several gunmen invaded the school and kidnapped 121 students, taking them into the forest. It would take several months and millions of naira in ransom payment before the bandits would release the students. The last student in captivity only just got freed November 2nd, 2023. 2 years and 4 months after the mass abduction. But since that incident, the school has been abandoned. The management now uses a temporary location for the school.
You needed to see this place before now, okay, or maybe before the incident that happened on the 5th of July 2021. This place was so clean, so tidy, so a very serene environment for one to be. But now you can see how it has become so bushy that a lot of the places had to be converted to farms to reduce the bush. You've gone around, you've seen the football pitch, how it has been converted to a farmland. The all other courts have been converted to farmlands. All these are just to make sure that the place is maintained, to reduce the bush. It has affected education, particularly the school. A lot of money was spent that we cannot actually say the amount that was given to the bandits, how the staff also suffered, how everyone, in fact, most of the students, some of them didn't come back again. They went to schools, not that were not actually their first choice. Some, I cannot say whether some finally become dropouts or whatever. For let's say, example, one of the students that has not yet come back, what do you think happened to his education? He does not continue with education. Now he can be classified under dropout. So that's part of the effects. Security has become so devastating in our nation that education is receiving its own quota of the effects of this insecurity.
We spend gathering money and getting support from spirited individuals, huge money. I can quote that we spent over 250 million naira to get those students of Baptist High School, Kujama, to come back. That is just one. That's just one. And you don't talk about the students of the school in, because for us in Kaduna State, the other school that suffered similar challenge was the school in Awong. And then you keep talking about other places that had to shut down schools completely due to this insecurity. Now, there was nothing we could do than first to encourage parents not to give up, not to allow the insecurity discourage them from sending their children to school. Because as I've earlier explained, it is a strategy of terrorists, it's a strategy of enemies of education to discourage and stop young children from acquiring education. And we must not give in. So some other communities that are having similar challenge, what we normally do is to encourage them to either move their children to a safer school or to a safer community, because we have nearby communities where schools are within the city, not outside where you are afraid your daughter may be taken away and so on and so forth.
Nigeria has among the worst out-of-school children rate in the world. A 2022 UNESCO report puts the figure at approximately 20 million. The majority of them are in the north of the country. Attacks on schools are only worsening the situation.
The place of education in our community today is facing a very serious, I could say multifaceted challenges. You look at it from security, you look at it from the poverty around, you look at it from all the troubles and all this. So education seems to be like it is dying at a time that the world is growing through education, because science and technology is the order of the day. And if your child is not educated, you can imagine what he will be, or you can ask yourself, where will he be fit to serve in the future? And in Nigeria, especially in the northwest Nigeria, we are thinking that all is well, all is not well, because this large percentage of young children who may not have certificate in the next 5 years or 10 years, who will have no knowledge to even relate with the outside world in the next few years, then they will be easily and cheap for bandits, terrorists, or every extremist group to recruit them and say, oh, come, the society is not giving you what you want, come, let's fight them. But the agenda is not come, let's fight them. The agenda is to just destroy everything about the society.
A report by the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, indicates that over 11,000 schools were closed in 2020 due to a series of armed attacks in some parts of Nigeria. It says the country's northwest region accounted for 76% of the attacks, and in 2021 alone, no less than 25 schools were attacked. All of this, the report says, has led to increased school dropout.
So there is need for government to either vote special fund for security of educational institutions or provide security. Let there be proper security installations in all educational institutions. Just imagine bandit entering Nigeria Defense Academy. You can now see how sophisticated these people are. Not to talk of ordinary institutions that is maybe civilian base. So how will you contain that kind of people? So there is need for government to come in. So without that, there is fear, because we can never tell the next dimension that these people will come up with.
The bandit has successfully created fear in the minds of many parents. Government must get people to work along with her in educating, sensitizing, advocating, mobilizing people to say, no, let's not give up. Let's not give up. Let's not give up. Let's send our children to school. Because when we allow this thing to continue for another 5 years, then the out-of-school number will triple instead of reducing. But that's what the enemy of education wants, and he seems to be gaining ground. And then there's poverty in the land. So he's succeeding faster than we can even imagine. But we will not give up. We'll do our best to reduce the gap. But I can't lie to anybody that we can get it the way we want for now.
It will take a long time for things to return to normal in the schools that have suffered attacks. and perhaps much longer for those that have been abandoned for now.
One of the biggest challenge that terrorism have actually brought to the front burner in Nigeria is her dislike for education. The Boko Haram simply put that education is a sin or education is evil. Tells you a lot about the agenda of the terrorists and the way they want to ensure that they crumble education. In their own thinking, it is Western education that has brought about liberalization. It is Western education that has made children disobey their parents. It is Western education that has brought about the terrible way young people dress because they want to live in a free society. And you can go on and on and on and on and on and on. And so they begin to attack education. So when children are being kidnapped by bandits, apart from the idea of getting money as ransom, it's also to help meet up the need of the bandit or the terrorists by ensuring that young children, especially young girls, are discouraged from education.
The government has since begun a 144.8 billion naira Safe School Initiative project in 18 states, covering at least 48 schools in each state this year. The project will cover a period of 3 years, but it remains to be seen what difference it will really make on the ground.
He who does not know and does not know that he does not know, don't bother wasting your time with him. But he who does not know and knows that he does not know, please teach him. And so for those of you that do not know, that's why I'm back again teaching you understanding Lagos. Because even when you think you know Lagos like the palm of your hands, if you leave your pocket carelessly, they will pick it. If you think you know everything about land ownership and building in Lagos, if you do anyhow, your money will enter voicemail. Because the recent fire incidents in Dosemu area of Lagos State has once again brought to the fore the need to clear Lagos Island of building attachment to ensure not only ease of passage, but most importantly, this is the heart of the city, to bring it in compliance with building codes, environmental protection regulation, and safety standards. We all know there is a notorious fact that because of hunger and population increase, the city has been turned into a huge market scene. But must we destroy the aesthetics of the urban planning and environment and make a hell of the environment because we want to trade? How do you get approval for a simple story building and you put all kinds of attachment everywhere, including adding staircase in front and back, simply because people are looking for shops? Why do you need to block other road users from accessing a passage because you want to make money from someone who is looking for a small space? So you carve another small shanties like cupboard and attach to the house. We all want orderly society, but we are constantly destroying same. And when we are asked to correct, we throw ethnicity, tribe, religion, and tongue. Just take a look at how people are blocking access road with all kinds of shanties. Even banks are not excluded. I fear who no fear Lagosians. But I want to commend the Lagos State Building Control Agencies for putting its foot down and insisting on compliance with building codes, regulation, and standard. With this, they are assuring some of us that a more organized Lagos is possible. But I will just plead with them to extend this cleanup to plenty areas like, starting from my area, Gbagada, Oshodi, Ikorodu, Alimosho, Shogule, Bariga, Lekki area, even Victoria Island and Ikoyi, Shomoli, Ajangbadi, Alagbado, Iba, Trade Fair, Ebutemeta also. You can even add your own, anyone you remember. Lagos is just what we like, disorganization. Also, recently, the Lagos State government announced that 80% of the properties in Lekki have no approval. And yet, nobody has come out to dispute that obvious fact. So, you ask me, why would someone build a property in Lagos, modern day Lagos, without approval? The answer is not far-fetched because the Lagos State government allows it. So now the state government has allowed it before, is now saying, we're giving you 90 days window, to come regularize. But I think that 90 days is short. We can extend it to 6 months. And like I said the last time, the Lagos State Building Control Agency and their Oga, Architect Bolan Oki, they know they hear Abegsa. So Abegsa know their dictionary. So please, don't even irritate them with Abegsa because it irritates them and annoys them. So I beg, if you hear the name of this area, simply, please, for those of you living abroad, please, and those of you outside Lagos, I don't understand. If you hear the name of this area, tell your landlord or developer to face the Ministry of Physical Planning or Ministry of Environment before Lascar Boys and Architect Oki go visit you. You know, say that one, they don't even come out in here, like I said, they tell you now. Orchard Road. Most properties in this area lack proper title and a lot are have pending governor's consent. Yet, many don't build without approval and permit. And even some of them build on top of canal. So they will need drainage clearance from the Ministry of Environment. Ikota axis is almost the same thing with Orchard Road. Lekki Palm City, Badore, apart from incomplete documentation also, there are a lot of counterfeited certificate of occupancy and dubious governor's consent on properties in this area. Some of them are built on canal. Beware for Monile in Monastery Road. You know, it's attractive to a lot of investors now. This is a big red flag in land ownership in Lagos. And a lot of land in this area have questionable title and fraudulent gazette. Remember the last time I told you about flying coordinate. And also I hear that the land in this area belong to some kings who already have titles. So check very well who is selling to you. Some even have court cases. When buying land in Chevron Extension, be very careful, as there are a lot of fraudulent governor's consent and clone Ojomu deed of assignment in this area. While Lekki Extension has a lot of disputed certificate of occupancy and plenty court cases. So don't say I did not tell you. Ensure you scrutinize documents from a Ogombo community. Because even the community is currently reassessing documents due to fraudulent land sales about Alpha Beach, Okomapo and Okuibeju, Sangotedo area behind Lagos Business School. Take note of fraudulent coordinates in these areas and fake gazettes from Omonile in these areas because it is alarming. Don't say nobody didn't warn you. Imagine the back and forth recently between Lagos State Minister of Environment and the Mende Villa Estate on whether and when notices of removal were served on building built and blocking the right of way of System 1 Odoyalaro Canal, which the government said is the most strategic setback in Lagos established since 1974. And the resultant effect of removing those buildings around Mende, Ogudu, Ojota, and Evaro. For close to 50 years, some people were doing the wrong thing. But in a space of few months, everything changed. But be rest assured that you can no longer do the right things, wrong things indefinitely in Lagos. Because if you even manage doing for 50 days, you are lucky. So let us all do the right thing. Because as a lawyer, I would like me you comply instead of going to defend you or begin to plead. So I will therefore advocate also. There's need for a massive enlightenment campaign in Lagos on the importance of understanding building control, physical planning, and environmental protection awareness. Not just for consultants or stakeholders in the physical planning sector, but for the everyday market people and those at the grassroots level in Lagos to enable them understand the importance of not just complying, but the head benefit to all of us. There's also the need for a massive public education on land management and ownership in the state. The need for thorough scrutiny and the do's and don'ts on planning and approval should be known to all. While approved setback and layout should be strictly adhered to, at least this would give, would-be investors confidence in the process so they know what to do and what not to do. Lastly, appropriate sanctions like dismissals and prosecution should be meted out to state officials who aid consultants and developers to compromise the process. As also the consultants who compromise the process should also be reported to their various associations and the processes pursued to ensure that their licenses are suspended or in some cases revoked. That way, land information will not only be at your fingertip, but more serious-minded individuals who enjoys compliance and well-structured and organized environment will be willing to invest heavily in the state. Also, as an addendum, if you see someone building illegally and you fail to report, or till the illegality start affecting you before you start writing an anonymous petition to the state government, you are also culpable. The government should also investigate and query you. But when you see something, immediately say something and don't wait until that something affects everything. That way, we are not only stakeholders, but we all become gatekeepers. See you next week.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion.
Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
Many thanks for joining us on the newsroom. I am Okbayemi Owosheni, and these are the stories we're tracking at the moment. The organized labor says it will not accept any 62,000 naira or 100,000 naira starvation wage as the minimum wage for Nigerian workers. Chris Oyenka, an Assistant General Secretary of the Nigerian Labour Congress, disclosed this during a televised interview on Monday. The labour unions insisted on 250,000 naira in its latest demand at the last meeting of the tripartite committee on minimum wage on Friday as a living wage for an average Nigerian worker. The federal government has threatened to go after the management of any hospital that refuse to attend to patients rushing through their facilities in an emergency. The Minister of Women Affairs, Uju Kennedy-Onaneye, gave the warning at the Unlock Grant Award ceremony in Abuja on Sunday. Speaking at the event on Sunday, Kennedy-Onaneye said the federal government will no longer allow such incidents to go unpunished, saying hospitals have been directed to start putting out signposts reflecting no more rejection of emergency patients outside their facilities. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has announced Thursday, September 26th as a date for its second National Executive Council meeting for 2024. At the first NEC meeting held on April 18th, issues including the fate of the acting national chairman of the party, Ilia Damagom, were deferred to the next NEC meeting, earlier stated for August 2024. And in Ondo State, the police command has urged youths in the state to exercise restraint over their grievances against the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. The police asked the youths to comport themselves and act within the ambit of the law during their protest against the EFCC. On Saturday, EFCC operatives raided 2 clubs simultaneously in Akure, the Ondo State capital, and arrested 127 suspected internet fraudsters. And on business, newly released data by the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics has revealed that export of agricultural products from Nigeria to other countries increased by 123% over the value recorded in the fourth quarter of 2023, and also by 270% when compared to the value recorded in the first quarter of 2023, which was 279.64 billion naira. According to the NBS report on foreign trade in goods statistics for the first quarter of 2024, it noted that most of the agricultural products were exported to Asia, valued at 572 billion naira, followed by exports to Europe with 366 billion naira. On the foreign scene, the center-right Citizens for European Development of Bulgaria party says it's on course to win the most votes in Bulgaria's snap election, but it will need at least 2 coalition partners to form a government. With 64% of vote from Sunday's election counted, JRB enjoyed a strong lead, having won 23.65% of the vote. That illustrated that the result of Bulgaria's 6th election in 3 years were unlikely to put an end to the political instability that has plagued the country in recent years. And on sport, Real Madrid manager Carlo Ancelotti has declared that Spanish giants will reject the invitation to participate in the upcoming FIFA World Cup, citing dissatisfaction with the competition's prize money. FIFA is offering 20 billion euros for the whole competition. The FIFA Club World Cup is an annual international club football competition organized by FIFA, the sport's global governing body. It features the champions from each of the 6 continental federations, along with the host nation's domestic league champions. And these are the stories we're tracking at the moment. Many thanks for joining us. I am Okpeyemi Owosheni. Join us for more stories at the top of the hour.
Well, I didn't know on time because I only knew that she found it difficult to read, and even when she started school, although I thought I was part of the reasons why she could not catch up with her mates, because I was actually I move around a lot. So when I moved, she has to change school. So I was thinking that maybe that was the problem. But I actually found out later that even when I got her good teachers, the normal set of school teachers, I found out that she still finds it difficult. She's actually brilliant, very, very brilliant. But when it comes to book, she finds it difficult to read.
My name is Mrs. Uchenna Ahanotu, the director of Nene Special Education Center. I'm an educational psychologist, currently pursuing my doctorate degree in educational psychology from Imo State University. My dream had been always to help students to excel in their academics. So my dream had always been for gifted students. But then I now started coming across children with learning disabilities, and I found out that they were not getting the support they need. So I was helping them in my little way, one-on-one, until it now came to my doorpost. I got reports from the school that my daughter would be repeating class, primary 1. I was like, why? And they said she's not meeting up. This is a girl that is normally intelligent. You know she knows everything, but they said she couldn't read. So as an educational psychologist, I now had to go back to my books because I had packed my books. I went back to my books to study, and now found out that there is something called dyslexia, and not just dyslexia, there were other neurological disorders. There was autism, there was ADHD, there was all those cerebral palsy. All of them are linked together. So that was how I started focusing on children with learning disabilities. I was going from school to help them, but then 2 times a week, 2 hours a day is not enough. It wasn't giving us the results we wanted. So we now had to open the center, and I told the parents, if you want an intensive program for your child, you could enroll him or her here. When she has developed to a certain stage, she can now go back to mainstream school. That was how Learning Center started.
High five. A sound. B sound. C sound.
The thing is, when a child is not performing well in school, and you know you have tried all you can, you've given the necessary intervention, lesson teacher, good books, and all that, and she's still performing low, I think it's time to diagnose her. As a psychologist, we diagnose, when a child comes to our center, we diagnose the child first to know the specific area of challenge. And that's why we're able to now diagnose and say this is dyslexia, this is dyscalculia, this is ADHD, this is autism. It can become comorbid with speech delay, whatever it is. So diagnosis is what we do first. When we diagnose, we can now draw up an education plan for the child. All our children have their own education plan, because a child with dyslexia is not at the same pace with another child with dyslexia. So we do one-on-one therapy, we do one-on-one teaching for them, meeting them at their various points of need, and then they come up. So that's basically the strategy, identifying the specific disadvantage and then tackling it individually, not as a class. My staff and I, we go for professional training. We go for courses mainly online.
Okay, this is actually a timer. This is a timer we use for their section.
So each section for a child, because of children with autism, most time they are diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's difficult for you to treat them in a normal class and take a long time with them. So we time our sections with them. For each section for a child, we have 15 minutes. So I put on my timer for 15 minutes. So I know that at the end of 15 minutes, the child knows he's done. You see them standing up sometimes because they're like, just want to get up and leave. So it helps us to time them and get the best results.
Challenges. Well, sometimes I want them to, like, you're teaching the child something, no other child you can easily pick up, but you have to keep consistently going over it day by day and all, and it's like seeing as if you're not getting a result. Or when you're trying to keep kids with ADHD, getting them to sit still while you're teaching them, it's can be very, very tasking. And also, sometimes they just don't want to learn. It's sometimes like that.
She has improved a lot compared to what she was then, because she was having low self-esteem, and then, but here they kind of, brought our confidence up. Our confidence level is a lot high, and even if you are not careful, you won't even know that she has that condition again. So I'm actually happy with my experience with Nene Special Center.
Well, it's been quite encouraging. It's been good. It's been a lovely experience. Jaden, my son, couldn't do some things not until he started with the speech school. He couldn't feed himself. He couldn't identify letters. He couldn't identify numbers, but his hearing was perfectly well and he's still fine. He hears very, very well, but he couldn't identify some things. But right now, he can identify, he can make sounds, and the rest of them. So I'm impressed.
Before, she won't even try to pronounce, as in, if the word is difficult, she just jumps it to the next word. But now she's trying to, and then she has improved in her reading. She has improved in her self-esteem. I don't know, psychologically, she has improved.
We started last year, 2022, with the few students I had. So this year we plan to go more social media and then reach out to schools, primary schools in particular, to inform the headmistresses, the proprietors, that there is a diagnostic center where they can diagnose a child's learning challenge, because most of them are harbored in these schools, but the teachers are confused. They just think maybe the child doesn't want to read. So we want to tell them there's a center where they can diagnose the child's disability, and then we can also help them to tackle the challenge. So our aim is just the proprietors, and then through social media, we reach out to parents that are worried about their child's development.
I want to ask every parent that when you observe that kind of situation with your child, you should seek. Don't just assume, because some secular schools, they don't really look out for these conditions in children. They just assume that the child is poor or the child is dull. They don't have provision for that in most schools. So, and then such child will have low self-esteem, and it will look like they cannot do anything, or they look inferior to their peers.
Clap for yourself, clap for yourself.
As I said, we started exactly May last year. So this is just 1 year, and we have had a total of 12 kids, about 12, 13 kids. And some of them are still on now.
Well, I must say it has been an amazing one. It has really been amazing. I get to meet wonderful kids every day. Yes, I see them and I'm like, God, these kids are just wonderful, because the world might not see them in that way, but meeting them every day has been like a blessing to me. Being able to interact with kids
It has been great.
My advice to parents that they should find out and keep a close eye on their child. Try to find out about their disabilities earlier in life so that it will reduce the amount of time that we have to teach them.
Early detection matters. If your child is delaying, just come and find out if it's disorder or delay. We will tell you. If it's delay, we'll just tell you to go. With time, he will talk. But if it's disorder, you have to start immediately to intervene to help the child. Please find a good learning environment for your child. Find a center that understands their challenge and they'll be able to tackle their challenge with the right resources and with the right frame of mind. It's not a flogging issue. They need all the love and care they can get, and they also need the professional touch to get them out of where they are.
The morning of March 12, 2021. Chaos at the Federal College of Forestry Mechanization in Mando area of Kaduna State, northwest Nigeria. The night before, armed gunmen popularly known as bandits had stormed the tertiary institution, abducting 39 students. After initially releasing the students in batches, the bandits eventually released all the students on May 5, 2021. They spent 55 days in captivity. It's been over 2 years now since that incident happened, but the school has not remained the same again. Some of the affected students did not return to the school. Many have now abandoned the hostel.
To some of us who have opportunity to interact with the bandits during the process of negotiation for the release of our children.
Friday, Sani's daughters were among the 39 abducted students back in 2021. He says even though one of them has come back to the school to complete her studies, she's yet to recover from the traumatic experience.
She came back one day and told me that, Dad, we got a news that spies came and they learned there are those that spy for bandits to the school to come and spy the environment and see if there are area they can pass through to take students. So the first thing, I was in Abuja when she called me. I now quickly told her, please go back home and be coming from home to the school for the meantime. And out of fear, I started sorting for off-campus until something dawned on me that there is need for me to look for the advice of the management of the school. When I got there, they told me that there won't be any reason for me to fear, that I should allow her to return to the hostel. There are staffs living in the quarters there, and the hostel is just very close to staff quarters and all of that. So I came back, telling her to return to the hostel was a battle. I said, Daddy, I know what I'm going through. If anybody just managed to knock my door, I jump from bed. So that I now told her, okay, what you do, this is the school, this is where your counselor is. Always meet your counselor for more counseling processes and other things. And at the end of the day, she's okay. And in few, maybe by next year, she'll be graduating. Now, the fear in educational institutions generally is that we don't know when this will stop, though it's minimal now. As at the 2021, it was high. It's minimal now, but nobody know the next dimension that they may come. That is just the truth about it.
Just as the country was coming to terms with the brazen attack on the College of Forestry, another attack happened at Greenville University, a private university also in Kaduna State. Armed bandits attacked the school on the night of April 20th, 2021, abducting at least 20 students. 3 of the students would later be killed before the bandits freed others months later after collecting ransom payments. Today, the school is like a ghost village, completely deserted. The institution is now relocated to a temporary campus in the city. It's difficult to tell when academic activities will resume at the permanent site here.
So now, insecurity has forced children and parents in the first place not to even allow their children to go to schools that are not secured. Insecurity has also put fear in the minds of the children that even if they are allowed to go, they don't know what's going to happen. So sometimes they just look for some flimsy excuse and don't go. Then insecurity have successfully shut down schools in many villages. And you know, like the Chibok girls who were about to write exams and the evil people came. Now these ones, it is not even about exams. The school have been shut down. Some have relocated to nearby places, but only children of serious-minded parents. But the larger population, it's like, okay, you've helped us, not going to school. The only challenge they are facing now is that, okay, there is no school and there's no farm also. Because as schools are shut down due to insecurity, people cannot also go to farm due to insecurity. And then hunger is hitting them at home and is forcing them to go into so many things that you cannot even imagine.
Scared of coming under attacks as well, some other schools in remote locations in Kaduna, like this one known as Faith Academy, have shut down and moved their students, leaving behind massive edifices.
And one will wonder why the students become the target of banditry and kidnapping in Nigeria. And that also is now weakening the educational standards, is now discouraging people. A situation where you get admission, you are now afraid of going to the hostel. Rather, you have to look for house around that institution or around the institution. Then, by that, coming from the house to the school also is even a problem because you have to be looking left and right, not knowing who is the next person to you. These are issues, these are challenges that we are having. Entering vehicle to travel to Bandogri for maybe studies, or maybe going to Adamawa, going to Zamfara, so going to Sokoto is now becoming a problem in the nation. So the only thing that we see also parents doing is to look for an institution close to them, whereby they can just maybe, while going out in the morning, they will drop their child and return the same child. And you know that a child that is not within the school premises may lack concentration, and by that, it may not come out well as expected. So these are challenges that we are facing, or the education is facing in Nigeria now, that students no longer have confidence, unlike before, where you will send your child to a school far away from you, and you sleep with your 2 eyes closed that he or she is secured. It's no longer like that. So these are the challenges that we have in the educational sector now, and it's not helping us.
Bethel Baptist High School, also in Kaduna State, is now one big deserted community. On the night of July 5th, 2021, several gunmen invaded the school and kidnapped 121 students, taking them into the forest. It would take several months and millions of naira in ransom payment before the bandits would release the students. The last student in captivity only just got freed November 2nd, 2023, 2 years and 4 months after the mass abduction. But since that incident, the school has been abandoned. The management now uses a temporary location for the school.
You needed to see this place before now, okay, or maybe before the incident that happened on the 5th of July 2021. This place was so clean, so tidy, so a very serene environment for one to be. But now you can see how it has become so bushy that a lot of the places had to be converted to farms to reduce the bush. You've gone around, you've seen the football pitch, how it has been converted to a farmland. All other courts have been converted to farmlands. All these are just to make sure that the place is maintained, to reduce the bush. It has affected education, particularly the school. A lot of money was spent that we cannot actually say the amount that was given to the bandits, how the staff also suffered, how everyone, but most of the students, some of them didn't come back again. They went to schools, not that were not actually their first choice. Some, I cannot say whether some finally become dropouts or whatever. But let's say, for example, one of the students that has not yet come back, what do you think happened to his education? He does not continue with education. Now he can be classified under dropout. So that's part of the effects. Security has become so devastating in our nation that education is receiving its own quota of the effects of this insecurity.
We spend gathering money and getting support from spirited individuals, huge money. I can quote that we spend over 250 million naira to get those students of Baptist High School, Kujama, to come back. That is just one. That's just one. And you don't talk about the students of the school in, because for us in Kaduna State, the other school that suffered similar challenge was the school in Awong. And then you keep talking about other places that had to shut down schools completely due to this insecurity. Now, there was nothing we could do than first to encourage parents not to give up, not to allow the insecurity discourage them from sending their children to school. Because as I've earlier explained, it is a strategy of terrorists, it's a strategy of enemies of education to discourage and stop young children from acquiring education. And we must not give in. So some other communities that are having similar challenge, what we normally do is to encourage them to either move their children to a safer school or to a safer community, because we have nearby communities where schools are within the city, not outside where you are afraid your daughter may be taken away and so on and so forth.
Nigeria has among the worst out-of-school children rate in the world. A 2022 UNESCO report puts the figure at approximately 20 million, and the majority of them are in the north of the country. Attacks on schools are only worsening the situation.
The place of education in our community today is facing a very serious, I could say multifaceted challenges. You look at it from security, you look at it from the poverty around, you look at it from all the troubles and all this. So education seems to be like it is dying at a time that the world is growing through education, because science and technology is the order of the day. And if your child is not educated, you can imagine what he will be, or you can ask yourself, where will he be fit to serve in the future? And in Nigeria, especially in the northwest Nigeria, we are thinking that all is well, all is not well, because this large percentage of young children who may not have certificate in the next 5 years or 10 years, who will have no knowledge to even relate with the outside world in the next few years, then they will be easily and cheap for bandits, terrorists, or every extremist group to recruit them and say, oh, come, the society is not giving you what you want, come, let's fight them. But the agenda is not come, let's fight them. The agenda is to just destroy everything about the society.
A report by the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, indicates that over 11,000 schools were closed in 2020 due to a series of armed attacks in some parts of Nigeria. It says the country's northwest region accounted for 76% of the attacks. And in 2021 alone, no less than 25 schools were attacked. All of this, the report says, has led to increased school dropout.
So there is need for government to either vote special fund for security of educational institutions or provide security. Let there be proper security installations in all educational institutions. Just imagine bandits entering Nigeria Defense Academy. You can now see how sophisticated these people are. Not to talk of ordinary institutions that is maybe civilian base. So how will you contain that kind of people? So there is need for government to come in. So without that, there is fear, because we can never tell the next dimension that these people will come up with.
The bandit has successfully created fear in the minds of many parents. Government must get people to work along with her in educating, sensitizing, advocating, mobilizing people to say, no, let's not give up. Let's not give up. Let's not give up. Let's send our children to school. Because when we allow this thing to continue for another 5 years, then the out-of-school number will triple instead of reducing. But that's what the enemy of education wants, and he seems to be gaining ground. And then there's poverty in the land. So he's succeeding faster than we can even imagine. But we will not give up. We'll do our best to reduce the gap. But I can't lie to anybody that we can get it the way we want for now.
It will take a long time for things to return to normal in the schools that have suffered attacks, and perhaps much longer for those that have been abandoned for now.
One of the biggest challenge that terrorism have actually brought to the front burner in Nigeria is her dislike for education. The Boko Haram simply put that education is a sin or education is evil. Tells you a lot about the agenda of the terrorists and the way they want to ensure that they crumble education. In their own thinking, it is Western education that has brought about liberalization. It is Western education that has made children disobey their parents. It is Western education that has brought about the terrible way young people dress because they want to live in a free society. And you can go on and on and on and on and on and on. And so they begin to attack education. So when children are being kidnapped by bandits, apart from the idea of getting money as ransom, it's also to help meet up the need of the bandit or the terrorists by ensuring that young children, especially young girls, are discouraged from education.
The government has since begun a 144.8 billion naira Safe School Initiative project in 18 states, covering at least 48 schools in each state this year. The project will cover a period of 3 years, but it remains to be seen what difference it will really make on the ground.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tough. And they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs typically for the kids and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong. Because they thought that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in Goree Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in Goree Island or in Saint Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At the time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscle. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. You know? For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans.
Yeah.
And here, this is a punishment room for the rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hooks. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right and left you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. At the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million. Very emotional, but he knows it very, in a high level, the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries, and also he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slave trade.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
Well, I didn't know on time because I only knew that she found it difficult to read, and even when she started school, although I thought I was part of the reasons why she could not catch up with her mates, because I was actually I move around a lot. So when I moved, she has to change school. So I was thinking that maybe that was the problem. But I actually found out later that even when I got her good teachers, the normal set of school teachers, I found out that she still finds it difficult. She's actually brilliant, very, very brilliant. But when it comes to book, she finds it difficult to read.
My name is Mrs. Uchenna Ahanotu, the director of Nene Special Education Center. I'm an educational psychologist, currently pursuing my doctorate degree in educational psychology from Imo State University. My dream had been always to help students to excel in their academics. So my dream had always been for gifted students. But then I now started coming across children with learning disabilities, and I found out that they were not getting the support they need. So I was helping them in my little way, one-on-one, until it now came to my doorpost. I got reports from the school that my daughter will be repeating class, primary 1. I was like, why? And they said she's not meeting up. This is a girl that is normally intelligent. You know she knows everything, but they said she couldn't read. So as an educational psychologist, I now had to go back to my books because I had packed my books. I went back to my books to study, and I found out that there is something called dyslexia, and not just dyslexia, there were other neurological disorders. There was autism, there was ADHD, there was all those cerebral palsy. All of them are linked together. So that was how I started focusing on children with learning disabilities. I was going from school to help them, but then 2 times a week, 2 hours a day is not enough. It wasn't giving us the results we wanted. So we now had to open the center, and I told the parents, if you want an intensive program for your child, you could enroll him or her here. When she has developed to a certain stage, she can now go back to mainstream school. That was how Learning Center started.
High five. A sound. B sound. C sound.
The thing is, when a child is not performing well in school, and you know you have tried all you can, you've given the necessary intervention, lesson teacher, good books, and all that, and she's still performing low, I think it's time to diagnose her. As a psychologist, we diagnose, when a child comes to our center, we diagnose the child first to know the specific area of challenge. And that's why we're able to now diagnose, say this is dyslexia, this is dyscalculia, this is ADHD, this is autism, it can become comorbid with speech delay, whatever it is. So diagnosis is what we do first. When we diagnose, we can now draw up an education plan for the child. All our children have their own education plan, because a child with dyslexia is not at the same pace with another child with dyslexia. So we do one-on-one therapy, we do one-on-one teaching for them, meeting them at their various points of need, and then they come up. So that's basically the strategy, identifying the specific disadvantage and then tackling it individually, not as a class. My staff and I, we go for professional training. We go for courses mainly online.
Okay, this is actually a timer. This is a timer we use for their section. So each section for a child, because of children with autism, most time they are diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's difficult for you to treat them in a normal class and take a long time with them. So we time our sections with them. For each section for a child, we have 15 minutes. So I put on my timer for 15 minutes. So I know that at the end of 15 minutes, the child knows he's done. You see them standing up sometimes because they're like, just want to get up and leave. So it helps us to time them and get the best results. Challenges. Well, sometimes I want them to, like, you're teaching the child something, other child you can easily pick up, but you have to keep consistently going over it day by day and all, and it's like same as if you're not getting a result. Or when you're trying to keep kids with ADHD, getting them to sit still while you're teaching them, it's can be very, very tasking. And also sometimes they just don't want to learn. It's sometimes like that.
She has improved a lot compared to what she was then, because she was having low self-esteem, and then, but here they kind of, brought our confidence up. Our confidence level is a lot high, and even if you are not careful, you won't even know that she has that condition again. So I'm actually happy with my experience with Nene Special Center.
Well, it's been quite encouraging. It's been good. It's been a lovely experience. Jaden, my son, couldn't do some things not until he started with the speech school. He couldn't feed himself. He couldn't identify letters. He couldn't identify numbers, but his hearing was perfectly well and he's still fine. He hears very, very well, but he couldn't identify some things. But right now, he can identify, he can make sounds, and the rest of them. So I'm impressed.
Before, she won't even try to pronounce, as in, if the word is difficult, she just jumps it to the next word. But now she's trying to, and then she has improved in her reading. She has improved in her self-esteem. I don't know, psychologically, she has improved.
We started last year, 2022, with the few students I had. So this year we plan to go more social media and then reach out to schools, primary schools in particular, to inform the headmistresses, the proprietors, that there is a diagnostic center where they can diagnose a child's learning challenge, because most of them are harbored in these schools, but the teachers are confused. They just think maybe the child doesn't want to read. So we want to tell them there's a center where they can diagnose the child's disability, and then we can also help them to tackle the challenge. So our aim is just the proprietors, and then through social media, we reach out to parents that are worried about their child's development.
I want to ask every parent that when you observe that kind of situation with your child, you should seek. Don't just assume, because some secular schools, they don't really look out for these conditions in children. They just assume that the child is poor or the child is dull. They don't have provision for that in most schools. So, and then such child will have low self-esteem, and it will look like they cannot do anything, or they look inferior to their peers.
Clap for yourself, clap for yourself.
As I said, we started exactly May last year. So this is just 1 year, and we have had a total of 12 kids, about 12, 13 kids. And some of them are still on now.
Well, I must say it has been an amazing one. It has really been amazing. I get to meet wonderful kids every day. Yes, I see them and I'm like, God, these kids are just wonderful, because the world might not see them in that way, but meeting them every day has been like a blessing to me. Being able to interact with kids
It has been great.
My advice to parents that they should find out and keep a close eye on their child. Try to find out about their disabilities earlier in life so that it will reduce the amount of time that we have to teach them.
Early detection matters. If your child is delaying, just come and find out if it's disorder or delay. We will tell you. If it's delay, we'll just tell you to go. With time, he will talk. But if it's disorder, you have to start immediately to intervene to help the child. Please find a good learning environment for your child. Find a center that understands their challenge and that will be able to tackle their challenge with the right resources and with the right frame of mind. It's not a flogging issue. They need all the love and care they can get, and they also need the professional touch to get them out of where they are.
Many thanks for joining us on the newsroom. I am Joy Uchejim, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The federal government has banned underage girls from lodging in hotels. Minister of Women Affairs Uju Kennedy Ohaneye, who read the Riot Act at the Unlock Training and Grant Ceremony in Abuja, said the move was part of the precautionary measures to halt human trafficking, especially of Nigerian girls. The ban came against the backdrop of recent rescue of over 10 teenage girls trafficked to Ghana. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, has secured the conviction of one Quadri Adeyinka, a staff of the Nigeria Immigration Service, for committing a traveling passport fraud. A statement by the spokesperson for the Commission, Acting Director, Public Enlightenment and Education, Demola Bakare, on Monday, said the Commission had arraigned the convict before Justice Jude Onwubueze of the Federal Capital Territory High Court, Abuja, on the 4-count charge bordering of gratification, conferment of corrupt advantage, and cheating, contrary to extant provisions of the Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Act 2000 and the Penal Code Act. And the curfew imposed on the Mangu local government area of Plateau State in the wake of violent attacks on communities in the area has been lifted 5 months after the stay-at-home order was issued. In a statement signed by the Director of Press and Public Affairs, Gwang Bere, said the decision to lift the order by Governor Caleb Mutfwang was taken after careful consultation with the State Security Council, giving a return of normalcy to the affected communities. And in Rivers State, a High Court sitting in Port Harcourt has affirmed that Martin Amawule and the 26 other members of the Rivers State House of Assembly are still members of the People's Democratic Party. Delivering judgment in Port Harcourt earlier on Monday, Justice Okubule Bassam of the Rivers State High Court held that the claimants failed to prove that Amawule and the 26 other lawmakers had defected to the All Progressive Congress, APC. And on business, state governors have called on the federal government to enforce a no-meter, no-service policy for all new electricity connections in the country. The plea was outlined in the development of the National Integrated Electricity Policy and Strategic Implementation Plan, policy recommendations by state governments to the Federal Ministry of Power document from the Nigeria Governors Forum on Monday. And on the foreign scene, the Rapid Support Forces paramilitary in Sudan has attacked the last operating hospital in the Darfur region, according to an international aid group. Doctors Without Borders, known by its French initials MSF, reported late on Sunday that the RSF had attacked the South Hospital in El Fasher, the capital city of the North Darfur province, the previous day. The armed group opened fire on medical staff and patients as it looted the site, forcing the facility to close. And finally on sports, the Boston Celtics, fueled by 26 points from Drew Holiday, thwarted a desperate Dallas rally in the final minutes to beat the Mavericks 105-98 and take a 2-0 lead in the NBA Finals. Early struggles from the three-point range bedeviled the Celtics on Sunday, but their all-around efforts on both ends of the floor saw them notch a second straight win at home. They head to Dallas for Game 3 on Wednesday with a commanding lead. And these are the stories making the round at the moment. Join us again at top of the hour for more stories. Bye for now.
Hi, I'm Ayofel Larinde. I'm a visual artist and a photographer, but I major mainly in scribble art, which I see as an art form born out of frustration. My very first scribble painting was done based on frustration. I was at Artist Connect in 2015, where I was challenged to actually do an art piece, and I felt really frustrated because around that time I was just using pencil to work and I was handed a pen to draw. So I just started doing jaga jaga, trying to find something from it, and then along the line I realized I was actually just making sense. I could see a face in the painting I was doing. So I realized that there was something called scribble art later on when I researched on what I'd done at the Artist Connect. Scribble art, basically, like I said, is an art form born out of frustration and me wanting to accept myself, me just accepting my flaws, and me also creating sense out of nonsense and using disharmony to actually form harmony. So it's more of like me joining crooked lines together to actually make sense. It's just wobbling lines around to actually form something, to actually arrive at a point. I can remember far back as secondary school in SS1. I was in biology. I was a science student in biology class then. I needed to make some extra money for pocket money. I was in the boarding house then, and I could draw from my textbook. I could imitate things I could see. So my friends used to give me their works, biology assignments, to draw skeletons and everything. So most times whenever we have assignments, I'm the one they come to. So I used to do it, and then I got into trouble. The biology teacher caught me, realized that all the works were looking alike, and then she called me to the staff room. Around that time, the visual arts teacher too was around, so he saw what was going on and he was like, this girl can draw, she can even shade. Okay, she should actually come around to the visual arts class. So I enrolled for the visual art vocational studies then. I was doing science and I was also doing art on the side. So I started developing interest because art to me was just for fun. I didn't really know that I had the gift. I just knew that, okay, I could just draw things, and I realized that most of the times when I draw, it was basically from what I was feeling at that time, or basically because I just wanted to feel good. So yeah, that was basically how I started doing art. Initially, my inspiration basically was only from myself. I was inspired by my own journey through life, but along the line, I started gaining more interest in things around me. I started gaining more interest in history. I gained more interest in my environment. I gained interest in my friends, their stories, and yeah, governments too. I'm interested in politics, the political aspect of Nigeria and the world as a whole. Achievement. Okay, first off, I think being an artist first is an achievement for me because people are destined. People are born for greatness, yes, and people have been given different skills. Some people do hairdressing, some people do makeup, some people dance and all of that. But I'm really thankful to God for this gift that I have, which is art. So I see that as an achievement because it consoles me, it fills me up. And then secondly, I was nominated for the Future Awards Africa last year, which was very, very surprising because I was nominated beside the people I see as my bosses. So like being around those people and being the youngest amongst them was quite overwhelming. And then I got some other nominations from Leading Women's Africa. I was 1 out of 100 Leading Women's Africa, most inspiring women in the world. So like that's like the major highlights for like the awards I've won. There's also the one for creativity, most creative students in the whole of Unilag. There's one for most creative students in Africa, and yeah. Weirdly, I actually don't even count the number of artworks, but I have a list which I used to collate them. But I would say in my lifetime, I would say that I've created more than 500 works. I dance. Before I started doing art, I used to dance. Actually, dancing was my first love. I used to dance professionally, but I had to stop because my parents didn't see it as a career as much as also the way they didn't see art as a career. So I had to just stop dancing, but it's something that I still wish to go back. And aside dancing, I also am a photographer. I take pictures. I also do short films. Scribble art is something that I have mastered over time. It's something that I've practiced. Something that I can even do in my sleep, not even exaggerate. So like most times it's really not difficult because I'm the kind of person who sees or who gains inspiration from dreams. So there are sometimes when I'm asleep and then ideas just come and next thing I wake up, I draw. I already know what I want to do. And then there are times when it is actually very difficult, times when my works actually challenge me. I do some particular works and it speaks to me in ways that I can't even explain. So times like that, I give the piece a particular period, say a year, before I go back to it. So there are times when my pieces challenge me, like when I'm doing something very personal. For example, when I had an artwork done for my biological dad, it was really attacking because it just laid down questions that I couldn't answer personally. A scribble artist, my own process is, right, there's no direct path. It's usually in a scribbled form. Scribbled form is meaning it's a jaga form. Because I'm seen as a jaga artist, like I said. They see me as one person that just does nonsense to actually make sense. So most times I twist and twirl before I actually make a point. Twist and twirl in the sense that I can decide to just get the sketchbook and then from a point I'm doing jargons all over, just doing jargons, not making any sense. And then it gets to a point where I actually realize what I am trying to do, the message I'm trying to pass across, and then I start building on that particular piece. So from that point, I'm already forming an image. I never finish an artwork. I never see it as a finished work. I feel like whenever I create an art piece, there's always going to be a continuation. And most times, it is when people get to buy the works off me that I call it finished because I no longer have it in my possession. But sometimes I break down pieces into series because I can't finish one on a particular canvas. So I have to continue on another canvas. That is where that's why there's need for collection or series when I'm working. So, for example, my Igbo landing works, this one behind me here, It's actually a series, a 5-in-1 series. Jean-Michel Basquiat actually indirectly influences my style. He's a new expressionist. I also have interest in expressionism. I like his method, and I feel like his approach towards creating has influenced me in so many ways because, like I said earlier, I basically just approach the canvas and I see drawing on the canvas as me learning. I see it as an opportunity to learn. So whenever I draw, whenever I scribble, it's more like I'm actually learning. So that is how it is for Basquiat. So whenever he approaches his canvas, just basically scribbles paint around. He scribbles paint around, and while doing that, he figures out some things about what he's doing. So I think that's the same thing because I see art as a learning process. So he has impacted me in that form. Although Basquiat is dead, but yeah, I still look up to him a lot. Challenges I faced as an artist. At first it was acceptance. I was really chasing acceptance, and I realized at the point when I started getting accepted, I started losing myself because I wasn't, basically it felt like I was just doing works just to please people, just to please people's satisfactions. And around that time I was doing that because I was doing realism works. I was drawing faces realistically. And then I realized I wanted something more, and in the process I started doing my own thing. I started doing scribble art. So yeah, at first it was acceptance, then there was the financial aspect. I mean, it takes a lot to get art materials, it takes a lot to get a studio. I got the studio late last year with my friend Bayo, which I currently share with. There's also the whole art scene in Nigeria. It's not so encouraging because I feel like they keep recycling old artists or dead artists, and they are actually emerging artists doing so well. I have friends around that practice so well, they practice so hard, the works actually speaks to me and it speaks to a lot of people, and I feel like there should be room for them too, but it's kind of not so easy because there's politics everywhere, there's politics in the art scene. My plans actually change over time because I'm human, I grow, and I realize that sometimes I actually want stuff bigger and sometimes I want stuff a little more subtle, right? So currently I would like to actually have a hub where people like me wouldn't get the opportunity to create, wouldn't get the opportunity to study what they wanted to study, can actually come around and feel at home. People who probably find themselves doing things they really don't want to do can actually come home and meet other people, network, create. So there's going to be an art school, there's going to be a dance school, basically a creative hub where people can come around and learn. So that is like my dream. I would like to own a hub where people can do that, expose new talents, encourage them. And currently I've started doing that little by little with my NGO. It's called Charity with Arts. We go to the streets or we go to orphanages and then we teach kids how to draw. We don't only just feed them or give them clothes, we also teach them because we feel like once you have a skill, you already have a weapon, or you have your passport to the world, like to travel the world. So basically we just impact that knowledge and get them to practice more.
Hello and welcome to Lagos Voices. I am Sydney Okafor. It has become worrisome to know that flooding in some parts of Lagos metropolis and around the country usually occur annually, now that the rainy season has commenced, affecting substantial percentage of population and causing considerable loss of road portion to flood waters on the streets. But this time around, the Landlord Association and residents of New Okwoba community have cried out to the state government. Well, let's find out what exactly they are going through at the moment.
Driving or walking through this well-constructed interlocked road in the New Okwoba community makes commuters and residents feel at ease. However, a significant concern raised by many residents of the community is the poorly constructed drainage system and inner roads, which are hindering the free flow of water and exposing the road to flooding whenever it rains.
The time we come this area, it will be like this. If it rain fall like this, all our streets will be dry, no water, no anything. But like 10 years ago now, the water did disturb us. So I went out. Before I came back, all my market is in this shop. Water overflow everything. So I can't see single something take out because I have a bag of rice there, spaghetti, salmon, everything spoiled before I came back. Before my tenant come back, all the property, everything spoiled last year. That's the first day when water enter our house. But it will be like it will be in the streets like this. Then in compound. But last year, he entered all our room. Everybody enter. We are begging government that it should help us. Because the time where I come this area, it no be like this. But the time we can't do that, our titi here. So that drainage we do for us, it no work at all.
The major problem we are having here is erosion. To tell you the fact, he do enter my sitting room. He will enter my sitting room, enter the kitchen, pull out the fridge. Why he pull out the fridge is that the level of the water pull out the fridge. Then the seat in the sitting room, he pull it off the level. When it rain for 2 hours, because when no way for the erosion to go, it look for where enter the rooms. So there are some houses here whereby their tenant has a car, but they can't park the car. When it starts raining, I have to remove my car down to the main road. In fact, there's one of my car inside. The rain spoil it because it flow enter inside the car. When you get to Lukman, Jeep, car cannot walk in Jeep. In Lukman, it's only Jeep. When it rain, it's only Jeep. And our chairman, Mr. Motosho, that man has been trying, to be honest. That man has been trying, spend his own money all the time to park that place. So the government should help us and come to her, particularly that Lukuma, so we can have a piece of water here.
Aside the losses caused by the flooding and the consequent threats to commuters and residents in the community, the poorly maintained canals create an uncomfortable environment, putting their health at risk.
In fact, this subject of flood is giving us problem in this area. We have been to Lagos State many times. They are trying their best. They said they are still coming to come and help us to find solution to this problem of drainage. Even this my fence, this is the third time. This one first, the second one, another one. This year now, we have spent up to 1 point something on the fence just to repair it. Because if you don't erect it, the water stays inside the house for more than 4 days. I have the flood pump that I use it to throw it back to the gutter every time. That wahala is too much.
I'm a pensioner living in my husband's house here. And I lost my husband about 8 years ago. This challenge has been going for long. It has been on, and we've tried our possible best in many ways. We thought there was no road here before. So we thought when they made the road, we'll be okay. But when they did the road, I think the road was higher than the level of our house. So the flood used to enter everywhere. We've tried many best. We're going to allow SAR do many things with the landlord association meeting. We used to complain, but there's no any this thing. They will just be promising us. So we thought when they build the gutter, we'll be okay, but not yet. Even the tenants, they don't used to stay. At times they will stay 2 months, they will take their money and go. So that time of COVID, no, it was a hell. But there's nothing I can do. I think my children cannot leave me. They used to feed me and give me some money for the renovation of the house. There was a time the flood entered everywhere. I have to change the tiles, not this thing. Even till now, I'm still paying for the debt of the renovation. We can't even car can't enter. You too can see, can't enter. So all my tenants, they used to stay and go. They've been complaining now. But some of them said there's nothing they can do because if it's their house, they can't run away. Because of my character to them. Because I treat them as my people. I can't be living alone. That is it. I want government to come to our aid now to rescue us from all this erosion. If there is any rain coming now, we will be praying. We won't have any rest of mind. It's a big problem for us in this area. We are just begging the government to help us on it. There's nothing we can do.
Well, it's I would say it's pathetic, and it's also unexpected because I got here 2 weeks after I got here was when I noticed that the area gets this flooded. It's very terrible. When it gets flooded, you can't come out of your house, and you can't even come into your house if you are outside. It's not a thing of using a rain boot. A rain boot doesn't solve the problem. It gets to your lap level. That was what I experienced, and it just rained for like 2.5 hours that day, and it was that bad. So you can imagine if it rains for 3 days consistently, it's going to be really terrible. And like I said to someone, I was going to leave. I went to the landlord and told him that I want to leave because I wasn't prepared to cope with this kind of issue. But when I was told that the government have come to look at the area and they're planning to do something about it, I said, okay, let me wait. But up till now, I'm yet to see the presence of the government, and people are leaving this area. A lot of houses are empty because of flood. Like this one you see here, the owner has left. Nobody's living there because of the flood. So, and if people keep moving like that from this place to a particular place where they don't experience flood, the place becomes densely populated, and it's going to be a problem for the government. That's the reason why they need to treat things like this, so that we can have people spread to areas like this. And if this kind of thing continues, it becomes a health hazard. It will create room for many problems, and like I advocate for psychological well-being, this is part of what causes psychological distress for people.
Chairman of the Landlord Association described a disheartening reality where residents must vacate their homes during the rainy season, returning only when the rain permits them to. The Landlord Association of the community says numerous appeals have been made to the Lagos state government to help the community before it's completely abandoned.
Flood. For the past 2 decades now, 20 years, we've been feeling this flood problem. And every year, in and out, it's getting worse and worse. Yes, the government of Lagos State have been trying their effort. But unfortunately, like Yoruba always say, Tino Baton Lori, Tino Baton Lasho, Ejakinto Le Kono. So, but we are still hopeful that the Lagos State government needs to come to our rescue to elevate this perennial flood that's ravaging our community. Personally, we've been donating money physically we'll be clearing the available drainage. We'll be writing to the various governments that are in charge of drainage. The ministry, director of drainage, promise upon promising. And every year are good enough that the rain has not started heavily. And even the rain has been at its peak. Where we are standing now, this is almost Short Street. Yes, in Amandi Ojokoro. We'll not be able to stand where we are now. With the rain that fell last night, we'll not be able to stand as we are standing here. But glory be to God, the rain was just a minimum. In fairness, 75% of the residents in this area has no tenant because the net they have moved out of the premises because of the flood that affecting the property. In fact, the beginning of the year, we have the rain that fell around March, February 20, especially. There are some fences that have to collapse because of the flood. So for now, most of the residents here are vacant. But glory be to God, like we all say, so we, the owner, where do you expect to go? We have to remain and start facing, hopefully or hoping that soon the government will come to our rescue.
In an effort to mitigate flooding in the area, committee members usually work together to clear the drainage and allow water to flow. But they say until the problem is permanently addressed, tragedies occasioned by flooding may continue to be an annual occurrence in the community.
Well, you just heard it from the Resident and Landlord Association of the New Okoba community. What they are going through. We hope the state government takes steps to resolve their plights. Now, still on the issue of bad roads in Lagos. But this time around, we are looking at a suburb that has been grappling with the same issues of poor drainage system due to a link bridge built by the state government that connects Ayobo to Barua as well as Igando. This improper drainage system has caused flooding whenever it rains, just as it is raining at the moment. Now, most inner roads in that area have collapsed and have become a death trap for commuters and residents in that community, making that road not motorable. Well, let's hear what they have to say about the poor state of roads in their community.
Olorujube Community Development Area, Kandos, is a suburb in Ayobo Ipaja under Alimusha local government area, where most inner roads have become a death trap and no longer motorable. As calm as this community is, with beautiful houses and schools, the road in the area are at deplorable conditions. The residents say at the heart of the problem is a link bridge built by the state government, which does not have a proper drainage system.
The governor of the Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has really tried for us, especially in our community, and I can say with confirmation that he's one of the best governors we've ever had in Lagos State. The newly constructed bridge that linked from Idowegba down to our community has just been constructed, and that bridge has been in existence years without number. So kudos to our governor of Lagos State, and now we are now bringing the knowledge of the governor to get to know exactly the purpose of that bridge. The bridge link is very easy for us to link from that bridge down to Ayobo, Ogun State, Ishefun, Isheri, and so on. But there is a street called Kainde Bakari. The street is not motorable again, and that one will now affect the purpose of the bridge being created to this community. So we are begging our governor to help us and do something about the road, because it has really affected our community a lot. Palliatively, the community has done a lot, even more than a lot. It's even affecting the pocket of the community because we do not have any money again. all the one we are able to generate within the community, we spent it on the road. Lastly, along that Kehinde Bakari Street, we just spent about 1.8 million that road. And the flood is so high, it's so heavy. If you can see the heavy of that flood, it has washed up everything that we did. So that's why we are begging our able governor now to come to our rescue. It's more than 10 years now. Series of letters has been written to the chairman of the local government, Ayoboy Paja, and also to the Lagos State government, and we are very sure they are coming. They are coming to our aid to help us because we have a very good response from them. So, and I know very soon, anytime from now, they will come to our rescue.
I want to speak as a mother in this community that this flood is really damaging our area, affecting our children. Our children cannot go to school when it rains. In fact, we are suffering a lot. When it rains, the children cannot go to school. When it rains in the evening, we cannot sleep. We find it difficult to sleep when it is raining because the flood from the new road channel to us is really affecting us. Please, we are calling on the state government. We know that he's able to do all things. We depend on him because he is the only person we have that can help us. Please, kindly help us. Come to our aid so that we will sleep when it is raining.
Most of the buildings in the community have been abandoned due to lack of accessible roads.
They constructed the road all the way from Barowa inside down to Tokumbo, but there's a mistake, however. Instead of channeling the water and emptying it into canal, they stop at that Tokumbo, meaning that the flood now enters into our community through St. Michael, Bakare, then into many streets we have in the Olorunjube community. And this has done a lot of damages. And almost all of us, we are afraid the thing can carry house, can carry fence, can even take somebody or human being. So we are pleading on the Lagos State government, though we are not Oliver-Twist, but we continue to talk to them, beg them as far as they are. I don't think they will like to hear bad story from this area because it's still part of Lagos State. We are pleading with them, thanking them for the one they have done, and we are pleading with them to come to our rescue before the thing gets out of hand. It is affecting tenants because when they come to this area, they will see fine buildings, beautiful houses, but no accessible road. So all they will tell you that they will not live in this kind of environment. So it is affecting us. Even a good number of landlords, we are not talking about landlords now, are abandoning their houses. How much less the tenants. So they find elsewhere, and it's affecting us.
The road is very important. Very, very important. It affects everything in the community. I know some of my neighbors have spoken about different areas, but I'm looking at even the security issues about the road. For instance, before the road became so deplorable as it is, the police van used to patrol our area. They will come all the way from two-story, move down to Makinde. They come frequently like that. But since the road has been damaged, we have not been seeing them. Because, there's no road for them to pass. So even if we have any emergency in the night and we call them, there'll be nobody to rescue us. So we really need quick intervention. Everything is affected. It has affected even the value of buildings in the community. Nobody wants to come again. Some people are leaving because it's not convenient. Some houses are there, the tenants have vacated everything. So we really need government intervention. We need them to come in, especially in that area of security. We need it. Because, God forbid, even in the night now, somebody's wife goes into labor. To transport the person during that period, it becomes a problem because it's only Okada that can pass. Even the Okada passing, there's a problem. There's fear that it may fall down. There was a day the Okada fell down at that Bakari Street, almost going into the canal. People had to rush to drag him first, and the flood took the Okada. So we need government intervention. We really need it. They should please help us. We know they've been doing a lot. They've done the bridge. And again, that bridge that links Lasu, Igondo Road to Barua and everything cannot be useful except Bakari Street is repaired. Because people that are going to Abule Egba, going to Agbado, they will need to pass through Bakari Street. In order to, if they are not passing through that, it means they will go back to Barua, which government is trying to prevent. There will be cluster there will be gridlock and everything. So we really need this Bakari road fixed.
The situation has crippled businesses in the area. Transportation fares have also become tripled and making community around unaffordable for many.
But it has really affected our business because the accessible roads that people will use to come and buy from us is not accessible. So when you keep your things, your goods to sell, no people is coming around because of the bad road. Most especially when it's raining, the flood will be much. Everywhere will be flooded. That even you that is staying in the shop, you will be afraid of coming out to sell to people. Nobody wants to come out. If you are in, it's raining, you are in. You are out, you will not come out, you will not come back until the whole flood has gone out. It's affecting our business, it's affecting our buildings, it's affecting our houses. And by the grace of God, we've been trying to see as if we can do it by ourselves, but the thing is getting out of hand. As every woman, every man in this our community has automatically become an engineer that knows how much a ton of granite is, a ton of a rod is, a trailer of granite, sand, you know it, because every season you will be doing one thing or the other. Instead of feeding, we are not talking of food and scarcity. Instead of feeding, we are spending more on making sure that the buildings we have is not being swept by the flood. So I am using this opportunity to plead to the government, even to our local government chairman, Mama Shobo Wale, to please come to our aid and assist us the more.
I've been in the community for the past 10 years, and I think the challenges has been on since then. But gradually it's damaging our road, and I think the community is trying their best. If you can look around, you see the little construction they've done, which erosion has carried away also. The little one we can do, at the entrance there are some laterites that we used to fill the place up, some concrete we did, the drainage we did here, the flood has flooded it away. I think this is beyond the community capacity. That is why we are begging your honorable governor that you should please intervene in the community issue. So we won't have our children staying at home when it is raining. When it is raining, we are unable to transact our business. We only did the little one we can do online. When it is raining, when it is sign of raining, we have to be calling our HM from the school, the principal, that they should release our children before it is raining. Because when it is raining, we have to stop the children from going back home because of the flooded. The area is flooded. It's beyond our capacity. It's very, very beyond our capacity. And I think the community has tried. For that, we don't have anything in our purse in the community again. We cannot run the community the way, and it's depreciating the economy of our community. Because we are unable to transact our business the way we are supposed to transact it. We are unable to feed our children the way we are supposed to feed them. Our children look unkept when it is raining. Because if you look at our area, there are some abandoned property. Due to the bad road, people that owns the property have to abandon it because there is no access road to their destination. There are some buildings that the flood has flooded away, which has been abandoned. So it makes us as more bushy area than buildings in our, which is very, very dangerous for our children, because it's easy for the hoodlums as their hideout. Since we are having an abandoned properties in our community more than the completed property, it's easy access for the hoodlums to hide as their hideouts. So, and it's very dangerous for our grown-up kids. They can easily kidnap from there. At times, we gather ourselves to pray. So such thing will not happen in our community. Please, we need your intervention, Mr. Governor. Please, we know you've tried for us in the community, but we still need your efforts on this road, please. This road is the access road to Ogun State. But since it is flooded, you cannot have access to any other route aside from the community. We only parabolate in our community. We don't have access through to any other community.
The Landlord Association now say they can no longer continue to provide palliative measures to mitigate the impact of flooding on their own. They are now hoping for urgent actions from the state government.
Welcome back. You have seen everything for yourself. Let's hope the state government comes to their aid on time now that the rainy season is hitting them hardly. Well, that's how much you can take on today's episode of Lagos Voices. Please stay tuned and join us next time. Bye for now.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tough, and they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they thought that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in Goree Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in Goree Island or in Saint Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At the time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscle. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. You know? For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans.
Yeah.
And here, this is a punishment room for rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hooks. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right and left you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. At the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million.
very emotional, but he knows it's very, 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 in a high level, the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries. And also he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slave trade.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
Many thanks for joining us again on the newsroom. I am Victoria Akonde, and these are the headlines we are tracking at the moment. Labor unions have accused some state governors of frustrating the success of the negotiation with the federal government on a new minimum wage. Head of the Department of Information NLC, Benson Upa, who made this accusation in a televised interview on Monday, said that a few governors were causing trouble and disrupting progress with ill intent, adding that despite the federal government's increase to 62,000 naira, the governors were still willing to pay the initial 60,000 naira, which he described as an act of mischief. 35 members of the House of Representatives have proposed a bill for an act demanding the constitutional alteration to provide for the rotation of executive powers among the 6 geopolitical zones. The lawmakers, led by Representative Ikenga Ugochinyere, made the call while addressing a news conference at the National Assembly in Abuja on Monday. They also want an amendment to the Constitution to provide for a single tenure of 6 years for the President and Governors of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The ECOWAS Court has dismissed an application filed by former National Security Advisor, retired Colonel Sambo Dasuki, praying the court to compel Nigeria to enforce its judgment delivered in his favor on October 4, 2016. Justice Sengu, the judge, while delivering judgment in Abuja on Dasuki's application for enforcement, dismissed it on the ground that the court lacked jurisdiction to entertain or enforce the earlier judgment. Troops of Operation Real Punch and Operation Forest Sanity 2 have killed 2 bandits during clearance operations in the Rijana area of Kachia local government area, Kaduna State. The State Commissioner of Internal Security and Home Affairs, Samuel Aruwan, in a statement on Monday, said the troops encountered the bandits in a gunfight, resulting in 2 deaths while many others fled with gunshot wounds. On business, the government of the United Kingdom has helped to attract $85 million investment into Nigeria's manufacturing sector through its Manufacturing Africa program since 2020. Deputy British High Commissioner to Nigeria, Johnny Baxter, disclosed this at a ceremony to announce the funding of 3 Nigerian-based clean energy companies to expand renewable energy access in the country. And on the foreign scene, at least 10 people have been killed and 33 injured in India after suspected militants fired at a bus carrying Hindu pilgrims in Jammu and Kashmir. According to police officials, the bus driver lost control, causing it to plunge into a gulf in the Riyasi district of Jammu. While rescue operations have concluded, the Indian Army and police are conducting a search operation to track down the attackers. And finally on sports, Nigerian athletes have excelled at the USTAF New York Grand Prix on Sunday, with Favour Ofili winning the women's 100-meter and Udodi Onwuzurike triumphing in men's 100 meters. Udodi, a former world under-20 200-meter champion, took the men's 100-meter title in 10.24 seconds, edging out American duo Kendall Williams and Jar Austin. This marks a strong showing for him as he heads into the Nigerian Olympic trials next weekend in Benin City, Edo State. These are the headlines making the rounds at this time. Join us again at the top of the hour for more stories. I am Victoria Akonde. Bye for now.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it. use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
DG360, dissecting the issues.
It's a pleasure to have you join us on another episode of the program. I am Okpayemi Owosheni. We start off with business news. The Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative, in collaboration with Rolling Energy, has announced the commencement of the nationwide mass transit conversion program. The announcement was made at the PCNGI launch of the conversion and refueling site in Ilorin on May 29th. A statement by the PCNGI said the initiative aims to convert mass transit vehicles to cleaner energy sources, significantly reducing emissions and promoting environmental sustainability. The PCNGI is a program of President Bola Tinubu's administration dedicated to promoting clean energy solutions across Nigeria. Through strategic partnership and innovative projects, PCNGI aims to reduce environmental impact and support the transition to sustainable energy for the transport sector. We'll go on a short break and be back with more stories in the corporate world. Welcome back. A report by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has shown that the Port Harcourt refinery will start petrol production within the next quarter. This is according to the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Eneke Lokpobiri. Lokpobiri revealed this to newsmen on the first anniversary of President Bola Tinubu's administration. The minister said that the NNPC gives them weekly reports which shows that hydrocarbon has been introduced, which means that within the shortest possible period, petrol production will begin. You, however, said that even with the introduction of hydrocarbons, there is a need to check for leakages, as it is a very gigantic facility. We'll go on a break now, but when Money Matter returns, we'll be assessing President Tinubu's performance in the economic sector in the past year. Don't go away. Welcome back. President Tinubu's first year in office has faced significant economic challenges marked by continuous inflation and bold policy decisions. Upon assuming office in May 2023, the country's inflation stood at a rate of 22.41% according to the NBS. However, by April 2024, this rate had soared to 33.70%, the highest inflation observed since the inauguration of successive governments since 1999. One of President Tinubu's first major action was the removal of the fuel subsidy and the unification of the exchange rate, announced during his inauguration on May 29, 2023. The removal of the petrol subsidy led to more than tripling of pump prices. Simultaneously, the floating of the naira resulted in a significant devaluation, causing the currency's value to plunge. These changes sparked a sharp increase in headline inflation, with food inflation being particularly affected. Economists have largely attributed the rising cost of food to the high expenses associated with transportation. As transportation costs also surge, so did the prices of food items, making it a major driver of inflation. This has had a very direct impact on the cost of living, significantly affecting ordinary Nigerians. While the removal of the petrol subsidy has resulted in a 50% reduction in petrol importation, it has also worsened the country's inflation situation. Similarly, the exchange rate policy has led to a significant loss in the value of the naira following the massive devaluation. In response to these challenges, the federal government has turned to borrowing through FGN bonds with amounts ranging from 200 to 700 billion naira until February 2024, when the Debt Management Office, that's the DMO, announced a 2.5 trillion naira bond auction. The Central Bank of Nigeria has also implemented several reforms to rein in inflation, including recapitalizing banks, selling dollars to bureau de change operators, and increasing the monetary policy rate for the third consecutive time to 26.25%. According to economists, the impact of these measures remains uncertain, as it is yet to be seen if they will have the desired effect. Economic growth was a key component of President Bola Tinubu's 8-point agenda when he was sworn into office a year ago. Has the economy truly grown over the past year? This remains a critical question. While some policies have been aimed at stabilizing the economy and increasing government revenue, their unintended consequences have posed significant challenges, particularly in terms of inflation and the cost of living. Well, joining me to discuss this further is public policy enthusiast Femi Oladele. Many thanks for joining me on the program, Mr. Oladele. Now, it's been a long year. How would you assess President Tinubu's overall performance in his first year of office, particularly in terms of economic management?
Yes, thank you so much for having me again. This is a very difficult question. We all know. Personally, I have my opinion, but I will just talk generally from a public opinion view. Then I would share a little bit about my own opinion. From an economic standpoint, we could say that the administration looks like they have good intentions, but good intentions alone is not enough. So if we talk about results that people can see, we don't have the results that we anticipated, considering their expectations when they came in 1 year ago. So I would not say, we know that there are some positives and there are many negatives. So generally, on the positive side, for example, we see that the posted unemployment figure reduced a little. We also see that we have some good inflows, foreign portfolio investments that came in, although not as expected. And so those are the main positives I can recall right now. For the negatives, we know that already. Rates have gone significantly high, inflation is high. And so if I say from the standpoint of a layman on the street, I would say they haven't done well as expected. But we know also that things haven't happened the way we want it to happen, even from an enlightened person's view. So basically, and generally, I would not say that economically that they have done well.
During his inauguration on May 29, 2023, President Bola Tinubu presented a 8-point agenda. Now, based on this 8-point agenda, economic growth was one of his agenda. Now, do you believe that the economy has grown over the past year?
Yes, so we see GDP as a measure of that. We would say that would be a yes. But also, we understand that beyond GDP, we want to see economic growth in the light of how has it impacted my savings? How has it impacted my purchasing power? How has it impacted my standard of living and my cost of living? In those areas, the answer would be a no. But like I mentioned, the figures posted by the NBS shows that the economy has indeed grown. And like we also have the banking sector, insurance sector, we have seen significant growth in those sectors. So based on those parameters, we could say that the economy has grown. But when you look at the common man and those indices I just talked about, cost of living, standard of living, and inflation, we would say that the economy hasn't done so well. Yeah.
Well, the first, let's say, pronouncement President Tinubu made during his inauguration was that fuel subsidy is gone. Yes, fuel subsidy. So now, how would you assess the impact of the petrol subsidy removal on Nigeria's economy, particularly in terms of inflation and the cost of living? And what measures do you think the government could implement to mitigate these adverse effects while still achieving the intended economic reforms? Because according to the president, the main reason why fuel subsidy was removed was because the country could no longer afford to pay for fuel subsidy.
Thank you so much for that question. One thing that we have to get also is that even this administration has said and admitted at different times that the removal of the fuel subsidy, though a requirement for us to move to where we want to be, was hastily taken. Processes and plans were not fleshed out, were not finalized before that pronouncement, and that's understandable. But we have gone past that. We're not here to trade blames at this point. That has gone. But we also understand that there are indications that the government is still subsidizing the price of fuel. So I would not say that fuel subsidy is gone, but we understand that the government is still doing some things to ensure that we enjoy some form of comfort in the areas of buying fuel. So I would mention also that concerning your question, in that light, we would say that the government has not 100% achieved the goal that they want to achieve by the removal of fuel subsidy, but we have seen that at least when they came in, fuel subsidy was, the price was around 200, and now we have above 600 in some instances, in some areas rather. So what can be done? Significantly, there are two things that I think. Number one is security. There is nothing we can do if we don't have a secure nation. Secondly is ensuring that stakeholders that are averse to development are handled decisively. I want to be diplomatic in that area because we understand that there are people who are sabotaging fuel economy, so to say. So have they been handled rightly? Maybe not optimally. And if they have been handled, then we should begin to see significant increase, even more than what we currently have, significant increase in our crude oil production daily. And that would also impact the figures that we'll be seeing. So basically, I would say in response to what can be done, fix security, ensure that our nation is secure, and also ensure that we increase and we ramp up production, daily production of crude. I think that answers the two questions, the two in one question.
Okay, so let's talk about exchange rates now. The unification of the exchange rate and the subsequent floating of the naira affected the economy in diverse ways. What measures do you think can be taken to stabilize the naira and also restore investor confidence?
Thank you so much for that question. Just like the fuel issue that we talked about, the issue is that before this administration, we were around 400, and now we're above 1,400 thereabout. And so the floating, I always hold the position that when you talk about economic issues, there is no left or right. There are many things to consider. So we cannot say, oh, it was wrong or it was, it depends on how we are able to handle those situations. So currently, now that we have this situation, we know that the government has been intervening in the market and ensuring that there is a bit of stability in that area. We saw that in previous months until just recently when we saw a little bit more depreciation of our currency. But we understand that the government is working hard in that area. What I would recommend is, number one, and I think that I have had many other analysts mention that a fusion of our monetary and fiscal policies, that's very significant. We can't make so much progress if we are focusing only on fiscal or only on the monetary policy space. So a fusion of that Also, there are other basic things that need to be taken care of. I've mentioned security is coming up again. We have to do a lot in that space. And there are other two areas that I believe, not in the short term, in the long run, would add value to what we currently have. Improving our educational system and our health system. With focus on those two areas, we're developing people who can do the right things and make the right choices. And with that, I believe that in the short term, I don't think that there is, except we have someone that gives us a significant windfall. But in the medium to long term, I believe that when security is tackled and there is significant focus in the educational space and in healthcare, we'll begin to see improvements.
Let's move away from. Let's talk about inflation now. Food inflation, particularly, because it's one of the main factors driving inflation in the country. And as of April 2024, it rose to as high as 40.53% on a year-on-year basis. Are there specific sectors within the agriculture and transportation sectors that could be targeted to alleviate food price pressures, which is quite high at the moment?
Thank you. So food is life. I love food a lot. Okay, so I believe significantly that one of the significant drivers for food inflation, it looks like we're just mentioning security. If people are unable to go to their farms, then because there is restiveness in the area, then definitely there will be issues. We understand that from the scientific standpoint, there are times where contributory factors like rain, drought, infection, and all of that comes to play and affects production. But we also know that access to farms is significant, and Nigeria has suffered that in recent times. Benue State, core northern states where there is significant production of food have been impacted by insecurity. I believe that we should fix those. Also, we look at infrastructure to support agricultural endeavors in the areas of storage and in the areas of raw material production. Generally, we should begin to look beyond the ability of people to use subsistence farming. That cannot take us anywhere. Commercial farming is the way to go, and it is not cheap. If we need to go big time on agriculture, then we need government support for farmers, real farmers, and not emergency farmers. Because what we have seen over the time is that when government rolls out programs and plans for farmers, you begin to see emergency farmers who possibly divert the money to other ventures. Whereas the agricultural sector that may not get optimal value from those programs. So government needs to focus on supporting commercial scaling agricultural production in Nigeria. Currently also, we know that many state governments have started doing that. We read about Kebbi State, we read about Niger State, even Lagos State. We read about so many state governors that are trying to improve production in that area. We hope that others can also join and we begin to see the dividends of those investments.
Well, you've mentioned so many factors, but then I would like to know, are there any specific sector within the agriculture sector that you think needs to be improved on that could help to rein in inflation as regards food inflation in the country?
Yes, so, Nigeria, we have staple foods, general foods that people love to eat, and most times are readily available. We have rice, beans, and cassava. We also have yam. So in those areas, crop production and animal production, I believe that those are the significant areas that we could impact, and we have comparative advantages in those areas. I would not say that for animal production that we have comparative advantage, because the current system may not significantly drive the kind of growth that we expect. There have been calls for ranching, there have been calls for improved crop production. If we don't adopt those methodologies, those better methodologies, it's not likely that we'll see the kind of growth that we desire. And like I mentioned earlier, to see those kind of growth, to focus attention from the local production methodologies to the improved production methodologies requires a lot. It's capital intensive, and many people are able to access those funds or don't even know how to access those funds. So we'll begin to request that the National Orientation Agency and all others interested in developing, all other stakeholders in the development sector begin to push that information to farmers, to target them and make them aware of the access to those funds and how they can maximize them to develop their farms. There might be those who have competence, but they don't have funds. There might be those who have funds, but they don't have competence. There needs to be a coming together to see how we can maximize that. But in the areas of resources, we have significant land area, we have water as well, and we have lots of sunshine. So we only need technology to drive our agricultural production.
How sustainable do you think is the current level of government borrowing through FGN bonds, especially considering the recent 2.5 trillion naira bond auction?
So sustainability is a significant and I would say controversial word, because if the debt management office, they have their criteria for defining what sustainable debt means and ability to pay and all of that. We understand that those politics also, excuse me, that come around when with respect to debt sustainability. But what I am more interested in when I hear about this is, are we applying those funds where they are required, or are we just creating opportunities for other people to get their pockets fat? Once debt is not necessarily bad if it is maximized. And so we have to ask ourselves the real questions. When we take this, when we get these funds, do we maximize them? Are we applying them optimally to sectors that truly need them for our growth? So those are the questions that are more pertinent to my heart than thinking about, the amount, the figure, and all of that. What I am basically interested in is application, so that I'm not telling my children or their children that, the government of my own time borrowed money that they are now having to repay with no visible evidence of what that fund was applied for.
But let's talk about the Apex Bank now. The economy has seen so many policies being introduced into it by the Apex Bank. What is your assessment of the reforms, such as the recapitalization of banks, selling of dollars to bureau de change operators, and in particular the increment of the monetary policy rate, which has been increased 3 times now? Now, how effective do you think the reforms are likely to be in controlling inflation and stabilizing the economy?
So I think I've answered this question before. I remember saying then that basically on its own, it's a singular contribution. There are many things that affect inflation. It's not just one policy that can rein in inflation. No matter what we do in that space, even if rates are increased again, it's not automatic that we'll just get the results that we want if those other contributing factors don't add value to the government's economic development plans and projects. So we need to see it in that light. Yes, monetary policy is based on widely held theory. They are following that trend, and where the results are trickling in. But that alone cannot affect inflation on its own. We need a combination. We need the economy we need to ramp up trust, which is significantly deficient right now. We need to get the buy-in of the people. We need also the fiscal policy stakeholders to join hands with monetary policy stakeholders and see how we can work things out. We need security to become better. We need efforts in, like I mentioned earlier, education, the health sector. The happy people will make better decisions. Enlightened people will make better decisions. Healthy people will make better decisions. So we need all of that under an umbrella to ensure that we are able to deliver the kind of growth that we want. So on its own, the contribution of the monetary policy to inflation would just be significantly insignificant.
Well, all of these measures being implemented by the federal government, the Apex Bank, is aimed to at making the economy a better place. But then, in as much as this is meant to make the economy a better place, the people have been affected adversely. So now, what measures do you think can be implemented to support vulnerable populations during this period of economic adjustment?
Okay, so we understand that the federal government recently gave out 50,000 naira to, the expectation is that that will be given to 1 million people. For a fact, I know someone who accessed that fund, so I can say authoritatively that at least I know someone who got the 50,000 naira cash transfers. And that's an area of interest for me right now because I'm currently working on cash transfers in Sub-Saharan Africa. So the government has already released that. I also read recently that there's another one coming on stream soon. I think 75,000 naira. I also know that aside that there have been other forms of very generous loans and grants to businesses. State governments too are doing that. Oyo State is doing the SAFER program. I can't remember the acronym now for SAFER. Osun State is doing something on Omoluabi cash transfers. Lagos State is doing cash transfers. Many states across are doing cash transfers. We see Edo State recently signed a bill to sign something concerning the minimum wage, raising it to 70,000. I read about Zamfara just implementing, albeit late, the 30,000 naira. So I believe that cash transfers to vulnerable families, vulnerable groups is significant. Also, I hear that the government is doing a lot in the area of training. For example, the 3MTT, trying to raise human capital skills, helping people to become better so they can get better jobs. That's significant also. But we also know that my firm belief is that we have to have a strategy. If you ask today, what is our social protection strategy? I'm not sure. So I wouldn't be so certain to say we don't have, but I'm not sure it's clear enough. Our social protection strategy in Nigeria, I'm not sure it's very clear enough. We need clarity in that space where everyone knows this is the government's agenda towards social protection.
Year down, the president, Mr. Oladele, it is just 1 year down. The president still has 3 more years to go before his tenure ends. Now, what short-term and long-term policy recommendations would you give to the Tinubu's administration to address the current economic challenges in the country?
So for short-term, I believe that they're already doing most of the things that I would have recommended. For long-term, except I have access to some documents, I won't know what their plans are. And I don't think it's different from what they should be doing. I believe that Nigeria has lots of resources, I mean human resources that can drive the kind of growth that we desire. So, for example, I am very proud of the work that the Taiwo Yedele's committee is doing. Now, you would see that they are trying to support especially small businesses, which is an area that I have significant interest in. They are trying to support small businesses, ensure that they grow, they now become taxable. So that's a very good one. We'll begin to reap those benefits once those things come on stream. In the long run, I would say 3 core areas that we need to focus on: education, health, and infrastructure. These 3 areas would definitely drive growth. They would impact on the way that people reason and how people can use their mindsets to create and innovate products and services that will drive the growth that we desire. Education, healthcare, and infrastructure.
Well, let's hope that the economy gets better in the coming years. Public policy enthusiast Femi Oladele, many thanks for lending your thoughts on the program. Well, that's it on this episode of the program. Many thanks for watching. I am Okpayemi Owoshi, and see you next time.
I've always wanted to save the world. It sounds silly, but yes. But I did not think that architecture could be one of the ways that I could do it.
I got into the field with the idea of being a kind of Indiana Jones and just kind of, going into all these really exciting sites. So that was a very naive, immature approach to what heritage might actually be.
And we felt that heritage and sustainability are two sides of the same coin. So we decided to join hands and create a larger impact. Not many architects think that climate change is something that they need to think about, but we're trying to change that. Mud as a material has always been used in construction, and it's a very clean material.
This material is truly magical. In India, it's all about customs and traditions. We walked around the machine with lime and camphor burning in his hand. It's like removing all the bad energies or vibes that the machine could have been born with. So that's how Hinduism is, right? You're believed to have born with certain sin, and then you kind of work your way towards a sinless life. You can make mud bricks with basically any kind of mud or soil. So we've got some really beautiful red soil here. This soil is further seeped. All the big particles are kind of taken away. And it's mixed with what used to be sand, but is now quarry dust. So quarry dust is essentially from stone quarries, the waste that you get is collected. And to this mix, you add very little bit of water just to activate the clay, which is then put into the machine, and the strength of the brick is basically got from the action of compression. So what essentially you're doing is you're removing all the air particles from the mix and therefore getting a very, very solid block. So the manufacturing and the processing is done by local communities, so that again you're giving back to the livelihoods towards local communities rather than large manufacturing plants and large companies. So that's why this material, although it looks like a very normal block, has a much larger reach and a much more positive impact than any other bricks or blocks that I use.
Sir, I'm kalyanthile sirikla sir.
For whatever reason, now you find masons who are mostly male. So the kind of camaraderie you would want to have is a little bit harder to achieve with them. So it's a bit of a social stigma to get too pally with women. So initially they'll be like, no madam, you can't touch the tools, you can't get muddy. But then eventually they're like, there's no point talking to her. She's going to touch the tool. She is going to get muddy. So that's one way that we found it's nice to kind of break that barrier almost immediately. Then we kind of say who defines roles, right? It's just what you feel like doing, what gives you joy. And working with my hands give me joy, so I'm doing that. And that helps you create a better relationship with the mason. In cow dung, it's basically digested fibers, right? So we add this in mud to increase the cohesion of the mud particles. So we work a lot with cow dung. And it's quite interesting. The cow dung that we get in the cities stink really badly. But the stuff that we work with in the villages are quite pleasant to work with, actually. It's clearly what they're eating. They're eating a lot of crap in the cities and they're eating this lovely grass here. So possibly that. Rosie and I go back a very, very long time. We were roommates in college and did our architecture school together. I think when you find someone, you know that you click, and that's what happened with us. There was, friendship was almost like immediate, and then it's lasted us 16 years. We were very clear that we did not want it to be a Sridevi and Rosie Associates, because the firm needs to be bigger than that.
Anne Joseph, architect. Vasha and John, architect. Tejaswini, architect. Lesha Mahadesha, architect. Sanjani J, architect. Shubha, architect.
And then we thought about the masons on site who really make our dreams, our drawings and all of that a reality. So it was kind of a no-brainer to give them the importance in the name itself. And so masons and the ink would be basically our drawings and all of that.
We wanted it to be a collaborative, hands-on process on site. So, where we stop seeing ourselves as architects who work on just the 2D and 3D, and once it moves off to site, like we barely know what's going on, or we just come in once in a while, but more like working as a team.
So the thread is like just holding it in place, but the notch is doing the bulk of the work. I used to be in Girl Scouts, so I know a thing or two about knots. So we managed to get our poles up. This is pomegranate. I started out in the corporate world like a lot of people, and I think after a while I got disillusioned with that kind of a life. I was thinking about moving to the countryside, setting up something like this. So it was on my mind, and we were thinking about it until, a year and a half ago, I lost my husband, the love of my life. He was my college sweetheart. I know adult life only with him. I don't know any other life. So when he died, I knew I had to rebuild life, and I couldn't do it in that city anymore. This place came up. It was almost an impulse buy, and I bought this place. And then I had been talking to the masons saying, guys, I think it was important for me. They also knew them. They also knew my husband. They understood my journey. They understood where I was coming from. And somehow that translated into the design. I'm very proud of it because the only cost we incurred in all of this was the metal mesh. The rest was quarry waste, and these are broken bricks, these are broken tiles. So it was all waste.
Fiber in this.
Okay, and just to be clear, I'm not going around shaving my dog. I have groomer friends and they give me in bags.
Yeah. Dude.
He comes when we are mixing mud and things like that. He wants to be part of it.
Yeah.
It sounds so cheesy, but it's a journey of love and pain. And I'd say that this is my dedication to my husband and the love that I had with him. That's what it is.
You see everywhere this concrete building, and there you're losing this uniqueness. Like you see the same building in New York, and you come here and say you can see the same building here.
The mud that is there on site, that seems to have like a secret gold shimmer to it.
It was shining. It was a very sunny day, and then we found a yellow stone also. We thought it's a gold ore, and we got very excited and sent pictures to ma'am. Ma'am was also freaking out, and then that yellow stone was just a stone.
So this whole site right now, what we're doing is we have different experiments going on such that it'll all add to the main structure. So it's a technique of mud that we use, we put mud into these bags and then we tamp them down. It becomes like a large format brick. It's like masonry. So you have 2 bricks and then you place this on top and then you do layers like this. The durability of mud against water and make it better and compressive strength by adding lime to it. In return not affect its breathable properties or the properties that make it so awesome in terms of air regulation, temperature regulation. So that's why lime is a good alternative for cement. When you have a very thin crack in a cement wall and water enters it, starts building somewhere and it shows up years later as dampness. Whereas the same thing on a mud wall, when water hits it, after some time it dries out because it allows the passage of air. It still continues to breathe even when it's on a wall. Another really great thing about lime is that it absorbs CO2, so it behaves like a plant.
Mud and lime are like the co-stars, lime being more of the diva, I'd say. It's insect repellent, so lime wash is also used to kind of paint the woodwork that we use to repel termites and things like that.
You need to give it its time and you need to understand it. People don't understand it and then it starts behaving differently, and then there's like, oh, mud buildings don't last or mud buildings can't withstand the rain. But actually it's the lack of understanding or the poor understanding of it that makes it behave in certain ways that is not really the fault of the material but of the way you're using it. For us, it's obvious that, climate change directly affects the shelter that you're going to live in. It's a lot about the buildings, the flooding, the earthquakes. It's a lot about the buildings, and you need to start building resilient structures.
The 2 main culprits are cement and steel. So these 2 industries are very, very carbon heavy. They are manufactured using raw materials at high temperatures, and there are plants, situated all across the country, and so the embodied energy in making the material itself is quite high, and then to transport it from factory to the dealer to then to the site. A lot of thought these days are going into organic food. There is a shift to, say, organic clothes as well. But organic homes and the health impacts that it has is something that hasn't been studied sufficiently.
So when we look at traditional systems, one of the key elements that were very often used was natural materials like mud, stone, bamboo, etc. Usually when you work with construction materials, you start feeling sick because you need a mask, you need things to protect yourself because it's harmful for you. Whereas mud is the exact opposite. It's good for you. People buy clay and put it on their faces and things like that. So working with it is healing in itself. I'm trying to bring on more women masons onto the construction sites.
The workers from the village, they turned up here. The first day they were just, they were just women from the village and I was just a woman from the city, and there was that disconnect. But as we got to know each other and I started appreciating them for the knowledge they brought in, and they started appreciating me for, I don't know, I think my intention, I don't know, or we bonded. I genuinely care for them and I think they care for me. ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಂಡಸರು ಮಾಡೋ ಕೆಲಸ, ಆದರೆ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೆಂಗಸರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ಇದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ? ಇದು
ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಗಂಡಸರು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್.
ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಮೇಸ್ತ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಎನ್ಸ್ಕೋತೀರಾ? ನೀವು ಮೇಸ್ತ್ರಿನ ಇವಾಗ?
ಮೇಡಮ್, ಇನ್ನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಕ ಗಾರೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಮೇಸ್ತ್ರಿನೇ. ಇನ್ನು ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ತಾನೇ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಮೇಸ್ತ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಕರೆಯೋದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಮೇಸ್ತ್ರಿನೇ.
Yes. It took me such a long time just to get them to understand that we don't want men on the side, because it's the concept that we're trying out. It's all women. We want to try this out to see if it works. They kept saying, oh, once we start the main construction, then we'll get the men here. So I told them, okay, we will start the work, and if there's any task that you cannot do, You come and tell me, I cannot do this, a man can do this and I can't, and we'll get a man on site. And they took that as a challenge.
I think the minute you start talking about issues related to gender, it automatically becomes like a you versus me kind of thing, which it really isn't. We're just saying that there are issues that we are feeling in the profession, and we need support to change that. Let's employ more women in our architecture firms. Let's have more women on construction sites. Let's look at their security aspects. Let's look at the issues that stop them from being around. I think we're clearly past that age where someone says, no to you in a certain way, but of course, there are cultural angles that come in or social angles that come in, that there is a silent no that stops you, but the idea is to question that and to get more people to fight that with us.
My family on the outside are like very forward-thinking people, very modern Indians. I have a brother, so they believe in bringing both kids up with equal opportunities. But I wouldn't blame them. They are from a different generation, so they still have the very traditional ideas of the role of a woman. Having said that, my parents are like my biggest support. They've funded my entire education. They continue to support everything that I do, that Mason Singh does. They finally accepted that, I think, but they're still really worried that I'm a single woman at 35, unmarried and way past her expiry date. For architects, a lot is about who you're servicing and who your clients are, and we were really lucky to find someone like Thomas who was, had the same kind of frame of mind. It's always really lovely to come back here, as you can feel the vibe and the energy is very different, and it's almost as a philosophy, right? When you use materials that are kind, even the space kind of reflects that.
From a construction perspective, I would say that we have almost 100% stuck to sustainable practices. Two factors. One is lowest possible cost and lowest possible impact on our environment. If you look at the wood that we have used, all of them are recycled. I don't think a single tree was cut in the construction of this house.
We started our firm in 2013, so we were quite young into the profession, and I think it was a leap of faith from your end to go with two young girls who knew just about enough to build a house, I think.
Now we are a fully certified organic farm.
Lovely, okay.
Growing aromatic and medicinal plants.
It's interesting to know that both the global north and south have similar things that we can work on, which is not common understanding. People think that we're very different. And every year we have very clear goals on how to be more inclusive and how to bring the idea of cultural heritage and the importance of it in climate action to the forefront.
What is really exciting is that people more and more are seeing the importance of integration of culture and not just looking at culture as an aesthetic overlay, rather kind of integrating that into policy and seeing that culture can definitely be used as a tool to mitigate climate change and an effective tool to mitigate climate change.
It's tempting to say I'm going to get rid of my pain by going on a shopping spree. And I did it. It didn't help. We can shut ourselves off and harden ourselves, but there's a beauty to keeping it all open, and the earth inspires that. And I would definitely tell people to try it. It may sound challenging. Try it at some small level. You will see that it's healing, and take the plunge.
As women, people are not really expecting you to move mountains. So when you do move a mountain, it does create a buzz. So the fact that there's no expectation is great, and you can do what you want.
To all the women who are watching, no matter where you are, and no matter what your profession is, no matter if you're at home, I think in the whole view of climate action and being more responsible, I think the idea is to just each of us to do our own little part, to keep going, and I'd love to see more women here next time, and more women architects and more women everywhere. The future is female. He's still posing. Yeah.
Many thanks for joining us again on the newsroom. I am Victoria Akonde, and these are the headlines we are tracking at the moment. The House of Representatives has proposed to make a single tenure of 6 years for presidents and governors, and also moved to create the office of 2 vice presidents from the southern and northern parts of Nigeria. The bills, which have been passed through the first reading on the floor of the House, are sponsored by 35 members of the House. Speaking to journalists during a press conference in Abuja, the spokesperson of the 35 reformed-minded lawmakers, Ikenga Ugo Chinyere, said that bills, if passed into law, will promote efficiency and national stability. The Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has received Southwest governors who are currently in Lagos for their zonal meeting. Governor Sanwo-Olu, accompanied by his deputy, Kadri Amzat, received Governor Lucky Ayedatiwa of Ondo, Dagbo Abiodun of Ogun, Seyi Makinde of Oyo, amongst others. The meeting by the Southwest Governors Forum is expected to address issues affecting the zone, the new national minimum wage, and Nigeria as a whole. The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Mahmoud Yakub, has underscored the importance of journalism and competence among election personnel of elections. Yakub on Monday in an address on the director of the Institute, the late Abubakar Momo, in Abuja, ahead of the Edo and Ondo off-cycle governorship elections scheduled for September 21st and November 16, 2024, respectively. The federal government is developing a resurgence plan for the cotton, textile, and apparel industry in Nigeria in collaboration with development partners and the private sector. Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment Doris Uzoka Anite disclosed this while reviewing the activities of the ministry in the last 1 year, adding that about $3.5 billion investments were secured within the period to rejuvenate the moribund sector. And on business, the currency's value in circulation has risen to 3.97 trillion naira at the end of May, representing an all-time high and a 1.07% increase over the previous month. The data released on the Central Bank of Nigeria's website indicated that the currency in circulation has been rising from 3.92 trillion naira in April to 3.86 trillion naira in March. And on the foreign scene, UK's Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has dismissed rumors that he would quit before the July 4 general elections as criticism about his early departure from D-Day commemoration events rumbled on. The conservative leader on Monday issued an apology after outrage from veterans group that he declined to join other world leaders at an event in northern France to mark the 80th anniversary of the invasion. And finally on sports, Lionel Messi played his first international for almost 7 months as Argentina warmed up for the Copa America with a 1-0 win over Ecuador in Chicago. The Inter Miami forward, who missed 2 Argentina friendlies in March with a hamstring injury, came as the 56th-minute substitute for Angel Di Maria at Soldier Field. And that's all for the newsroom for today. Many thanks for joining us today. I am Victoria Conde. See you next time.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tall, and they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs, typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they saw that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in Goree Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in Goree Island or in Saint Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At the time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscles. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. You know? For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans.
Yeah.
And here, this is a punishment room for rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hooks. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right and left you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. At the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million. Very emotional, but he knows it very, in a high level, the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries, and also he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slave trade.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
Hello guys, it's another beautiful day to be alive. Welcome to another thrilling episode of E360, a program that touches various aspects of entertainment, ranging from dance, food, fashion, movies, and the likes. I remain your host, Chidi, thrilling you with exciting topics and guests all the way. Let's go on a short break. We'll be right back.
Oga Poise is a fashion designer who has clothed eminent individuals including Olamide, ID Kabasa, Joe Boy, Titi Kuti, Reminisce, Smade, J. Paul of Abibinaja 2021, with the rest of his clientele spread across the continent. He has also created clothing for corporate brands like Domino's Pizza, Cold Stone Creamery, Pinkberry, Airtel, Coded Tunes, and the Lagos State Government, to name a few. His brand, Poise Clothing Company, has received numerous awards with an endorsement from the late Executive Governor of Oyo State, His Excellency, Governor Abiola Ajimobi.
Welcome back. I'm glad to introduce to you Oga Poise. Man, it's been a minute. How have you been?
Been hot to greatness. We're doing good things.
Yeah. I'm really happy to have you here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good to be here too.
Yeah. So, a lot has been happening in the fashion industry, and you're a veteran as it stands now because you've done a whole lot of things. Imagine the recognition from the past governor of Oyo State, working with brands like Lagos State and the likes. Man, it's been popping. It's been popping. All right, so lead me to what events in your life, helped you realize your passion for fashion. So what led to it?
Yeah, okay. That dates way back, talking like almost 2 decades now. So I think at that point I was still in secondary school. Yeah, I was still in secondary school. So I got a gift of a jersey from one of my cousins. So and I was so excited to wear it, And before then, I've always been a fashion-oriented person because my dad used to dress very well. Like I used to see him dress up in the morning, not his tie, suits, everything always banging, So I got that gift from my cousin and I rocked it out that evening. And I was like, let me just paint the town red this evening. I was still a very young boy, Then I got down my street and I saw a mechanic guy like walking, wearing that same jersey, all stained black. Then I was really embarrassed. As young as I was, I went back home to change that jersey. How can I wear something that I'm wearing out to show people that I'm looking good, and someone is using it to walk? So I went back and I thought to myself no, I want to stand out. I want my outfit to look different from every other person's outfit. So, I started betting that idea from there and to say, okay, I need to do something. I need to do something different. I had one top then as well. I think the print was peeling off. So I decided to say, okay, how can I put this thing back? So those are the early motivations for me. So I started researching, started asking questions, and from there,
yeah,
we kicked off.
Well, you kind of touched my second question because I was about to ask you, what and who inspired you. You talked about motivation, okay. But you've already started it. I would like you to, emphasize, let's share with us, what and who. There are two different things,
okay.
Inspired you. I know the mechanic story and all is a sort of inspiration where you're this
absolutely.
Guy, you get. So outside that, bringing it back home, what was that thing that was your driving passion?
Okay,
to your creative designs.
To my creative designs?
Yes.
Okay, not to starting.
No, not to starting.
Okay, to my creative design. Well, what inspired the start of the designs as well? I've always been a creative person right from time, So, and my elder brother is an artist, so I used to understudy him, see the way he does artworks and all that. So, what inspires my creative designs? Well, I love music so much. I love to listen to music, all kind of music, from Afrobeat, hip hop, R&B, all kinds of music. Once it's good music, I love that. Then I love to be around creative people. I love to be around successful people. People that I can look at their life and pick one or two things from there. So I love to be around people that I can be around and just keep quiet and listen. So those are some of the things that inspire me, and so far so good. It's been great.
All right. So you were saying something about your other brother being an artist, and how it influenced you too. So yeah, I know that artistry is creativity, and this is all artistry. Even fashion design is artistry.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I get the once you are around intellectual people, matured people that have vision, you sit back, you look at things and inspires you to do a whole lot of stuff. There you get like maybe ideas on how to like, oh, let's do this for this, you get, and all, listening to songs and all. That can drift you into the creative space to like, okay, maybe you're doing something and put your earbuds and you're listening to songs. So that on one side, like let's say like I know how it's done. Maybe a batch now, you say it's so. I don't know how it is said. Maybe this design for a particular season.
Okay.
Where so what inspires? Yeah. How do you come about with those creative processes?
Okay. So for me, I'm a deep thinker.
Okay.
So when it comes to designs, I try to try to put together things that I envision every day.
Okay.
So the fact that we're here doing this, I could pick some creativity from this in terms of your tastes. So I try to look at who are my target audience, who are the people that I want to reach out to, what are the things they like, where are the places they go to, who are the people they meet with. So those are the things I put together. I try to put my information together and to be able to envision the kind of tastes that person has. So it's like taking my spirit, putting it into that person and trying to download from the person's brain data to say, okay, this is what this person likes, or this. Then I put all those things together. Now, coupled with a good environment, serene environment, and like I said, music, putting all those things together, I create.
All right. So it's a huge pool. When I say it's a huge pool, there are lots of people that do what you do, right?
Absolutely.
A lot of people that do what you do. So it takes a whole lot of motivation, and all to like strive and like say, okay, look, I want to come out tops. I want to be known. I want people to see me as, oh, look, this guy is good at what he's doing and all. So it leads me to ask you this question, what's your most challenging moment, in this journey, in the journey of, fashion designing, and how, as a fashion entrepreneur, have you been able to conquer these challenges?
Oh, when we talk of challenges, there's numerous challenges. So actually challenges come in phases, face by face. It's a whole lot, trust me. And we had several challenges starting where I didn't have the money to register at a fashion school. So I had to school myself. So also trying to meet with people that I could learn from, to gain one or two things from, So I've approached several fashion schools, and when you hear their billing, you just run back. So, and of course, it was not, my parents wanted me to go to school. They were ready to pay the school fees and all that. So it's just like, now you send yourself this one. Do you get? So I had to try to invent ways to get to where I'm going to. Then also on different phases, if I had to talk of when I got my office, my first office, it was a whole lot. I tried year in, year out. It wasn't possible. Sometimes I got the space. I didn't get the money to pay for the place, go back to square one,
Quite challenging.
Quite challenging. But the story for that one is like a whole documentary on its own. Yeah. But I took a whole lot of steps of faith to get things done. So basically from start, I started from zero. So, but I've learned to start things from zero, to bring out things from zero. Zero has a whole lot in it. A lot of people see zero as emptiness, but it's not emptiness. There's a lot in zero. So there's a lot you can start from zero. So I started, the day I went to Ikeja to get my office, I had just 1,200 naira with me. And I stood up with faith. I told myself, like, should I just go and use this money to eat? Or I said, still on this also now. Let me do something. I called up agents. I need an office now. I need an office. They told me to come. I went straight there. I even called my brother. I told him if he was free, like, let's get there together and just see. He said, do you have someone that is going to fund this project you're about to embark? I said, bro, I don't have anybody that's going to fund it, but let's go.
Wow. So okay, generally, yeah. So, startup funds, like you rightfully said, it's usually one very, very big hurdle. You understand? Absolutely. And you took a leap of faith. You understand? But having a leap of faith, it's spiritual. It's a movement. Actually, you need to step up and do it. But how in practical terms, were you able to source these funds? Like rightfully talked, you had 1,002 or 300 in your pocket, and you told them I wanted to go get a place.
Yeah.
So how? I know definitely you didn't give them 1,002 for them.
That could barely take me to and fro.
You understand? So how in practical terms were you able to gather these funds?
So I think before then I've tried so many written proposals, written business plan upon business plan. Come back tomorrow. Come back next tomorrow. There was a very disappointing moment that I tried reaching out to a friend of mine way back in school. So apparently I knew 2 different people with that same name and surname. And I never knew. But the other one, we're not so close. I had his number on my phone. So I thought, and I knew this guy could actually afford to invest.
Okay.
So I was even looking up for, investor or just partner. Let's do this. So I called the guy, like, bro, I'm coming to see you. I left my parents' house at Agbado Jai. I went to meet this guy at Ozone. Only for me to get there and I'm like, bro, where are you? And I said, I'm here now, I'm here. You are here, okay? How? Then I looked at the person like, who is this? It was a very disappointing moment, honestly. So I got there like, bro, now you they call since. They say, yes, not me. Like, now you be so. He said, yes.
The wrong person.
I was talking to the wrong person all along. He said, bro, you said you wanted to see me. And I was like, can this one afford to give me the money I need? I said, okay, well, this was what happened. I was trying to reach out to someone else, but you guys have the same name. Anyway, let me just tell you why I came. I don't know if maybe you could still help. Okay, this is the reason why I came. Like, bro, man, me too, I'm still trying to put my life together and all that. Like, I was so disappointed. He said, okay, he will reach out to me if there's anything he can do. And that was the last time we spoke anyways. So, I had to go back home. I was sad, but I still kept lifting myself in the spirit.
Okay.
So, like the one the one I got for me to get my office, that one was even after the whole movement around and all that. I eventually got one place, So I told the man that he should give me 1 week. I'll pay up for the place. So
you're able to source the funds.
Yeah. So I just told my brother. I told my brother the minute we saw that place, I said that's my office. My brother said, nice one.
Really?
So as we were going back, my brother said, just release the Holy Spirit to keep that place for you. I'm a Christian, so I believe so much in the Holy Spirit. I said, okay. I go home, I prayed. I said, Holy Spirit, just go and hold that place down for me and make way for that money to come out. Then I thought of it. What can I do? How can I raise funds? I had to call a friend of mine to send me 2,000 naira credit. Sent it to my phone. I wrote out lists of friends, people,
kept calling
family.
And calling till you got.
I called more than 100 people.
So you actually got people that could,
I called more than 100 people. Just send me any amount. This is how much I'm looking for. Any amount. When I finished calling the people in Nigeria, I called people abroad, my friends. before I knew,
Yeah.
small monies were coming in, you know. I borrowed 3 people's school fees.
Are you kidding? Wow.
Yeah.
Well, it's a vision. Thank God it's thank
Yeah,
God
yeah.
it's paid off.
I told them, don't worry, I'll give you back next week. So mine was just, let me pay first. Then I look for that money to give back. So I was literally lending money from this. Then when that next week, I still get money from another person to pay back that one, so that I don't mess up.
You just got that big.
Some people, I tell them like, bro, I don't mind. Just let's put an agreement on paper to say, if I don't pay you by so time, arrest me. So that's serious.
So as a fashion designer, what's that most essential thing, about you as a fashion designer that, helps your growth as a fashion designer?
The most essential thing, well, let's not say one thing. We can't just say one thing.
Okay.
Because we don't exist alone.
Okay.
So let's say the business of fashion and the creativity.
And the creativity, right?
Business of fashion, creativity, and skill. Now your skill is in different forms. Your communication skill is a skill. Your creativity when it comes to advertisements, making all these online contents for your fashion products,
It's like the ability to be able to market.
Yeah, it's a skill.
Market all right.
You understand?
Okay.
It's a skill. So, and one thing I need people to know is that you can't do everything. Do the ones you have the strengths at.
Okay.
Focus on your strengths. Then employ people to do the ones that you're weak.
Oh, okay.
So, it's either you employ people or you collaborate with people. But you can't do things alone.
Okay.
So, but if you're able to put these few things together, you'll be able to develop your
skill,
your brand.
On your brand. All right.
Absolutely.
All right. Okay. All right, guys, let's go on a short break. I'm sure we are getting, one or two. For those out there that, want to grow in the fashion industry, you're hearing it, it takes a whole lot of resilience, takes a whole lot of things to put in place. It's not just okay for you to have the skill, like Oga Poise has said. So just hold on. Let's take a breather. We'll be back with more. Welcome back. Now, in case you're just joining us, with me in the studio is Oga Poise. Now, he's been dishing us with various fashion tips, as well as taking us, all around the fashion industry. You've told us basically what the essentials are, how you started up, the funds and all. Yeah, it's quite motivating, and I won't lie to you, it's challenging. When you get that leap of faith, most times I'm like, they've started again. They'll start telling you leap of faith. They won't tell us how it's done. You do leap of faith to use, you know what I mean. Everybody, we need to get, something concrete.
Absolutely.
So now that leads me to, are you comfortable working hands-on with models and other staffs while on a fashion set?
Yeah, absolutely. You need to be comfortable. Even if you need to work with people that you definitely not ordinarily work with. Yeah, so, but when you know that these are the people that you need in terms of the skill, collaborations and all that, you need to learn to just work with people. So you need to find a common ground, Nothing is being achieved alone, like I said earlier. So in terms of fashion shows and all that, you need to work with models, you need to work with other fashion designers as well. You need to work with photographers. You need to work with agents. You need to work with a whole lot of people.
And do they gel? When you're dealing, sorry I cut, at times when you're dealing with people, different characters, there are some people that, they are very, very receptive. They listen to you. And there are some people that are strong, hot-headed. How have you been able to, manage with these different personalities?
Well, I think it's just basically managing your emotions, knowing what is essential. There's a saying that when you answer every barking dog on the road, you won't get to where you're going to. So, your major, minor, your minor. Don't put your minor as major. You have issues.
I like that.
So, basically, focus on the goal.
Okay.
Whatever it is, if anybody calls you names or whatever, it doesn't say that this is who you are. So let it just slide, focus on the goal. Maybe when you're done, you can come back to whatever you want to do. But I mean, you just need to learn to work with people, even in your own space of work. You have tailors, you have this, you have that. You need to work with them. Some of these tailors can be frustrating as well.
Yeah.
So, but you need to find a way to manage them. It's a part of leadership, which is also a skill.
Skill, like you said
Yeah,
earlier.
it's a part of leadership. You need to be able to lead them to where they are going to and where you are going to. So, management, basically.
Oh, okay. So it leads me. So I want us to talk about fashion trends and its growth. Because for instance now, like baggies. Baggy, School of Hard Knocks, you want to wear these big baggies and all.
Pele.
Yeah, after a while, everybody's wearing fitted, And now it looks like the trend is going back to...
It's back, sir.
Yeah, it's back to, you understand? So how do you explain this fashion trend and growth in Nigeria? What's your take on it?
So I think what it is there's nothing new under the sun. We're just doing new things. We're doing old things in new way. So it's mainly a cycle. We keep going around. So very soon you see the likes of, you see this air plated now. They've done it way back. There's nothing new. Even designs. This design I'm wearing, I'm not the first person to do it. So it's just you doing them in like someone said, creativity is an old thing done in a new way. You understand? More like you stealing from another person, but hiding your source. So you eat the sauce so that nobody will know that this is where the idea of this thing came from. But you actually saw it from somewhere. So you can copy a design from America, add a few things to it, and do it in Nigeria. Because Nigerian people have not seen it before. They say, oh man, this person is the first person to do it in Nigeria or to do it all over the world. It is what you have seen. Some people have seen beyond that. So basically, you just need to manage it.
Yeah. So I would want to ask you, I don't know if you have a pick, but what's your favorite fashion trend? Do you have past or present?
My favorite fashion trend? Well, basically for me, comfortable. Once the fashion outfit is comfortable, beautiful, and stylish. Yeah, so when I say stylish, I mean when it comes to like unique. Yeah, I like unique outfits. So it has to be unique, it has to be comfortable, and it also has to suit the event.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So briefly, when you talk about having to suit the events and style, okay, that's like a trend. So for instance, like you say, you come in, maybe you're going for a dinner, you make outfits for dinners. Maybe you're going to the beach, you have outfits for the beach.
Yeah.
So that's what you mean. In
Absolutely.
Just break
yeah.
it down.
So
okay.
It's more like you see someone going for like we're making an outfit for what do they call it? Like a rally kind of, like an outreach, where we're meant to walk like 3 kilometers under the sun, and you have very thick hoodies on. That definitely is not comfortable. You understand? Except you're in a cold region, but if you're in a region like Nigeria, and you are in the dry season, there's a whole lot of sun over 30 degrees, and you are wearing hoodie with a big what do you call it?
And lots of people do it. Like, it's wrong fashion. Yeah, I see it a lot.
So, but the thing is, some people do it, but trust me, they might have reasons for theirs.
Yes, right.
So, for instance, now, there's hot sun outside, but someone is driving in his car where he has AC, very good AC in his car, and he's driving somewhere that has AC as well. So you're driving in a cold car, going to another cold place. And so, but the little part where you have to walk in the sun to get to where you're going to, people see and like, why is this person dressed like this?
Okay.
But the person's situation is different.
All right.
You understand? But in a situation like the one I painted, You're walking 3 kilometers under the sun and wearing hoodies and man, pity yourself.
All right. So finally, what should we be expecting from Oga Poise?
Greatness, iconic moves. You know,
All right.
we keep dreaming and we keep working towards our dreams. You know, so but basically, I won't tell you that this is the exact thing you should expect, but just expect.
Fingers crossed.
Greatness, everything positive by special grace of God.
All right, guys. Let's go on a short break. We'll be back just now. We'll be back. So welcome back. Welcome back, viewers, and it's good to have you again. All right. So I've been enjoying our discussion so far. But before we go, we would like to play a short game. All right. So I'm going to be asking you some questions, easy peasy, under 1 minute. You just punch, you know, that kind of thing. You understand? So as time starts now. All right. What's your full name?
Adeosun Oluwatoyin.
Favorite all right. Favorite celebrity couple.
Celebrity couple. Well, okay. Fela Durotoye and Tara Durotoye.
Okay. Your favorite football club?
Chelsea.
Most outstanding day of your life?
Yeah, I got my office.
It has to be. Okay. What's your favorite relaxation sport?
Relaxation sport?
Yes, favorite relaxation sport.
Marriott.
All right.
Gary.
So what's your favorite indoor sports game?
Indoor sport game?
Snooker. Wow. Pounded yam or amala?
Pounded yam.
Wow. So what's your most important equipment or gadget?
Equipment or gadgets for my work?
Yes, for your work.
Polymark.
Polymark. So the last one is, give me 2 things off your bucket list.
Off my bucket list. Like into.
I'm sure the boss has been doing doom.
Bucket list.
You don't like to skydive?
I think, that's skydive.
What with the African men who that's skydiving as an African man?
My wife no go allow me.
She no go allow you skydive.
But
all right.
I would like to fly a plane.
Okay. All right. This is all we can take now on E360. I actually wish we had more time together because it's really been awesome having you.
Absolutely. Yes.
All right. So until next time, stay jiggy.
Well, I didn't know on time because I only knew that she found it difficult to read, and even when she started school, although I thought I was part of the reasons why she could not catch up with her mates because I was actually I move around a lot. So when I moved, she has to change school. So I was thinking maybe that was the problem. But I actually found out later that even when I got her good teachers, the normal set of school teachers, I found out that she still finds it difficult. She's actually brilliant, very, very brilliant. but when it comes to book, she finds it difficult to read.
My name is Mrs. Uchenna Ahanotu, the director of Nene Special Education Center. I'm an educational psychologist, currently pursuing my doctorate degree in educational psychology from Imo State University. My dream had been always to help students to excel in their academics. So my dream had always been for gifted students. But then I now started coming across children with learning disabilities, and I found out that they were not getting the support they need. So I was helping them in my little way, one-on-one, until it now came to my doorpost. I got reports from the school that my daughter would be repeating class, primary 1. I was like, why? And they said she's not meeting up. This is a girl that is normally intelligent. You know she knows everything, but they said she couldn't read. So, as an educational psychologist, I now had to go back to my books because I had packed my books. I went back to my books to study, and now found out that there is something called dyslexia, and not just dyslexia, there were other neurological disorders. There was autism, there was ADHD, there was all those cerebral palsy. All of them are linked together. So that was how I started focusing on children with learning disabilities. I was going from school to help them, but then 2 times a week, 2 hours a day is not enough. It wasn't giving us the results we wanted. So we now had to open the center, and I told the parents, if you want an intensive program for your child, you could enroll him or her here. When she has developed to a certain stage, she can now go back to mainstream school. That was how Learning Center started.
High five. A sound. B sound. C sound.
The thing is, when a child is not performing well in school, and you know you have tried all you can, you've given the necessary intervention, lesson teacher, good books and all that, and she's still performing low, I think it's time to diagnose her. As a psychologist, we diagnose, when a child comes to our center, we diagnose the child first to know the specific area of challenge. And that's why we're able to now diagnose and say this is dyslexia, this is dyscalculia, this is ADHD, this is autism. It can become comorbid with speech delay, whatever it is. So diagnosis is what we do first. When we diagnose, we can now draw up an education plan for the child. All our children have their own education plan because a child with dyslexia is not at the same pace with another child with dyslexia. So we do one-on-one therapy, we do one-on-one teaching for them, meeting them at their various points of need, and then they come up. So that's basically the strategy, identifying the specific disadvantage and then tackling it individually, not as a class. My staff and I, we go for professional training. We go for courses mainly online.
Okay, this is actually a timer. This is a timer we use for their section. So each section for a child, because of children with autism, most time they are diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's difficult for you to treat them in a normal class and take a long time with them. So we time our sections with them. For each section for a child, we have 15 minutes. So I put on my timer for 15 minutes. So I know that at the end of 15 minutes, the child knows he's done. You see them standing up sometimes because they're like, just want to get up and leave. So it helps us to time them and get the best results.
Challenges. Well, sometimes I want them to, like, you're teaching the child something, no other child you can easily pick up, but you have to keep consistently going over it day by day and all, and it's like seeing as if you're not getting a result, or when you're trying to keep kids with ADHD, getting them to sit still while you're teaching them, it's kind of can be very, very tasking. And also sometimes they just don't want to learn. It's sometimes like that.
She has improved a lot compared to what she was then, because she was having low self-esteem, and then, but here they kind of, brought our confidence up. Our confidence level is a lot high, and even if you are not careful, you won't even know that she has that condition again. So I'm actually happy with my experience with Nene Special Center.
Well, it's been quite encouraging. It's been good. It's been a lovely experience. Jaden, my son, couldn't do some things not until he started with the speech school. He couldn't feed himself. He couldn't identify letters. He couldn't identify numbers, but his hearing was perfectly well, and he's still fine. He hears very, very well, but he couldn't identify some things. But right now, he can identify, he can make sounds, and the rest of them. So I'm impressed.
Before, she won't even try to pronounce, as in, if the word is difficult, she just jumps it to the next word. But now she's trying to, and then she has improved in her reading. She has improved in her self-esteem. I don't know, psychologically, she has improved.
We started last year, 2022, with the few students I had. So this year we plan to go more social media and then reach out to schools, primary schools in particular, to inform the headmistresses, the proprietors, that there is a diagnostic center where they can diagnose a child's learning challenge, because most of them are harbored in these schools, but the teachers are confused. They just think maybe the child doesn't want to read. So we want to tell them there's a center where they can diagnose the child's disability, and then we can also help them to tackle the challenge. So our aim is just the proprietors, and then through social media, we reach out to parents that are worried about their child's development.
I want to ask every parent that when you observe that kind of situation with your child, you should seek. Don't just assume, because some secular schools, they don't really look out for these conditions in children. They just assume that the child is poor or the child is dull. They don't have provision for that in most schools. So, and then such child will have low self-esteem, and it will look like they cannot do anything, or they look inferior to their peers.
Clap for yourself, clap for yourself.
As I said, we started exactly May last year. So this is just 1 year, and we have had a total of 12 kids, about 12, 13 kids. And some of them are still on now.
Well, I must say it has been an amazing one. It has really been amazing. I get to meet wonderful kids every day. Yes, I see them and I'm like, God, these kids are just wonderful, because the world might not see them in that way, but meeting them every day has been like a blessing to me. Being able to interact with kids, it has been great.
My advice to parents that they should find out and keep a close eye on their child. Try to find out about their disabilities earlier in life, so that it will reduce the amount of time that we have to teach them.
Early detection matters. If your child is delaying, just come and find out if it's disorder or delay. We will tell you. If it's delay, we'll just tell you to go. With time, he will talk. But if it's disorder, you have to start immediately to intervene to help the child. Please find a good learning environment for your child. Find a center that understands their challenge and they'll be able to tackle their challenge with the right resources and with the right frame of mind. It's not a flogging issue. They need all the love and care they can get, and they also need the professional touch to get them out of where they are.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Hello, welcome to another episode of the program. I'm Simisola Atikun. Well, as the drama over a new national minimum wage winds down, President Bola Tinubu has asked the Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, to present a template for a new minimum wage for workers in the country. This development came to effect after the federal government's delegation on the new minimum wage met with the President after meeting with labor union leaders in Abuja. Early on Monday, the union called for an indefinite strike action due to the government and organized private sector's refusal to shift grounds from the 60,000 naira offer, a move which affected critical sectors of the economy. However, when the president's delegate disclosed that President Bola Tinubu is willing to pay a minimum wage above the 60,000 naira, organized labor decided to suspend the nationwide strike for 1 week for negotiations to continue. Here's what the Minister of Information and National Orientation, as well as the chairman of the NLC, said after the meeting.
We thank God that we are at this point. We thank Labour that they have suspended, through to their awards last night, they've suspended their strike early this morning. And government on its side, you can see that the President has just summoned a meeting of all those who negotiated on behalf of the federal government, led by the Secretary of the Government of the Federation. The Minister of Finance was there, the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, myself, the Minister of Labour, the Group Managing Director of the NMPC. We're all there to look at those issues, and then the President has directed the Minister of Finance to do the numbers and get back to him between today and tomorrow, so that we can have some figures ready for negotiation with Labour. Let me say that Mr. President is determined to go with what the committee has said. He is also looking at the welfare of Nigerians. Like I've said earlier, government is not against, it's not an opponent of Labour discussions, it's not an opponent of wage increase, but what is there is that government is always desirous of ensuring that there is a balance between what government pronouncement is and what the realities are on ground, and therefore we'll work assiduously to ensure that whatever we do, whatever promises the government makes will be kept. That's the idea of this meeting. The President has given a marching order that all those who have negotiated on behalf of government and all those also who are representative of other other sectors, the organized private sector, the subnationals, come together so that we can have a new wage award that is acceptable, that is sustainable, and that is also realistic for Nigeria. A wage award is not just that of the federal government. Like I mentioned earlier, the subnationals are involved, the organized private sector is involved, the labor is involved. It was labor that staged a step out during those proceedings. Now that we have come back to the negotiating table, all of us will work together again assiduously within the next 1 week to ensure that we have a new wage for Nigeria that is acceptable, that is sustainable, that is also realistic for all Nigerians.
The outcome of yesterday's deliberation shows that they are committed to moving beyond that. So it's like they have given a framework for us to negotiate, to reach certain threshold. That is it. And then before, it appears as if the negotiation was going to be infinitum. But the outcome yesterday shows that this should be completed or concluded within 1 week. So what else do you want to? So those are some of the obstacles for negotiating without end.
Let's discuss further. I'm being joined by the General Secretary, Air Transport Services, Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Francis Akinjole. Thank you for making out time for us. Now, let me start by asking, what's your take on the suspension of the strike action for a week by labor unions in the country now that the president has promised to pay more than the 60,000 naira offer while the tripartite committee meets daily for further discussions? Do you think that it is enough time? That's the 1 week space. Do you think it's enough time to resolve the issue of a new national minimum wage?
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Ordinarily, if we had wanted to maintain our stand, we wouldn't have even actually agreed for any shift because we gave the federal government enough time to consider our stand before they allowed us to embark on the expensive national strike. You will agree with me that organizing a strike is not a moment thing. We know what we committed into organizing the strike, and ordinarily for us to even demobilize our members that were at the trenches is not an easy thing. That's why we are not always quick at jumping at the last option, which is strike. If we had carried out this strike against any private organization, we might have even asked for demobilization fee, but this is not the case now. So the 1 week relaxation of this strike is born out of genuine concern for the nation. We know what the strike had cost, and especially at our own sector here, the aviation sector, we know how excruciating the effect of the shutdown of the airports had been on the general flying populace. So we felt, okay, if the government has said that they will shift their ground from their mandated 60,000 naira, that they said they did not have further mandate to increase. If the Mr. President himself has said, okay, don't worry, we will do something more than 60,000, we wanted to hold him by his words because we should trust our president. It's now left to them to fulfill that promise. And the question of did I think whether the 1 week will be sufficient enough to trash all the issues? One, there are not so many issues. The other ancillary issues are purely administrative. The issue on the table now is how much should be the national minimum wage in Nigeria. And we had made our offer, and they have brought a counter offer that is not pleasant to us. They continue to say that your proposal is unrealistic, unreasonable. They cannot continue to say this because we had advanced reasons for where we are at our own end. Their own 60,000 naira, they have not said anything to justify why the minimum wage in Nigeria should remain at 60,000 naira. So if we want to keep to our focus, this is the only issue that is remaining for now. Every other issue can be tried out after the one week. So let us discuss why our offer of 494,000 naira is manageable living wage in Nigeria now, and their own 60,000 naira. Let us see how it can be managed as well. If we are able to resolve this, even 1 week is more than enough to settle this singular issue.
Well, the union has been able to make the government shift ground from its 60,000 naira offer in less than 2 days, demonstrating that the union can truly hold the government responsible. This back and forth could have been avoided, don't you think?
Yes, it is very, very evident to every reasonable human being now that if we are able to get our priorities right, we will not have any problem. But if there are two parties that are involved in a negotiation and one determines to remain adamant, one determines not to be faithful for the cause, that is for the negotiation, how can we move? When we brought our own offer, like I said, we brought justifications. They brought theirs without justifications. We knew ab initio that they were not serious, that they wanted to unnecessarily drag this process to a lengthy period. The reason why they have chosen to do this is what I don't know. By Sunday this week, they said that it will not take less than 2 months to resolve this. So that means they also believe that it was possible while they were foot dragging that this thing should be resolved. But when they now saw that we had no more option, they had pushed us to the limit, and they now saw the collateral damage to the nation. They felt it was then necessary for them to do what they ought to have done. I think that's just the only reason. It's not because Labour will claim to be that powerful or whatever. No. What we demonstrated in that 1.5 days was that no, we can no longer continue with this. We have been pushed to the wall, and the other thing to do is to react. And what was the reaction? Withdrawing our services. We could no longer cope with the situation on ground. That was what we just did. We never had the intention of inflicting any pains on anybody, not even on the government. Who are the government? We are part of the government. If they realize that, then they should see from our own point of view as well.
Now that there are indications that the federal government is willing to go beyond the 60,000 naira offer, do you think that state and the private sector will buy into this agreement?
I will not think for them, but one thing is certain. The moment this minimum wage is signed into law, it becomes an act of parliament, and it shall be enforced because they were brought into the discussion. So it's left to them whether to participate in the discussion or not. It's an act of parliament. And remember, it's on the exclusive list of the federal government. So they are just shortchanging themselves. The moment it is passed, it is foreclosed unless it is further reviewed next time. So if they know what is good for them, it's better they come and join the negotiation because they were there before. If anything is agreed now and it is passed and signed by Mr. President, we are going to enforce it in every state. It will not be the way it used to be, where some states will say they did not have the capacity to pay 30,000 naira. We know they all have the capacity. They're just playing hide and seek. It is then they will know that we are ready for them. Our actions then might not be a national one. We will do selective actions against those recalcitrant states.
A very important challenge. Once approved, what ways can the labor unions ensure that the government, states and private sector implement the desired national minimum wage, bearing in mind that some states in the country are still unable to pay the current 30,000 naira?
Yes, that was what I said. They are not paying the 30,000 naira wasn't for lack of capacity to pay, but lack of will to pay. And like I said, the same situation will not remain as it used to be when this is finally signed into law. There was a standing resolutions by the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria and the Nigerian Labour Congress that every state that have been refusing to pay the 30,000 naira should be reported to the national, that is the labor centers. And we resolved then that we will do the needful against those states. The only thing that is stopping this now is that we are now waiting for the new minimum wage to become law so that we will not exercise we will not carry out some actions in futility. We will not be carrying out actions to implement 30,000 naira. I said we are ready for them now. I don't think there is any serious issue with the private sectors because as it stands today, unless those that are visibly casualizing Nigerian workers, no private sector is paying below the minimum wage in Nigeria. What we will try to do after settling the issue of the minimum wage is the consequential adjustment. We are going to meet with the various private sectors employers to arrive at what should be added to what they have been paying. So I also want to think perhaps maybe that's one of the main reasons why they are not committing themselves to this negotiation, because they believe that they are already paying above what is legislated to be the minimum wage. So we will resolve it, just like the state as well. Those that will not be willing to do consequential adjustment, despite the fact that their minimum wage in their various companies are already above the national minimum wage, we will know what to do with them. Just as we are going to do a selective actions against states that refuse to pay, when it becomes law, we will know how to handle the private sectors as well.
Finally, a cross-section of citizens believe that labor unions in the country are no longer considering them, rather its priorities are more self-serving than that of the average Nigerian. What do you think of this impression?
Even this relaxed action took every Nigerian into consideration. The only thing we put before the government was not the issue of the minimum wage. The issue of electricity is there as well. And we have not foreclosed that as well. Just see what will happen within the next 2 weeks about the electricity tariff that they arbitrarily jacked up. The Nigerians will hear from us. And even, most importantly, the issue of minimum wage. It is not specifically limited to the interests of Nigerian salary earners. The economy is bad, we all know. We all know that the power of purchasing commodities in Nigeria has been eroded significantly because there is no money in the pocket of the populace. So if the minimum wage is significantly improved, there will be more money for Nigerians to spend, and the economy will be rejigged. Don't listen to them about this story of if there is too much money somewhere, there will be inflation. Even when Nigerian workers are not even collecting more than 30,000 naira per month, don't we have inflation? What is the cause of that type of inflation? It is the duty of the government to address this. It is not the workers that should always be made the scapegoats. No, it shouldn't. How much have we even talking about? We will hear in the next 40 hours or thereabout, because Mr. President has directed the Minister for Finance to go and do something about the costing and let him know. Let us see how it's going to be. And they should also open their books. We want to know the impact of whatever the government will be willing to pay. That is, we agree to after it must have been signed. Let us see the impact of this on our revenue as well. If we see all this, then the onus is on the government to prioritize their activities, what they will spend upon, not to spend frivolously on things that don't affect the life of Nigerians. We are ready to sit down with them to re-examine all this. Why are we being agitated? Why are we being apprehensive? They said we should come back to the negotiation table. We are there now. So let us wait. Because what they are saying presently is that 400 this is unrealistic, is unreasonable. They are considering their own side alone. We are back at the negotiation table now. If it is not realistic, let them bring it down to where they feel it is realistic and justify it. If their own 60,000 naira is not reasonable to us, we will jack it up to where we feel that, no, you cannot continue to claim that you lack the capacity to pay. I think that is the principle of negotiation. We have to meet somewhere. That somewhere where we will meet is what I cannot conveniently say here, because we don't have a mind that is close to any reasonable argument. I know we will get somewhere, but I'm assuring you they will not play pranks with us, because we will not agree to that. Even if you have the intention, let them come and say, okay, we are paying 61,000 naira. Then you will see that they have exposed themselves. So when we get there, the whole world will know what we will say we can manage.
We'll get to know the outcome of negotiations soon enough. Francis Akinjole, General Secretary, Air Transport Services, Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, thank you for coming on the program. Well, that's all we can take on this episode. We'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV360 Sport. I am Mudashiru Shitu. Today I'll be your anchor and guide to let you know something interesting in the world of sport. The sport we're looking has to do with not one of the popular sports in the country, but few individuals are bringing things together to ensure that the sport becomes one of the best sports developing in the country. So I was speaking with someone that are putting herself, sacrifice her time, her resources to ensure that softball gets to where it is today. And we're looking at in the possibility of taking to the next level, we are looking at encouraging softball among children. So I'll be speaking with Rashidat Abdurrahman, who is the head coach of some of the softballs in Badagry. It's good to have you on the show, ma'am. Okay. Let's tell us. Softball is not one of the most popular sports in the country, but now it's developing. Tell us what has people been doing, you yourself, to ensure that softball gets to the level it is now.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mudashir. Yeah, softball as it is, it's in the outside world. It was it stands on its own. It's a twin game here in Nigeria. We call it baseball and softball. But at the outside world, is basically softball. It's an organization on its own. You know, that female participate in it. So only girls and women play softball then, but now we have men and female softball. So I'm trying to, give back to the society what we've learned and achieved in baseball, right from where we started. And because of the love and passion I personally have for the game, that's what brought me back to, softball and training players. It has not been easy, but we thank God.
Okay. Now, how do you encourage? What are the challenges the sport has faced in the country? Because for us to start talking about what are the challenges and what are still the challenges it's facing right now to ensure that the sport gets developed.
Yeah, I think I'll mention two major things. One, it lacks sponsorship. It has not been easy, even to take players out. Several invites will push through at the end of the day, means, to take the players out. And it's killing the game gradually as a result of that. Because practice without a competitive game, it will losing the morals of those players. The interest will be so low because they don't have that access, to take it to the next level. And secondly, equipment. Up till date, you cannot walk to a sports shop and say you want to get equipment. It's cats. So we get all this, being shipped down from the US, Europe, and Japan before we go, get access to them. Those are the two major things I can say is the problem. The challenges we are facing in baseball and softball entirely in Nigeria.
Okay. Rashidat, you are one of the numerous names when it comes to softball, baseball in the country. How did you get involved? Because I know you are also into sports before. So how did your paths come across softball? And what's passion? You have so much passion for the sport, and then you are recognized internationally as regards to the same sport. Why did you decide to push your resources and your time to promote softball, and how did you come in contact with softball?
Thank you. This started while I was, in just one. When I was just one. I normally go to stadium to train basketball. But there's this uncle of mine that plays basketball very well then. So I said, Uncle, where are you going? He said to stadium. I love the way he dressed up. So I said, okay, can I come with you? He said, yes, why not? So that was my very first time, of entering stadium. And my first sport then was basketball. So in school now, there was this girl in our class then. I can't even remember her name. It's been long. She now said, well, there's a sport in stadium. It's a new game that they needed softball and stuff like that. That's softball. It's not even our curriculum this thing. Yeah. And I said, yes, let's try it. So after school that day, we all, like 10 of us, we joined her and we went down there. So when we get there, we met with the technical advisor for Nigerian baseball and softball, in person of Coach Olajide Abidoyi. He's the founder for Sliders Baseball and Softball Sports in Kwara State. So I picked instrument the very first day because I was asked to come and bat, and I did it very well. They clapped and I said, you are going to be a very good player. You should start for me, don't worry. That's all. That's how I started. And our first trip was to go and play Little League under 12 in Abuja 1992.
Okay.
So that was my first half in baseball.
Okay. I know you have, looking at your profile, you have so much position among softball. You have a club in Badagry. I think you're also the coach of Lagos State Softball Association. Am I right?
Okay. Yeah, very correct.
And you have many things. Just a few times you've been doing so much, organizing so many softball classes, activities, and all that. So how do they overcome? What do you think should be done to encourage people to make sure the government, private sectors are all involved so that every house we can be talking about softball?
Yeah, thank you. These are the reason. This is the main reason why I keep on, running activities on a yearly basis to create more awareness in our neighborhood. We play baseball in Lagos State. I'm also a former player for Lagos State. We play for the states. We get medal for the states. And I came back because when I got married, I stopped. I came back through my mentor, who happens to be my international coach, Coach Gerard Hall, who was in Nigeria last year. So this is the man, that asked me to come back to softball. That no, you are very good. You can't just go like that. And then the softball is going down. Why their, activities was only going for baseball, which are for the men, for boys. But softball, there was nothing of such. It's as if they are killing the game gradually, because as a result, there is no sponsor. And based from the past national players, most of them are outside the country, and the few ones around does not really show interest. So that's why I now decided that since my coach said I should come back, and it will be there for me when it comes to equipment, I don't have issue, because coming, to start recruiting players, you need, aside from the passion you have and the love you have for the game and the zeal to play it, equipment, you cannot do without them. You cannot do without it. So I'm happy this thing was made easy through Coach Gerard Hall from Washington, D.C. and other people like that, other coaches that came from abroad, from Holland, Germany, Europe, US, Japan, or recent, So those are the things. Softball is a very interesting game. I love playing it, and I love children. I love to recruit more players, so I have more softballers. I have baseball in my team, but especially, decided to go back based on softball. I needed more girls. Parents should encourage more girls to come in, because we have a lot, they have a lot to gain. I encourage academics. They should face their studies. They should be more serious there. And there should be, an extracurricular activities, which is sports or any other thing you like to go to involve yourself, But softball, it keeps them away from the street majorly. Keeps all these players away. Some that will just come back from school, you see them drop their bag, eat, they've gone till evening. The parent will not even see them, But they know, okay, we train, like my son, before we used to train twice a week. So because of some things that came up, we have to start training just once, which is Saturdays. And I even tell them that Saturdays, it will be useful for your parents. Make sure whatever needs to be done early morning, if you can do it in the night or evening, Friday night, or you wake up as early as possible and do that thing. After then, you come back. Even one of my parents need to tell me that, coach, you are tired. You need to see this, my girl. She will not want to do anything. She should not be sleeping. Not until she start playing softball. That if you tell her you are not going to that field, you see her, she will be the first person to wake up in the house, try to do, what needs to be done before going to training for practice in the morning. So this thing, I think it helps them. They travel, they meet with other players from other parts of the state, from other parts of the world. Like they just concluded one now. We did it, to create more awareness about this thing. You can see those little ones, catch them young, the baseballer. Those are the things. Americans start, training these younger ones. That's what they become professional. They are very good at it. But if we two are doing the same thing, catching them young at this tender age, before you know it, before they are 15, 14, no, they will be hot. And they will have the opportunity to showcase their talent when this thing comes around. What do they call them? I've forgotten. When these coaches from Adron comes, they can select from them. They will be, even there is one that happened last year, I think Japan. They came, tried to pick, I think they picked 2 baseballers.
Okay.
It's not for softball, just for baseball. And that of softball will be coming very soon, which they will be the one to finance, their school till university level. And they will still have access to play professional baseball and they will be paid. So these are the things we are looking forward to, encouraging, most especially ladies, girls, because our parent believes everything about girls ends up somewhere, which is not the truth. I don't buy that. Being an housewife is not stopping you from being a softballer. I'm managing both and I'm doing it very, very well. I travel a lot. Just of recent, I was appointed a league commissioner for Babe Ruth League, Nigeria. And I'm the present Lagos State softball head coach. Now, the league president for Badagry Angels Baseball and Softball. So all this achievement is based on hard work. What they see us doing.
Interesting.
I do program on a yearly basis. We go out, we look for sponsors, is zero. So the little one you see we did yesterday, it came from US. You can see the 2 sponsors there, Mami Johnson and Coach Gerard Hall of DC Knights.
Okay.
They've been doing wonderfully well for us. And they intend to pick like 2 of our softballers this year, because they are planning to come back to Nigeria. He plans to take 2 of them if possible. That those that are serious with the academics and at the same time they are good with softball, they will be given scholarship, and this will help the parents.
Rashida, we're going to go for a quick break. Thank you so much. We'll go for a quick break. When we come back, we have more questions for you to answer. If you're just joining us across the globe, this is 360 Sports, and we'll be looking at softball and how our young lads, boys and girls can encourage softball. And this is a sport that have been striving, that have been moving from one landscape to the next to ensure that it comes with the same popular sport in Nigeria. So just now we've been speaking with Rashidat Abdurrahman. We'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, we still have she is in charge of Lagos State Sports Softball Association as a coach. She also has an academy for softball, and our life has been surrounded by developing and encouraging softball in Nigeria. Don't go away, we're still on with you. Yeah, welcome back. If you're just joining us, we've been talking about softball and so many interesting comments you've been receiving from all our social media platforms as regards to promoting and developing softball in Nigeria. And my guest is still with me, talking about Rasheedat Abdulrahman, who, to me, is the face of softball in this part of the world. Though she's located in Badagry, where so much activities are going on in promoting the sport. Now, some have argued, Rasheedat, that softball is for the rich. Using that word, some are saying it's for the poor. Reasons for those that say it's for the rich is because the bats, the helmets that are going to wear is not something you get easily, and some of this equipment are not gotten in the market, in most markets in the country. So what's your opinion about this argument? Do you think it's right that it's for the rich, or it's for the poor, or it's for everybody? And how can one get that equipment in the country?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mudashi. If they said it's for the rich, they are right. And if they said it's for the poor too, they are absolutely right. The reason is because, you know, like I said earlier, our equipment is not what you can get. You can walk into any sports shop and get them. We order for it, you know. So for those that can afford it, they can easily have access to this. Most especially those parents that travel abroad to the US, they can get it for their kids. So, but for the poor, we need to wait for the one in the club that is meant for the coach, you know. So you come, pick it, use it, and drop it. But for the rich, you know, you already have all your equipment. You have a bat to yourself. You have the helmet. You have the full kit.
Oh, okay.
Everything you have them. So
in this video we're watching now, I can see somebody holding the bat and with the helmet. Can you tell us what all these accessories are for? Starting from the helmet, I think it's a guide, and the bat. We have something that looks like a vest, a bulletproof vest. And that same glove they wear in the hand. Can you tell us,
we should
for those that have not come across this sport, can you tell us what is the purpose of all this?
Yeah, thank you. The helmet is meant for the for both the batting team and the catcher, basically to protect their head. That is the major thing, to protect them, you know, from being injured by ball. You know, those are balls that are hard. So mistakenly the ball could come, maybe on your way running to first base or any of the bases. The ball is being thrown and automatically it hits you on the head. But when you have that helmet on, it protects you.
Yeah, but I also noticed, Rasheedat, I also noticed that the ball is hard. Is that helmet protective enough?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It's protecting the head. While we have the glove, you saw the glove, right?
Yeah.
The glove, yeah, this is used by the fielding team.
Okay.
You can see the catcher is putting on a chest protector, a chest guard, and the knee guard.
Okay.
So, to protect those areas where the ball can hit her. You can see the helmet is different from the one, the batter, the one standing with the bat is different.
Oh, okay.
The catcher's own, we have the iron one in front. So to protect any kind of ball, or even the batter that comes to the batting ball can mistakenly hit the catcher. So when she has all this thing on, it's a guard, it's a protector for her.
Okay.
And all others.
Okay, now some more questions. Now, basic of this particular sport, what are they there to do? You see people, the batter, the guide, when they throw the ball, you see somebody trying to swing with the bat and somebody's running off to go there. In the basic elementary understanding, can you just tell us what they're trying to do?
Yeah, as you know, it's a team game, like football.
Okay.
The difference is that the two teams cannot come into the field at a time. We have the offensive and the defensive.
Okay.
The defensive are the one on the field. The offensive one are the one outside coming to bat in the batting box.
Okay.
So all they are there is the one on the field are there to defend the team. Look at the girl standing.
Okay.
She's from the offensive team.
Okay.
Those one fielding with the catcher there, they are defending those opponents from coming into the field.
Oh, okay.
You know, they advance. The moment they come inside the batting box and they automatically bat the ball, they will have to move down to first base. You run, you sprint down to first base to make sure you get to that particular base before the ball gets there. We all know ball is faster than human. So that shows the runner must be a sprinter, someone that can run very fast so that he can get to that very base before the ball gets there. If the ball gets there before her, she's out. It's against, that means the fielding team are automatically defending their team perfectly to stop the offensive from, dominating the field.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. The scores. I see the referee, umpire, as you like to call.
Umpire.
Yeah. I see him saying scores. How do they count the points?
He calls strikes. He calls balls. Balls is against the fielding team. That means you threw a bad ball. It's against the defensive team. So if you said strike, okay, that one is against the offensive.
Okay.
Those ones that are batting. So if the batter from the offensive team in the batting box was given 3 good balls, which is a strike, the 3 good balls are called strikes. So after that 3rd strike, she couldn't hit the ball.
Okay.
She's out. It's against them. And they are going to, the defensive team will make 3 out. They'll make sure they pick 3 of those offensive teams out of the from that particular distance, from the inning where they have. After the 3 outs, they change. The fielding team will need to jump out of the field, while those offensive will now go back and defend again.
Oh, okay. And the
you understand?
process for
Those
teams
one will
like
come
that.
and defend. The other one too, we need to bat.
Okay.
If there's any error, they advance.
Okay.
They will need to step on those 3 bases you see on the field.
Oh.
They have to pass through the 3 bases to come home. The moment they rotate it and come back to their starting point, that is a goal, a score. That's a point. Yeah.
Now tell us, apart
they
from
go
Lagos,
round the 3 bases to the 4th one where they started from.
Rashida, apart from Lagos, which other states is, because it seems you are in the know of all this. Apart from Lagos, which other states are ensuring that softball develops?
They are into softball, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Lagos, Oyo.
Is it as okay now? The other states you are mentioning, Rashida, is it, sorry to cut you short, is it as developing as those ones in Lagos? Is there any activities going there?
Yes. The ones I'm mentioning, they are active people that are playing baseball and softball.
Oh, okay.
They are active states.
Oh, okay.
So Lagos, as I said, Oyo, Osun is just coming up. Kwara. We have Delta State. We have Bayelsa.
Okay.
We have Rivers. We have Niger. We have Kaduna.
Okay.
We have Abuja.
Interesting.
And we have which other one? Enugu.
Okay. So
those are the active states presently.
Our last question before I let you go. What's the future of softball? Tell us, do you think there's so much future in this game in this country, Nigeria, in our country, Nigeria?
Yes, there is, compared to the way it was then. We are just starting afresh. Like I told you yesterday at the field that, I came back from Bayelsa last month. We won 2 weeks national camp for under 16. And this is, to start recruiting players for the next Olympics.
Okay.
We have started.
Okay.
There was nothing of such all the while. We don't know. We don't know. I mean, we don't longer have a national team. Now we are selecting a new national team, younger girls, to go and represent Nigeria outside the country.
Okay.
So, these are the new development that is coming up, and this is done by the Fast Pitch Softball Commission under the Nigerian Baseball and Softball Association.
Okay. Thank you very much, Rasheedat.
Yeah, we are moving forward. There is a future in it.
Okay, there's a future in it. Thank you very much for your time. We are glad and grateful that we have your person talking to us about this one sport that not everybody knows about. Thank you very much once again, Rasheedat Abdulrahman. It's been our pleasure. We've been joining us since the beginning of the program. We're talking about softball, how to ensure children around us play softball, and every modalities and the technicalities that has to do with this fast-growing sport. I'm Mudashiru Shitu. Thanks for joining me. Same time next week, we'll be giving you all what you need to know in the world of sport. Bye for now.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tall, and they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs, typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they thought that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in God Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in God Island or in Saint Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At the time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscle. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. You know? For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans.
Yeah.
And here, this is a punishment room for the rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hooks. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right and left you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. At the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million.
very emotional, very emotional. But he knows it's very, very, very in a high level the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries, and also he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slavery.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
Hello and welcome. I am Deji Badimasi. The Nigeria Governors Forum has warned that implementing the proposed 60,000 naira monthly national minimum wage would push many states into financial ruin, crippling their ability to fund critical development projects and basic services. The governor stated this after a meeting on Friday. Now, recall that the labor unions had on Monday embarked on an indefinite strike action after rejecting the federal government's 60,000 naira offer as the national minimum wage. But they later announced that they would relax the strike action after 1 week, for 1 week now, to give room for further negotiations with the federal government, which had promised to increase the wage above 60,000 naira. However, the governor said the 60,000 naira wage is not realistic and unsustainable, arguing that if implemented, it would force some states in the country to be borrowing to pay workers' salaries. In fact, part of their statement actually said it might actually lead to some states using their entire federal allocations now to pay salaries. The governor further said all parties involved, especially the labor unions, must consider the socio-economic variables and settle for an agreement that is sustainable, durable, and fair to all other segments of society. Joining me now on the program to discuss this and more is Nelson Ekujimi, who is a public affairs analyst and, of course, a political affairs analyst. And also joining us in Abuja is Ogbonna Ikuku, who is a policy analyst. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on the program. Let me start with you, Ogbonna. It's like with the position of the governors, it's like we might be going back. I mean, labor unions now might be going back on strike. You never can tell after 1 week.
I see. These are the realities that we have found ourselves in as a nation. Now, it goes to show that a lot of people still need to do their work and do it properly. What am I trying to say? The labor union, when they decided to embark on a strike, should have done their homework. They have different, compartments in their group where people are supposed to have done an analysis on income of the state, then be able to factor a few things, and then arrive at a particular amount of money. So it goes to show, because the kind of conversation that should be going on now is, how did labor arrive at the cost that they are asking for? Now the state also will come and throw things open and say, these are our own analysis, not just saying governors staying on top of their heads, okay, this would throw us into not being able to pay salaries or all that borrowing money to pay salaries. How did they arrive at that? So these are the statistics that must be on display in the public domain at this point in time. So, I mean, Nigeria has come a long way. We shouldn't be having conversations like this without evidence, fact, empirical evidence. So there has to be, because as far as federal government is concerned, as far as Nigerians are concerned, we know that since the removal of subsidy, more monies have been going to the state through FAC account. So more monies that they've been receiving, what are they really doing with the funds? So it gives everybody a job to do. So with plus labor, plus the government, both at the subnational level, everybody needs to sit down and do the work. Give each other time to go and work out this whatever agreement with empirical evidence.
And Nelson, the issue of time is what the labor unions, I would say, do not have. They've suspended the strike for just 1 week. I think we're now 3 or 4 days into that suspension. So by next week, you would expect that if nothing comes out, I mean, from the tripartite committee negotiating this minimum wage, then they will be forced to go on strike again. And now you have the governors coming out to say they would not be able to pay even the 60,000 naira. And that's after the federal government had actually said it is willing and to pay something higher, which was the reason why they decided to call off the strike. So where do you think we go from here?
Well, I think we should also know one fact that the 1 week ultimatum or the 1 week grace by the labor unions is not cast in stone. But for me, what this has brought out to the fore is that it seemed labor was more concerned or concentrated on the federal government, while neglecting the other stakeholders in the tripartite, committee, because the committee was supposed to have been comprised of federal government representatives, state governments, as well as the private sector. So while Labour was calling for, disagreeing over 60,000 naira, you want to ask, what was the state governments, what were they offering to pay? What was their ability? Because right now, it's like we are back where we were before. And so for me, it shows clearly that, as a people, as a labor union, that, we didn't get our facts right.
I am Seidoa Linus Yemia. I'm a professional artist. I'm a curator as well. But I'm more of the artist now. I studied painting in school, and I paint, and my works actually talk about the contemporary Lagos life, especially as it relates to transportation and the downfall you find around Lagos. I'm trying to tell the downfall story in a new way, in a better way from what I think people have been saying, and I'm trying to create a new sense of understanding or appreciation for this popular culture we all live with in Lagos. So that's why I paint today, and that is what my works basically talk about, Lagos and Lagos downfall. Like so many artists before me would say, like when I was a child, I loved drawing. I used to draw everywhere, and yes, I'm one of them. I did that. I drew a lot on the floor, on the walls. I did a lot of paintings, and I was very fortunate to have a very wonderful father who was always providing art materials for me. So I had the opportunity to explore as much as I could as a child, and I created a lot. Then just having fun. Basically, children who studied art or didn't, they are all doing the same thing. It's just part of a stage of growth for a lot of us who have that part of creativity very high in us. So that was how maybe it started. I grew for so many years. I lost my dad quite early, so I didn't have all the full encouragement, but I still loved this thing. When I got to SS2 or SS3, yeah, it wasn't clear what I wanted to do. Like, I wasn't sure at all. Was it going to be art? Was it going to be this? I also love history. Like, I love history a lot. And I was thinking I was going to be an historian. I was saying it that day, I would be an historian. But later, I loved art again. So it was revolving around the two, and eventually I felt like, man, this is me, this is what I like doing, this thing gives me joy, let me do it. So I wasn't fortunate to be in a school that was teaching art at that time, so I have to go to a different school to meet the art teacher. So I was going to his place every evening to learn from him. Like, I took classes, and I wrote it in my WAEC, I wrote it in JAM, and I gained admission into art school. But something happened within the period of my SS classes, or the decision-making time. One of the things that happened was I encountered a book that has a collection of a lot of portraits, and I loved the portraits, like beautiful paintings of so many people. And I was like, oh, I would like to do this too. So it reinforced my love for this thing, and I felt like, oh yeah, this is what I would do. And I decided pretty fast about it, and I got myself into art school, and yeah, today I am painting and I'm enjoying doing it because it gives me joy. That's the key thing. I wasn't too sure I was going to be painting today immediately, because when I left school, I did not start like right away. I didn't start painting. I didn't start creating artworks right away. But I was studying art. I was creating some kind of stuff, like I paint. I have paintings I did within that period. Like all the time you find yourself painting, or people knew you say, help me do this. I want to do a portrait. I did all of that, but I was not very sure this is the thing I want to do. I wasn't sure because from the system of the schools to what I was seeing in the industry, I was a bit scared if there was a need to practice, because I wanted to do something different from what many people are doing, and I saw so many people doing relatively the same thing, and probably this is what the galleries want, this is what the people want to see, but this is not what I want to do. And since what I want to do is not what everybody's doing, I was a bit reluctant. Like I wasn't painting as such, because then it wasn't going to be what I'm creating now. But I knew I didn't want to do what the majority were doing. So it was a bit difficult to decide if I was going to just be creating the works. I want to tell my story like the cavemen did. They were telling their stories on the walls of the caves like the Egyptian did. So I felt like I want to do my thing, and I really wanted people to see my thing. So I needed to be sure. I dream about some of the concepts I paint. So I really wanted to give myself, if you see my work, it should be telling you something about me. So all of that were the reasons why I was going through a lot of challenges of should I paint, should I not paint. But eventually I saw one young Nigerian man. He's not really young per se, he's older than me, and he was doing something different from what everybody was doing. I was like, this is Nigerian, I love this work. I felt the work was real to him. His name is Bob Nusa. So I was like, I want to be like this person. I sent him a message on Facebook, like, I love your work, like, they're fantastic, this is unique, this is different. I felt this guy was sincere to himself, and eventually we met. I told him I loved what he was doing, and when I saw what he was doing and he spoke with me, I thought he read the same book. He said he didn't read any book, but he has had the conviction in him right from time. So after speaking to him, we became friends, we started talking. I had this encouragement, like the motivation to, yes, you go do your own thing, don't care about the crowd, close your ear from them, do your thing, and they will come. And well, we thank God today we're painting and people are enjoying the works today. One thing was you need to get materials and you need to have funds to get your materials. So it was whatever I was doing that was giving me money. Like not whatever, I used to do graphic designs for people, I do printing, I was working with some event people. So all of that, when I get the money, I buy materials. I also had a couple of colors, like a lot. I bought then because I had a project, like a mural project. So we bought close to 15, if not to 20 cups of these colors. So I had plenty of colors. So it helped me to experiment, and I have a lot of works that I did then that eventually they were unable to get to the gallery level, but I had a lot of materials, or I invested into the materials to experiment. So, and nobody needed to tell me paint it like this, paint it like that, but there are a lot of things about the business I discovered without any formal class. I listen to people a lot, very much. I listen to people, and mostly older colleagues. I read, I'm a lover of YouTube. So I pick from this person, I pick from that person. But the key thing I think most of us never knew in school was that we did not know how to create a brand, because art is basically creating a brand. You can't tell me this today, you tell me that tomorrow. Even if you're telling me this today and telling me that tomorrow, is there a connection between yesterday and today? Are you talking about your time, or you're talking about a time that doesn't concern you? Or even if you're talking about yesterday or maybe 200 years back, are you relating to the people of this time the way they will understand it, or you are relating 200 years ago the way it was represented 200 years ago? In school, you paint it like that. You do a painting of Nefertiti, for instance, you will be depicting it like it's in the Egyptian era. But I think contemporary art is not that way. It should be something this generation should be able to connect with. If you are remixing, that's what you do in music, you have to sing it like this time. You don't have to sing it like the way it was. You could pick elements from those generations. Like my work has elements from so many artists who have even painted over 100 years ago, but I will represent it, talking about it in this time and in a very different way. Funding and getting your branding right are the key things. Like, I know I learned from the whole process of trying to grow up. So I'm a bit different in my practice, very different, and that's maybe the challenge I have. One, I don't carry my works to galleries as such. Like, I have been in a gallery where artists came with so many of his works, and the gallery will be saying, this one, I don't do that. Because most of the galleries, I don't feel they will represent it the way I want to. So I think one of the things that I would have said is the major challenge my work has is that many people have not seen them, and I want many eyes to see them, but I want them to be displayed in the right manner and in the right places where the right people or the many people will see them. So getting enough galleries, like the kind of galleries I want to exhibit with, is practically a challenge, because between last year to this year, I exhibited with only one gallery, that's Art 21 in a hotel run by Kalin Shagori. So yeah, it was a superb exhibition. It was a perfect place. I was like, man, because I exhibited in 2019 with some group of people, I wasn't really satisfied with the way my work was. My uncle wanted to see a video of it. I did a video though, but I couldn't send it to him because I felt this is not how I want people to see my work. So I now withdrew, and I like, if I don't get the right representation, I'm not putting out my work anywhere. So the major challenge is getting the right galleries to represent your work. And another thing is, before I discovered the gallery, I went to one or two galleries, but I didn't carry my physical work. I went with photographs in a portfolio. But the reaction I got from those galleries were, they weren't confident to show my work because they weren't sure of the audience that were coming to their gallery, if they were going to be ready to see something different or something new. They wanted things that looks like the things everybody is doing. I didn't want to do this kind of thing. So that was why I started withdrawing. Like, I want to see people interested in what I'm doing, then we can continue. But me chasing them, yeah, I have to, even if I will have to chase people, then it has to be the right people. So, well, we really don't have a lot of galleries who want to try the great things. Yeah, and many times in history, people keep missing the beautiful works, the works that end up making history. Most of the time, they don't end up joining. Like, people don't tend to benefit well enough because they were scared to start with these people. After I exhibited with at 21, I have had 3 other galleries that have approached me. One out of Lagos, one out of Nigeria, then another one in Lagos. So yeah, some of them were waiting to see, like, yeah, people like his work is now showing in that place. But not everybody wants to start you when you want to build the brand. So it's just those who really believe in, yeah, this guy has something unique and this is what we need. If you look at the continuum of artistry or the canon of painting, or I don't know the term to use, yeah, you know, it's not 100% different from what has existed. I did not invent colors, I didn't invent canvas, but minimalism is not new. There is a popular name, like some people when they see my work, they mention Piet Mondrian. You could say Frank Stella, you could talk about Klee, you could even relate it to, like myself, I relate it to the Ndebele traditional motifs in South Africa. So I can't say it is exclusively new or different from what has existed. It falls into a continuum of history that has existed before it. But then, it is talking about Danfo now. And talking about Danfo, you could Google Danfo if you don't mind. You could check the hashtag on Instagram after now, and you hardly find something like this painting you have here. You hardly find something like that painting. I do that, I check Danfo a lot because it's one of the hashtags that I follow. And people don't represent the Danfo story the way I am representing them currently. It's very different. This is me speaking, but I've heard it from people within Nigeria and even outside Nigeria, like, this is a very different way, or this is a new perspective to what we have been seeing. I pretty know it is. But I'm not saying minimalism, like they call it in the academic setting, is a new thing. People have been painting with flat colors, minimal colors, less details, go straight to the point, clean lines. All of that has existed for many years before me, and it will continue even after me. But in each of us who do this kind of painting, we have always tried to create something unique about us. That's the more reason why you said you saw so many yellows on my works. Yeah, because it's more like the me, the real me as a Lagosian. Of course, I'm referring to the yellow Danfo bus you saw on your way coming here and everybody is seen all around. It is that Danfo. The first thing about most people who depict Danfo, they pick out the two black lines on the yellow bus. That one is very common and it will continue. Then the second thing is, tell people to paint Danfo, they will paint a bus for you. If you look at my gallery on my phone, you see those two lines on the bodies of those Danfo buses. I have a variation of many other designs I have discovered from those buses. It's not just about two lines sometimes. There are varieties of them I have discovered, and I pick concepts from those guys and I interpret it in a very different way. You know, when they tell us to write a composition in secondary school, then, you know, they will give everybody a topic. But by the time we all write our compositions, they come out in different ways because our thought processes are different. So I get this information. When it goes into me, my brain processes it differently. So in the course of processing those information, I tend to create these kind of works you are seeing today. So that's why it's like different, but it's still the same Lagos story I'm telling. Talking about the process of my work, most of the time it starts from observing and listening to the streets. I listen to people a lot, I observe what's happening a lot, and I pick ideas from there. Before I created these works, okay, let me just explain from the titles of some of the works here now. The first work up there is Okada Man. Everybody in Lagos can relate to Okada Man when you say Okada Man. So it's from the streets, but why can't we paint a beautiful Okada Man that can hang both here and in Los Angeles? It can hang in Helsinki, it can be hung in Pompeii or wherever. The people like, what is this work about? And we say, no, this is Okada Man. In this generation where we have Okada today, I am talking about this time, I'm documenting this time, but I'm representing it in a way that even people outside here would want to know more details about this. If you are new in Lagos and you first encounter my work and I tell you this is Johnny Just Come, and you're like, what is Johnny Just Come? You can Google it, then you'll understand, oh, something like this can happen. Then you will know how to relate to the people, because you could be a victim to people who take advantage of newcomers. So like this other one now, I titled it Owoda. yeah, sorry, I'm sorry though, but not really sorry as such. The reason why the black line shouldn't even be on the yellow is because it shouldn't just be straight to the point sometimes. It should be like, why did you put the 2 black lines on the white place? Yeah, because I believe we can purify the concept of, or we can redefine the concept of collecting tax or collecting money from people in Lagos. You see the way I go like, hey, you know, all those kind of stuff. And I feel there can be a better way, even if I have some idea how it can happen. But I want to make people discuss this topic, or it should be part of discussions. So I'm trying to say it can be pretty organized the way my work looks. And I really want people to inquire or to feel interested in the story. So it's more of the story for me. I create a visual representation, and my visual representation oftentimes starts from paper to the system. Sometimes it doesn't get to the system, but sometimes it gets to the system. So I create a graphic representation. I look at it. After looking at it, sometimes I edit. Sometimes the editing takes place while I'm working on it, on the canvas. So, but it takes quite a number of while. Most times it takes weeks, sometimes even more than a month before I execute the work, because I'll really contemplate real good. Sometimes it might be complex. I'll be reducing it to the most simplest way it can come out. So all of that happens before I get my canvas. I get to get colors on the canvas. Then I work with some of the materials you find here. Like I measure a lot so the lines can be straight, so it can be very perfect. Yeah, I measure like all the time. Sometimes I use pencil, ruler, I mark it just to be sure I get it right. You see, I have masking tape right here. Sorry, I scattered the stuff. Yeah, so I use it to mark the lines so the colors will look neat. So I do that. Then I work with acrylic color because it dries very fast. It looks very neat. It looks very brilliant. And I think that's it for now. I apply my colors with brushes. Like you can see, I have my brushes here. So I work with brushes. Don't mind the yellow brushes. I love them because they pretty look like the yellow I paint. So yeah, so that's me and how I work. Well, since I started painting and professionally practicing, I've been very fortunate. Yeah, let me put it this way. I initially said I tried starting with some lower galleries. I didn't succeed, but I am fortunate to exhibit or to be exhibiting with one of the best galleries, if not the best gallery in Lagos. That's at 21 Lagos. So many people dream they want to have their works hung on that wall, but not everybody gets in. Not everybody. Really, before you get the opportunity to have your work in such high class gallery. So me exhibiting or to have exhibited with such a gallery, it's a big one for me, because even people who I feel that this guy has gone high in the industry, I really wish I can exhibit in that gallery. But it's not easy to get in there. So yeah, that's pretty one. Then last year, Artex Lagos, I don't know if you know about Artex Lagos, is the biggest art fair in West Africa. I was one of their finalists during the Artex review. I knew I was the last person that was interviewed. I applied like almost at the end of the whole thing, but within 48 hours, I got a mail from them to send my portfolio, and I got the opportunity to be part of the participants in the review and one of the finalists. I think we were 12 in number, and I think the 3 people that ended with me, the last review, like I'm from Nigeria, one was from Panama, the other one from UK. So it's a big one. I know they had over 500 applicants, like they said, but not everybody got to that height. Not everybody has gotten the opportunity to have their works posted on ArtX page. Like, it's a big big one for me, and it is really cool that I have been fortunate to get people from the high class being interested in my work more than those down. Yeah, so it's a good achievement. The value of a work of art is not quantified by monetary value we place on them. A lot of times it's not by that, and the value oftentimes, mostly in the secondary market, is not even determined by the artist himself. Yes, I kind of have some prices I tag my work with when I want to sell them. Like I say this one is 250,000 naira. Yeah, it's not because of the work is this size or is that size. I value it by what I perceive the creativity I've put into it worth. So that's how I do it for myself. Then a lot of time in the market, in the primary market, like in the galleries, the size of the work contributes to what the work should cost or what it's going to cost. The name of the artist, like how well or how good is that brand being bought. I see my work breaking records in the art market. Like I can't tell, I wouldn't know how much it's going to go for, but I feel what I am doing would make those headlines in the future, and I really want it to influence the way people think, the way people behave, especially in Lagos. Like Lagos sometimes gets so chaotic, and I pick inspiration from this chaos and refine it to a very clean canvas painting. And I really want to see this clean canvas painting influencing the people who inspired me again. So I envisage it's going to bring discussion that will make Lagosians look at if these are lifestyles or these old kiosks could make somebody say, I want people to move in straight lines, to move clean, to have a clean environment, to have a more structured way of going about doing things. I really see that happening, because if I have more of this going out and more people getting involved in the discussion, it's really going to influence the characters of people, and it might give us a better Lagos in the future. So I see it influencing lives, influencing thinking, influencing the basic things you find yourself around. Like even the car you drive, maybe someday you'll be picking somewhere from my work to paint your car, and it's going to look pretty unique from all the rest cars on the road. So that's really what I see my work doing in the future. I believe I will be involved in very important exhibitions, hopefully in the next 5 years' time to come, around the world. I want to believe before the next 5 years to come, I would have been able to create more interesting pieces than the ones I have today. Any other thing that comes out of creating those beautiful pieces that is going to make the world a better place is left to the people who are receiving the work. So whatever they do, if they receive it well and if they appreciate it well, it may go beyond what I am expecting. But for now, I can say, yeah, being part of important exhibitions, creating more interesting pieces and all of that is what I can do, which are the things I can control within my own power.
The morning of March 12, 2021. Chaos at the Federal College of Forestry Mechanization in Mando area of Kaduna State, northwest Nigeria. The night before, armed gunmen, popularly known as bandits, had stormed the tertiary institution, abducting 39 students. After initially releasing the students in batches, the bandits eventually released all the students on May 5, 2021. They spent 55 days in captivity. It's been over 2 years now since that incident happened, but the school has not remained the same again. Some of the affected students did not return to the school. Many have now abandoned the hostel.
To some of us who have opportunity to interact with the bandits during the process of negotiation for the release of our children.
Friday, Sani's daughters were among the 39 abducted students back in 2021. He says even though one of them has come back to the school to complete her studies, she's yet to recover from the traumatic experience.
She came back one day and told me that we got a news that spies came and they learned there are those that spy for bandits to the school to come and spy the environment and see if there are area they can pass through to take students. So the first thing, I was in Abuja when she called me. I now quickly told her, please go back home and be coming from home to the school for the meantime. And out of fear, I started sorting for off-campus until something dawned on me that there is need for me to look for the advice of the management of the school. When I got there, they told me that there won't be any reason for me to fear, that I should allow her to return to the hostel. There are staffs living in the quarters there, and the hostel is just very close to staff quarters and all of that. So I came back telling her to return to the hostel. It was a battle. Said, Daddy, I know what I'm going through. If anybody just managed to knock my door, I jump from bed. So that I now told her, okay, what you do, this is the school, this is where your counselor is. Always meet your counselor for more counseling processes and other things. And at the end of the day, she's okay. And in few, maybe by next year, she'll be graduating. Now, the fear in educational institutions generally is that we don't know when this will stop, though it's minimal now. As at the 2021, it was high. It's minimal now, but nobody knows the next dimension that they may come. That is just the truth about it.
Just as the country was coming to terms with the brazen attack on the College of Forestry, another attack happened at Greenville University, a private university also in Kaduna State. Armed bandits attacked the school on the night of April 20th, 2021, abducting at least 20 students. 3 of the students would later be killed before the bandits freed others months later after collecting ransom payments. Today, the school is like a ghost village, completely deserted. The institution has now relocated to a temporary campus in the city. It's difficult to tell when academic activities will resume at the permanent site here.
So now, insecurity has forced children and parents in the first place not to even allow their children to go to schools that are not secured. Insecurity has also put fear in the minds of the children that even if they are allowed to go, they don't know what's going to happen. So sometimes they just look for some flimsy excuse and don't go. Then insecurity have successfully shut down schools in many villages. And you know, like the Chibok girls who were about to write exams and the evil people came. Now these ones, it is not even about exams. The school have been shut down. Some have relocated to nearby places, but only children of serious-minded parents. But the larger population, it's like, okay, you've helped us, not going to school. The only challenge they are facing now is that, okay, there is no school and there's no farm also. Because as schools are shut down due to insecurity, people cannot also go to farm due to insecurity. And then hunger is hitting them at home and is forcing them to go into so many things that you cannot even imagine.
Scared of coming under attacks as well, some other schools in remote locations in Kaduna, like this one known as Faith Academy, have shut down and moved their students, leaving behind massive edifices.
One will wonder why the students become the target of banditry and kidnapping in Nigeria. And that also is now weakening the educational standard, is now discouraging people. A situation where you get admission, you are now afraid of going to the hostel. Rather, you have to look for house around that institution or around the institution. Then, by that, coming from the house to the school also is even a problem because you have to be looking left and right, not knowing who is the next person to you. These are issues, these are challenges that we are having. Entering vehicle to travel to Bandogri for maybe studies, or maybe going to Adamawa, going to Zamfara, so going to Sokoto is now becoming a problem in the nation. So the only thing that we see also parents doing is to look for an institution close to them, whereby they can just maybe, while going out in the morning, they will drop their child and return the same child. And you know that a child that is not within the school premises may lack concentration, and by that, it may not come out well as expected. So these are challenges that we are facing, or the education is facing in Nigeria now, that students no longer have confidence, unlike before, where you will send your child to a school far away from you, and you sleep with your two eyes closed that he or she is secured. It's no longer like that. So these are the challenges that we have in the educational sector now, and it's not helping us.
Bethel Baptist High School, also in Kaduna State, is now one big deserted community. On the night of July 5th, 2021, several gunmen invaded the school and kidnapped 121 students, taking them into the forest. It would take several months and millions of naira in ransom payment before the bandits would release the students. The last student in captivity only just got freed November 2nd, 2023. 2 years and 4 months after the mass abduction. But since that incident, the school has been abandoned. The management now uses a temporary location for the school.
You needed to see this place before now, okay, or maybe before the incident that happened on the 5th of July 2021. This place was so clean, so tidy, so a very serene environment for one to be. But now you can see how it has become so bushy that a lot of the places had to be converted to farms to reduce the bush. You've gone around, you've seen the football pitch, how it has been converted to a farmland. The all other courts have been converted to farmlands. All these are just to make sure that the place is maintained, to reduce the bush. It has affected education, particularly the school. A lot of money was spent that we cannot actually say the amount that was given to the bandits, how the staff also suffered, how everyone, in fact, most of the students, some of them didn't come back again. They went to schools, not that were not actually their first choice. Some, I cannot say whether some finally become dropouts or whatever. But let's say, for example, one of the students that has not yet come back, what do you think happened to his education? He does not continue with education. Now he can be classified under dropout. So that's part of the effects. Security has become so devastating in our nation that education is receiving its own quota of the effects of this insecurity.
We spend gathering money and getting support from spirited individuals, huge money. I can quote that we spend over 250 million naira to get those students of Baptist High School, Kujama, to come back. That is just one. That's just one. And you don't talk about the students of the school in, because for us in Kaduna State, the other school that suffered similar challenge was the school in Awong. And then you keep talking about other places that had to shut down schools completely due to this insecurity. Now, there was nothing we could do than first to encourage parents not to give up, not to allow the insecurity discourage them from sending their children to school. Because as I've earlier explained, it is a strategy of terrorists, it's a strategy of enemies of education to discourage and stop young children from acquiring education. And we must not give in. So some other communities that are having similar challenge, what we normally do is to encourage them to either move their children to a safer school or to a safer community, because we have nearby communities where schools are within the city, not outside where you are afraid your daughter may be taken away and so on and so forth.
Nigeria has among the worst out-of-school children rate in the world. A 2022 UNESCO report puts the figure at approximately 20 million, and the majority of them are in the north of the country. Attacks on schools are only worsening the situation.
The place of education in our community today is facing a very serious, I could say multifaceted challenges. You look at it from security, you look at it from the poverty around, you look at it from all the troubles and all this. So education seems to be like it is dying at a time that the world is growing through education, because science and technology is the order of the day. And if your child is not educated, you can imagine what he will be, or you can ask yourself, where will he be fit to serve in the future? And in Nigeria, especially in the northwest Nigeria, we are thinking that all is well, all is not well, because this large percentage of young children who may not have certificate in the next 5 years or 10 years, who will have no knowledge to even relate with the outside world in the next few years, then they will be easily and cheap for bandits, terrorists, or every extremist group to recruit them and say, oh, come, the society is not giving you what you want, come, let's fight them. But the agenda is not come, let's fight them. The agenda is to just destroy everything about the society.
A report by the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, indicates that over 11,000 schools were closed in 2020 due to a series of armed attacks in some parts of Nigeria. It says the country's northwest region accounted for 76% of the attacks, and in 2021 alone, no less than 25 schools were attacked. All of this, the report says, has led to increased school dropout.
So there is need for government to either vote special fund for security of educational institutions or provide security. Let there be proper security installations in all educational institutions. Just imagine bandit entering Nigeria Defense Academy You can now see how sophisticated these people are. Not to talk of ordinary institutions that is maybe civilian base. So how will you contain that kind of people? So there is need for government to come in. So without that, there is fear, because we can never tell the next dimension that these people will come up with.
The bandit has successfully created fear in the minds of many parents. Government must get people to work along with her in educating, sensitizing, advocating, mobilizing people to say, no, let's not give up, let's not give up, let's not give up. Let's send our children to school. Because when we allow this thing to continue for another 5 years, then the out-of-school number will triple instead of reducing. But that's what the enemy of education wants, and he seems to be gaining ground. And then there's poverty in the land. So he's succeeding faster than we can even imagine. But we will not give up. We'll do our best to reduce the gap. But I can't lie to anybody that we can get it the way we want for now.
It will take a long time for things to return to normal in the schools that have suffered attacks, and perhaps much longer for those that have been abandoned for now.
One of the biggest challenge that terrorism have actually brought to the front burner in Nigeria is her dislike for education. The Boko Haram simply put that education is a sin or education is evil. Tells you a lot about the agenda of the terrorists.
On the news, labor unions reject federal government's minimum wage offer, may resume strike action on Tuesday. High Court mounted 26 other pro-Wike lawmakers as PDP members. And reps seek 6-year single tenure for president, a rotation among zones. Thank you for joining us on News Now. I'm Simisola Adikun. Our labor unions in the country have vowed to reject both 62,000 naira and 100,000 naira minimum wage proposal for Nigerian workers by the federal government, saying that its latest demand as the living wage for an average Nigerian worker remains 250,000 naira. Speaking to newsmen on Monday, the Assistant General Secretary of the Nigeria Labour Congress, Chris Onyeka, described such proposal as a starvation wage. Onyeka added the 1-week grace period given to the federal government to review its proposal last Tuesday, June 4, 2024, would expire by midnight on Tuesday, June 11, 2024. He says organized labor would meet to decide on the resumption of the nationwide industrial action if the federal government and National Assembly fail to act on workers' demand by then. I recall that organized labor had called off the strike for a week after the federal government pleaded for negotiations on a new national minimum wage. Union representatives say the strike, which affected several sectors of the country's economy, was triggered after weeks of failed negotiations. Well, it seems that the union resumption of the strike action. Analyst Akin on the news to discuss this further. Thank you for your time, sir. Now, Labour has outrightly rejected all offers below its demand of 250,000 naira and has even threatened to resume its strike on Tuesday if the government fails to meet its demand. Is this a logical move considering the economic challenges in the country?
Simisola, good evening, and thanks for having me. I would like to say clear cut, understandably, and I will take it from a different perspective before we go into the economics. So the economics is there. We are being assailed from left, right, and center by insensate and insensitive elites and governance. Just is not making sense. I cannot be having a wound on my leg and you can help me with a little bit of a bandage. It doesn't help the cure. But not at the same time, you are supposed to give me a tetanus injection. You refuse to give me that tetanus injection, and then you still bind me to the Philistines. We are not showing good example. Yes, the economic realities that things are very, very expensive, things are very, very hard, no doubt about it, you know. But that is perhaps where it may have to stop. We now need to put a thin line, and there appear to be a thin line in here. Nigerian Labour Congress and the TUC are speaking for workers all over. I think it's now been properly expanded, not just federal workers, even at the states. Now, if the states are saying they are incapable of paying, again, one may understand, but one will not understand the kind of ostentation that we begin to see, even while we are still trying to cook this. Well, 9 state governors buying SUVs for their legislators, a lot of shenanigans going up and down. It's vexatious. So let's get back to the economics. Description, as in fact, not supposed to be talking about living wage. Look, there is a difference. The minimum wage is the least you are supposed to be paying people who are working. People who are working, not necessarily people who are not working. People who are working, and that is the first level entry. If you do the maths, in reality, it comes to big numbers. And economics is certainly opportunity costs and foregone alternatives. I want to see situations where all tiers of government trim down cost of governance, especially when it comes to headcount labor costs. Having said that, I expect that some of the things that labor should also be looking at will be things that are not necessarily monetary. Can we, and I know we have been trying to push that for quite a while, can we now begin to now look for much more enduring things? Transportation subsidy? Can we be looking for education subsidy? Can we be looking for health subsidy? That is going to be much more encompassing and takes care of the whole lot. As I speak, I mentioned it to you, Simisola, and I was very clear. I can understand the pain and the angst of a people being deprived of the nebulous 250, and then you are taking 4 or 5 times. Very few people. I mean, it just does not make sense. But, you know, put together, companies are flying with their feet. Part of it is the unstable environment where you are going to be asking them to add that kind of quantum into their payroll. They cannot afford it. And the only other way will be to be job cuts and job losses. I think the labor has a right to go on strike. I think the labor should, if they so demand, go on strike. But I think the labor has to draw a line. Some of the things that happened the last time should not repeat itself. It's a plea. It's a plea. It's a plea that I'm also making here.
Right. It brings me to my next question. State governors, like you said earlier, have said they cannot afford to pay either the 60,000 naira or 62,000 naira minimum wage proposed by the federal government. Now, in response, experts suggest state governors should be allowed to set a minimum wage that's affordable based on the capacity of each state. And what's your take on this suggestion? Public affairs analyst Akin, be sure to come back to the story later on in the bulletin. Moving on, a group of lawmakers in the House of Representatives have proposed some amendments to the 1999 Constitution, which they believe will improve governance in the country. The lawmakers proposed a 6-year single tenure for the president and the 36 state governors and sought the creation of offices for 2 vice presidents, one from the southern region and the other from the northern region of the country. Speaking on behalf of the group on Monday in Abuja, the member representing Imo State, Ikenga Ugo Chinyere, says the proposed amendments aim to foster national unity and ensure an equitable distribution of political power across Nigeria's diverse regions. The group also proposed an amendment to the Electoral Act 2022 to ensure that all governorship elections are held on the same day.
A single tenure of 6 years, rotation of power between North and South and among the geopolitical zones and the senatorial zones for the governorship. And also single tenure for the presidency and single tenure for the governorship 6 years, removing the billions we spend in re-election and the uncertainty it brings to the electoral process, plus the corruption it also brings. And also, we are seeking for all elections to be conducted in one day, reducing the cost of conducting election, getting more citizens involved on election day, and reducing to the barest minimum the possibility of rigging, because you will have those interested in the presidency, in the governorship, in the state assembly, in the national assembly, in the local government, all turning up to vote for their different candidates. Each of the polling units will be populated, and that can help to provide a lot of defense.
You also will agree that at different times our interests could differ. Some persons would want to travel home because they have a candidate who wants to contest for probably the House of Assembly. And the other elections won't have anything to do with them, they don't bother. So if you aggregate diverse interests, you would find out that voter turnout would definitely improve.
We want to ensure that all potential of young people is utilized. That is by providing opportunity for a rotation from the presidency to the governorship and to local government election. Given this full participation, you will understand that people will have roles to play at different levels.
Still on political matters, a Rivers State High Court sitting in Port Harcourt has affirmed that Martin Ameole and the 26 other members of the Rivers State House of Assembly are still members of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. Delivering judgment in Port Harcourt early on Monday, Justice Okogbole Gbasam of the Rivers State High Court held that the claimants failed to prove that Ameole and 26 other lawmakers had defected to the All Progressives Congress, APC. Gbasam noted the defection cannot be established through newspaper publications, radio announcements, or online publications as tendered by the claimant. The judge held that membership in a party is only proven by being listed on its register or by a membership card, and such members must fulfill all requirements of their membership in the party. Consequently, the judge ruled that the lawmakers have not lost their seats, noting that the Rivers State government is bound to obey all laws passed by the Assembly. Reacting to this development, legal practitioner Evans Ufele says the ruling by the Rivers State High Court only makes it clear that a person must be withdrawn from their membership and delisted in the register of the party before such is legally accepted. According to him, verbal declarations are not legally binding.
Defection does not actually mean that you have a publication or you have a public declaration of same. That defection goes beyond that. That if you have gone to court and you want the court to make a declaration that their seat is vacant, which that is what the person who went to court did, that you must bring evidence to the fact that the party that you said they have defected to, you must show that they are now members of that party by virtue of the registration document and every other ancillary document that evidence that they now belong to that political party. Okay? That is from the angle the court looked at it. The court went further to say that publications and the public outcry or statement as to a defection of this person are not enough to ground what defection should mean under the law. PDP had made public declarations before now that the 27 members are not their members. They have said that before now in a press conference in Rivers State, that these 27 members that everybody is talking about
that now belong to the APC are not in their membership books. They are nowhere in the list of their members to start with. They have said it before now. That, for me, goes a long way to show that I do not think the 27 members have actually made themselves available for the registration as members of the party of the APC. I do not think so. So all the while, it has been about, the conflict has been about people venting and making statements here and there that they defected. And so their seat should be declared vacant. But now the court is drawing us deeper into what defection should mean in the ordinary sense of it. Every action taken so far by the State House of Assembly, the Amaole faction and all that, that they remain valid. That's what the court is saying. They remain valid to the extent that they never defected. They remain valid to the extent that they never defected, and that because they never defected, their action couldn't have been declared null and void, meaning that all the while they were in dispute, all the while they were raising issues of impeachment, defection, and the issue of the budget, everything cumulatively put together have been declared valid by this court, showing that they never defected.
Into health issues, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has inaugurated a pediatric sickle cell center at the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, LASUTH. The center was donated to the medical institution by the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Sustainable Development Goals. Sanwo-Olu says the center would provide comprehensive care that includes early diagnosis, advanced treatment, and continued management to children suffering from the debilitating sickle cell condition. TV360's Sydney Okafor reports.
Gathered here are staff of the Lagos State Teaching Hospital and stakeholders in the health sector for the official Pediatric Sickle Cell Center in Lagos. The purpose-built medical facility, donated by the Office of Adejoke Orelope Adefulere, the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Sustainable Development Goals, will provide comprehensive care that includes early diagnosis, advanced treatment, and continued management to children suffering from the debilitating sickle cell condition. According to Governor Sanwo-Olu, the center will serve as a hub for research and education and foster a greater awareness and deeper understanding of sickle cell disease.
So we believe that this center, in our view, will further nurture an environment where children can receive holistic care tailored to their individual needs, from medical treatment to psychological support, and we believe that this will ensure that every child that has an opportunity to come to this facility will come out healthier, will come out better, and they will be able to fulfill, life.
Earlier, the Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare, Tuji Alausa, reinstated the federal government commitment to combat non-communicable disease and improve healthcare outcome for Nigerians.
The establishment of this state-of-the-art sickle cell center is a testament to the dedication of SDG office to provide quality healthcare and infrastructure to our people. I'm informed that this center is designed to offer comprehensive care from early diagnosis and treatment to ongoing management and support for patients and their families. This center is not merely a building, it's a beacon of hope for many and a cornerstone of a strategy to enhance healthcare services nationwide.
Speaking further, the Chief Medical Director of LASUTH, Adetokunbo Fambawu, reeled out the achievement of medical institution while lauding the effort and support of the Lagos State government.
LASUTH now has 5 training institutions: the School of Anesthetic Technology, the School of Orthopedic Cast Technology, the School of Echocardiography, the Institute of Advanced Diploma in Healthcare and Administration, and the recently inaugurated and highly subscribed Caregiver Academy. In the offing is the School of Paramedics. We want to train first responders who will respond to accidents and disasters. We want to train them formally here. And we are also collaborating with the National Institute of Sports to do this.
The Lagos State government says the center will scale up response time to sickle cell cases and teen infant mortality, provide optimal medical treatment and psychological support. Sydney Okafor, TV360, Lagos.
It's time for a break, and News Now will return shortly. Do stay with us. Welcome back. Here's a quick recap of our top stories. Labor unions in the country have vowed to reject both 62,000 naira or 100,000 naira minimum wage proposal by Nigerian workers by the federal government, saying that its latest demand as the living wage for an average Nigerian worker remains 250,000 naira. Speaking to newsmen on Monday, the Assistant General Secretary of the Nigeria Labour Congress (NLC), Chris Onyeka, described such proposal as a starvation wage. He says organized labor would meet to decide on the resumption of the nationwide industrial action if the federal government and National Assembly fail to act on workers' demands by then. We also told you that a Rivers State High Court sitting in Port Harcourt has affirmed that Martin Amewole and 26 other members of the Rivers State House of Assembly are still members of the People's Democratic Party (PDP). Delivering judgment in Port Harcourt early on Monday, Justice Okogwule Gbasam of the Rivers State High Court held that the claimants failed to provide proof that Amewole and 26 other lawmakers had defected to the All Progressives Congress (APC). Consequently, the judge ruled that the lawmakers have not lost their seats, adding that the Rivers State government is bound to obey all laws passed by the Assembly. In case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and AVO TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery and Apple Store. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. It's now time for business and stock market report. Joy Uchejem is on standby. What's the latest, Joy?
Thank you, Simi, and welcome to Business News. State governments have called on the federal government to enforce a no-meter, no-service policy for all new electricity connections in the country. The plea was outlined in the development of the National Integrated Electricity Policy and Strategic Implementation Plan, policy recommendations by state governments to the Federal Ministry of Power document from the Nigeria Governors Forum. In the document, state governments highlighted the critical importance of electricity meters in bridging the significant metering gap, which is essential for the viability of sub-national markets. The states also argued that state electricity regulatory commissions should have the autonomy to determine the most suitable meter technology, type, and form for deployment within their respective electricity markets. We'll take a short break and be back with stock market reports. Welcome back. The Nigerian equities market is off on a green start this week as the market cap increased by 0.58% to over 99,000 basis points. Now that is very close to the 100,000 basis points benchmark, a major feat for the NGX if they continue in this trend in the coming days. Championing the gainers today is Flour Mill Nigeria, which increased by 3 naira 80 kobo, and that's a 10% share price appreciation, followed by Total Nigeria. Now, market activities were also on the high side as a total of 963 million volumes of shares were exchanged in over 18 billion naira, a 148,000 improvement in volume. Now we see what brought about the bulls in Monday's trading. Now it's a different story for our select global stocks as the UK and US market both slid down into bearish territory, but the Japan's Nikkei managed to keep their heads above water to close at 0.98%. Now let's take a quick look at our foreign exchange market. We see that the naira gained against the dollar to lose about 20 naira to trade at 1,485 naira on the black market. Now the Great British Pound also traded at 1,890 naira on the black market, while the euros traded at 1,567 naira on the official market and at 1,580 naira on the black market. That's on both business and stock market report. Back to you, Simi, for the rest of the news.
Thank you very much, Joy, for that update. And in the United Kingdom, Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has dismissed rumors that he would quit office before the July 4 general election as criticisms about his early departure from D-Day commemoration events stretched. The Conservative leader issued an apology after outrage from veterans groups that he declined to join other world leaders at an event in northern France to mark the 80th anniversary of the invasion. His decision to instead record a television interview, which also prompted criticisms from his own colleagues, was the latest misstep on the campaign trail for the vote. The 44-year-old has also faced questions about his veracity of his repeated claims about Labour's personal tax plans. And 90 states from around the globe have signed up to attend a conference aimed at finding a route to sustainable peace in Ukraine. However, Russia will not be represented. President of Switzerland, Viola Amherd, told reporters in Bern on Monday that the aim of the event, slated for June 15 to 16, is to agree on a path towards ending the war that started nearly 28 months ago when Russian forces invaded Ukraine. Bern has previously said that Russia was not invited, as it had signaled it was not interested in participating. On sports, Nigeria Super Eagles are continuing the quest for a first win in the 2026 World Cup qualifiers against the Cheetahs of Benin Republic at the Felix Hufeld-Boigny Stadium. Nigerians have expressed optimism, although their first game was disappointing after playing out a 1-1 draw against the Bafana Bafana of South Africa on home soil. They're eager to see their beloved Super Eagles get their campaign back on track, as they are currently second from the bottom in Group C with 3 points, having drawn all 3 games in the series.
The players we expected to play were not the ones that played. Then I don't know if it was the coach or I don't know what happened, but I felt like the players were played in like different positions that they were not meant to be played in. Like for example, Iheanacho normally is a 9. I don't know what he's doing at the right wing or right midfield. Ademola Lookman, yes, he can play that 9, but he's more of that right. He's more of a winger, so you should like play that wing. Then Onuachu has not been. His performance has been poor. It's like since I've been watching him. So starting him, and leaving Boniface, who has had a great season for Bayern Leverkusen, on the bench is, I don't know. I've never heard. It doesn't just make sense.
Well, it's so unfortunate that Nigeria can still be playing this way, because if you look at records before now, South Africa, we used to beat South Africa in Johannesburg and bring them to Nigeria here and flog them, but now we are struggling. Can you imagine which position are we on the table where there is other those countries? Nigeria is at the 5th position. You know, it's unheard of.
I feel the field is still fresh for him. It's just a new start. So it still has, like, probably maybe 2 more games before you can say, okay, if it's good or if it's bad. When it comes to football in Africa Heritage, we're always like the top dogs. We're never the underdog. So I'm confident enough for them to go into the game today and have a good time and go for the win.
And it's a wrap on our bulletin. Many thanks for watching. We'll see you again next time.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us
Hello and welcome back to 360 Vibes, your one-stop shop for everything entertainment, movies, arts, and of course entertainment gossip. My name is Queen Imbaningo, and of course on Instagram at Alex Reina. And you know how we do this. We don't do this alone. I'm here with my babes. So hello, ladies.
Hi guys. Hello. I am Victoria Akondi on Instagram, Victoria_extra. Today's show promises to be exciting as usual. So, like I would say, fasten your seatbelts. Over to you. Finish J.
All right, people, welcome back. Welcome back to the show, guys. It's your girl, SJ. Yes, as Victoria said, tighten your seatbelts because we have lots of gist for you guys today.
So, guys, we all know that today good choke. So, stay with us. We're going on a quick break and be right back. Welcome back, guys. So we know that this week has been a lot. In fact, this whole month, the month of May, has been like a lot of entertainment, from Portable being arrested, from jumping over the fence, like a lot has gone down.
It was quite eventful,
actually. So I think we're just going to do a rundown of what happened this particular week. So let's start off with our a good news. So let's start off with Rude Boy, that's P Square,
wedding bells,
getting married,
wedding bells. I know,
so
right?
his young love, like
very pretty girl.
Very pretty girl. When I mean, but like we are now like, you know, there's just something.
Oh, but those social media.
There's just something. Social
in the land of social media.
Just something. So like now the girl is like 24 and he's like
in his 40s.
In his 40s. And we're like, oh, okay. But funny enough, he's divorced. So he has the right to like get married and do whatever he wants to. But regardless, do you guys really support the age? What do you think about this age thing?
Nami did marry him. Honestly, am I the bride? Am I the sister of the bride?
I'm not the bride.
I'm not the bride. Honestly, I don't know why people just because social media gives us an avenue to like comment on people's lives because they get to post pictures and then the comment section is open and you just think that with your 500 MB data you just have mind to be saying things, bashing people because of their choices. Are you the bride or are you the groom? And besides, as long as she's not underage, she has the right to marry whoever she wants to marry. It's none of your business. Your opinion doesn't count because it's someone's personal life. But the fact that they chose to post pictures doesn't mean that, oh, your opinion counts or anything.
Faith, what do you think about that exactly?
It's her thing, right? So people should learn to
respect themselves,
respect people's space and decisions. You don't nag on people's decisions. You don't just come out and talk about people's decisions. Now, when we're talking about marriage, you don't choose spouse for anyone. Everybody has the right to go through who they want to spend the rest of their life with. So, I don't know, social media is just always there to
always
bank on people's lifestyle generally. So, for that lady, guys, people should leave her.
Let Ifeoma and Rude Boy breathe.
Personally, I just feel that, man, I don't know what people say now. They say it's better to cry in a Lamborghini than to cry in a keke. But whatever it is,
I want to say that, man, I will not cry. I will not cry by Lamborghini or keke, whatever. I don't want to cry.
That's what people say. That's why you find most young girls now going for the older guy. But everyone has their different.
See, go for a man,
different mindsets and different anything.
Don't go for a man that has Lamborghini and then doesn't
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying what
that will turn you into a punching bag. Okay. Go for the one you love. Go for the one that you know that he won't raise his hands on you someday. But of course,
so
everybody
still in the line of relationships and all. So people are still like, oh, with the old Ifeoma issue, why would she marry someone older? And this brings me to the story of Regina Daniels. I remember when Regina Daniels got married to Ned. Like, we were all saying, how would you get married to that kind of man? And now, she celebrated 5 years anniversary
that was really
during the course of the week. And it was so beautiful to see. And you know, to see the comment section again, people that were, like, raking back then, like, why would she marry that old man, blah, blah, blah. Now, they're not saying that, it's only Regina that can give me marriage advice that won't accept.
Because
so this just brings us to the point that there's nothing you do that will satisfy anyone. The same Regina Daniels that was trolled back then for getting married to Ned Nwako is being praised right now. And the same people are also trolling Ifeoma. Make it make sense.
But now, most people are like, Regina Daniels' husband is celebrating one of his anniversaries. Like, he has a couple. Like, he has a he has wife. So this is just 5 years for Regina Daniels being in his life. There are, like, lots of other women that have been there. So, like, different anniversaries.
The fact that it's just 5 years. And then the fact that 5 years has been so, I'm very sure, sweet for them. Because I know we don't know, right? But you know, one thing with social media is they're always there to pick out issues about people's life. And then you just see it on the internet one day that, oh, this one did that, this one did that. But so far, it's been so sweet for them. And I'm super excited for her.
Regina,
she's basking in her career.
So you guys, in this whole marriage, relationship, celebrity lifestyle, we've been having some good ones, and now we're having another bad one. Harry Song has come again.
Yes, so
Harry Song and his wife have been throwing. In fact, they're like,
it was dirty. That fight was dirty. It was very dirty.
It was that was a very
dirty. It was really sad. So Harry Song literally said that he and his wife are no longer together. That was like some time ago and everything. So we all know that the couple like have gone their separate ways.
Yeah.
So now he came again that his child is not his. The whole paternity fraud and everything going on. We're like, okay, that's fine. He called her out again. I was like, she's moving around because her family is also like that. The mother got married to
but I would draw the line there. But why would you bring her mother into this particular? And I didn't like the way he was talking about. He was looking like a very petty man. The way he was talking about, he was looking like a talkative when he was saying it, like, bro, have some class, have some decency. Like the way he was saying it, and you're dragging our mother and everything. Like, calm down. We didn't ask for all these details. Spell the details.
I'm unbothered about whatever.
Exactly. That's why he asked all these details now. It didn't just make sense.
That's why he said that. social media are there to pick out about the lifestyle of people. Now, for her to come out, to come out to the internet and then you just display rudely. And it's not called for, knowing the fact that this is your husband. Courtesy demands, I know, regardless.
But he did that dirty. Harrison did that dirty. And she did that dirty actually, and she just had to,
leave.
But what she said, she said one sentence, something celebrity. I cannot say because I do not have, backups for that. But
okay, so guys, our president's wife, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, yes, the first lady, as we all know, has come out, guys, and she has made her own view about indecent dressing, yes. And ladies, I don't know if you guys have seen her.
See, the thing is that it's a
thing. I don't know.
I
cannot talk. I for her to come out and say that.
Well, let's not go there. I think we'll just take it.
Let's just take it from the comment section, from the comments.
Okay. So some persons are like, I think for one comment section I saw, someone was like, oh, have you checked? Like pots calling kettle black. That kind of a statement. Have you checked your house?
I saw a lot of that.
Rats day before you
exactly.
Like that kind of a thing. So like when she made the statement, we respect our president.
So
when she made the statement,
the comment section too was actually
her children.
And
like what they wear, and you're advising someone else and everything. But well, it's a good thing she did actually.
Going outside the what our children were actually, but
obviously.
Indecent dressing, it's not a good thing, so to say. So, however, whether our children are, or not,
exactly.
But let's just pick the lesson, the morals from what she has said,
which is
basically.
Do you know that these days, ladies just don't want to,
some ladies.
Okay, some ladies. Literally 90%, if I will say.
Let's say 75
we can't say 9%.
Or 60%. We see have people that uphold decency. We see have ladies that uphold decency.
I know, right? But we have them on the high side. That when they are coming out,
is fine.
I know 60 is way too small.
Yes, now.
Let's just say 60-40%.
Yes, because
we don't have statistics to back that up. Actually,
thousands of ladies that today you just see them like, do you know, I was coming to work this morning under this rain. You need to see what that lady wore, and where we were hiding under a shade.
This rain beat you, Sha.
It showed me shake again.
So
this girl came up and she was trying to pass by, and you needed to see what she was putting on. Like it was more or less like a bra on a jean trouser, and
a bra.
And guys were like under the rain. This cold weather. So this indecent dressing thing needs to be addressed generally because people don't see it as I need to cover myself.
Are we going to have any solution for that anytime soon?
I think we should, but I think we'll be having countless sections. You shouldn't wear, you should wear,
And you think people are going to listen?
You guys know that it's a generation thing. We are in the Gen Z.
And I don't think it's going to get better.
It's not going to see. People are even saying they pity our kids ahead of us because if we are dressing like this, what do you think they'll wear?
Exactly.
But I feel this should be corrected.
Obviously.
We are saying that there's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. But at least it's wrong. Let's just know the fact that it's wrong. But social media keeps projecting this thing as being right. You see them on podcasts, you see them on different things, interviews. Oh, can you do a 360 for the camera? People are just promoting this thing. So you keep projecting this thing like it's something they're always in our faces. You're either not on the podcast. You're okay. It's massive, baby. How much is your outfit? What's the cost of your outfit?
When you talk about them, say from indecent dressing, talk about how people, the amount of fake bodies we're having. Asking them how much are those? Like, are you talking about my? Like, how much is what? And you're like, that's massive. Like, turn around. Oh, no.
So you see, I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon because they keep projecting this thing like it's something. You see bloggers keep projecting these ladies. I don't know, maybe they're trying to shade them, but at the end of the day, people are not seeing it as shade. You just see that you even see the comment section and you see people complimenting them in the comment section.
Let's say 50 or 60% of guys will not even go for a lady that has
that is the one.
Deceiving yourself.
Guys like it. That's why I said 60 or 70% of guys will not want to get married to a lady that
is so exposed Her body, you guys, now, if you actually look at it now.
Who are those bankrolling there?
Exactly. All those people putting siren, wow, in other girls' photos when they wear bikinis. Why
are those bankrolling there?
Boys to do that. See, some men like it. This is that most men like, oh, you look good. Oh, you're wearing bikini. Oh, this. Especially celebrities now. If you get to their page, let's just use Kim Kardashian now. You get to her page and she's like wearing bikini and she's showing up. She's a mother or she's married or she's divorced now and everything. And you're like, wow, oh, you look beautiful. Oh, the skin, the bra, the pants, everything just rhymes with your skin. They're praising you at that point in time. But check what? A man will not marry that, but you're doing siren on that person's post.
And some people are bankrolling. Some people, you might say that they will not get married to them, but they bankroll them, they pay them.
So guys, we'll go on a quick break. Stay with us. Welcome back, guys. So there's another trending video that was trending yesterday, I think on Instagram and every other social platform. So like a lady was, I think she was just on her way to maybe her normal day life, maybe to work or whatever, and she saw little kids carrying bucket of water on their heads.
Kids in their uniform.
In their uniform, like, and it's not even like they are going to fetch the water in the school compound. They are
outside the school. Well, not water. They were packing bricks like stones. I saw the video. Like they were packing something like sand and stones from beside the building like that. So I saw it
outside.
Yeah, I don't know where they were carrying the buckets to.
I'm not sure they're up to even class 5, primary 5 or year 5.
Very small.
They're literally small, like primary 1, 2, 3, all those tiny. Because they're really small. And you carry things on your head. That's child labor.
Outside the school.
And what she did
what
she did was good. One is a private school, and you're seeing kids carrying things on their head. You literally let's just watch this video. Let's just
actually.
Where's your school? What's the name of your school? See children that asking them to carry this kind of heavy stuff. Oh yeah, drop it.
You didn't get what is happening.
I don't want to know. Do you hire them? Do you hire them? Do you hire them?
Is there any problem?
There's problem. These small children.
No, it's not heavy. I don't know what's putting it on.
It's not heavy. This is not heavy. Drop it. See, we should go back to your school. Or else, I'm calling police on you.
Call them. What's the matter? Don't break those things.
I will. I will. Why would they carry the small children? Small children to carry.
I've told the man since.
Which man? You are doing this allegation. What that moment don't sorrow. See what you are doing. They should carry. See, look what they are doing. Look what they are doing. You can't even hire. This is a private school. If you not a private school, madam.
No. This woman is not.
This is a private school. How?
No, a private school in quotes because I do not understand.
How come those kids came out that the teachers were not aware?
No, I believe that lady should be a teacher or a guardian.
That lady is a teacher. Like she's like someone that.
Should I even be the proprietor herself?
Exactly. Maybe the one even sending that. Oh, go, and she's like maybe trying to just supervise or are you going to drop it at the right place?
With the rate of insecurity we have already.
Insecurity.
I'm not even. Don't let us even go to insecurity because it's okay beside the school, like in front of school. They don't know on the road. I'm just saying that I sent my child to school to go and learn.
And then
why are you making my child go through labor? Why are you putting bricks on my child's head? It's not a government school, for crying out loud. Why are you putting bricks on my child's head? And then my child will get home and say, Mommy, I'm tired, my neck is paining me, my back is paining me. They will not know that the child went to do manual labor at school. Because I do not understand. It doesn't make sense actually. And I didn't even like the fact that the woman was trying to defend herself and what she was doing. It wasn't right at all.
No, it was very bad.
I don't know.
But I like the fact that she actually threw the things off their head.
Of course, she's wrong. And look at that Smolly. And she's like, that Smolly wants to carry. I don't understand.
What are they carrying?
No, there's a difference. There's a difference between public and private. You know that, oh fine, there's some schools that you do normal sanitation, like, oh, you cut grass, you do all those are maybe public schools. But this time now, I sent you to a private school for a reason.
Yes.
I'm really looking at the size of these children.
Even
if we were like
some schools now,
grown kids now, I'll say okay, but it's wrong. But look at these small kids that she's making go
child abuse, child labor, every single thing.
This is child labor.
There are some schools now in Nigeria that they don't even let the child even do anything. Their own are go to school and learn. Like my own school now, I'm not even sure. I went to boarding school and I'm not sure I even did like my laundry at the point in time, because you're like, oh, you came here to learn, you came here to study, we'll handle your laundry, everything you're doing, we'll handle yourself, because they don't just want to see anything that will literally stress you.
Yeah.
And
aside the
just
stress,
go to school and read your book, make sure you pass. So any form
aside
of
the stress,
I can't be going to boarding school and be cutting grass. Someone
course,
was paid for that.
of
So
course.
they even pay people to wash my clothes.
To do that.
All I did in school was to read and pass my books, and I came out. So there are schools like that, and now
I understand that this school might not be like the standard school,
Yes,
but I believe that regardless they paid something
you don't
try to outsource this. Get somebody else to do this thing. Like they're meant to be in class. We are depriving them from being in class. Assuming it was meant to be break time, you're even depriving them from their breaks, and you're using them for what?
Or you tell them quickly
for
eat,
what?
quickly eat, so you can
It doesn't make sense.
Do you understand? No, but really, this is something other schools should pick from. They should see. For no reason
Most of them do
should you send a child out to do such duties. Come on, that is too much for them. Coupled with the fact that the country is not safe. Lots of things are actually happening. Those kids are still very small. They are really small for that. So please.
All right, well, going away from that, let's talk about paternity fraud.
Here again,
paternity fraud has been a king lately, and it's
again.
just making me. And now I'm just like really pain because my gender is at the center of this, and we used to think that women cannot do evil, but it's looking like doing
so women.
It's vice versa.
So women can do a lot of things. So there's a footballer, Kayode. So he has said that it's 3 kids.
I know he is. 3.
1, 2, 3.
Not even 1.
Not 1.
There's
3
even
kids
too much.
and not
And they're boys.
Paternity fraud again.
You know how they
again.
So
how did that woman was able to stay quiet until he got to find out? 3 good kids.
No, I think
the man has been staying with those kids. I'm very sure they've been a lot of bond with those 3 boys.
Those are like my kids.
So coming to tell me now that they're
not mine. Like a test result says
how do
they
I
are not mine.
accept
Although
this?
someone said that if you do a paternity test, also do maternity test. So, but this one I'm 3. There's no way I should see. Maybe there's a foul play here. Maybe they should try and do another test elsewhere. But with 3 kids, which kind of foul play? 3 kids.
I think
it's a lot. Not one, not even the first child.
You know,
all of them.
I swear. But you know now, I think it's paternity fraud thing just coming on. So everyone is even checking. Make I even carry my pikin go check. Make I know. Even most times that even if you actually don't even, you know that this your son looks like you. You just want to go and check because it's not trend. It's like
exactly.
Most persons are like, oh, make it a law. Once
Once
your child
you give birth to a child, do paternity
to make sure it's this.
Test.
But how long? How long? I'm sure it's paternity fraud has been trying this since. Maybe it's just coming up because people are just finding out. And their kids are not theirs, blah, blah, blah. They've spent like 15 years, 20 years with them.
So I just want to say this. Probably, as a lady, if you find out maybe your spouse cannot impregnate you or something, instead of you going about this route of getting... Because I'm trying to think of possible reasons why 3 kids... won't be for your husband. You get, so guys should get themselves checked because at least one. Actually, I don't know how she went about it. So if you detect that probably your spouse is not medically fit, please don't try and do something that will tarnish your image later on in future. Just be open about it, discuss it. If you are going to go for other tests, other opinions, please do the needful. And the whole paternity fraud thing, I beg, because now person if you commit suicide, you can just overthink it because it's a lot. 3 children, 3 guys, yes, being unfaithful and all of that.
Oh my God, just
that's hard. Open up, talk about it, and if you doctor together and face whatever reality it is together, not going about it paternity fraud way. And I don't know, my gender, please, we can do better.
Obviously,
yes, we say that men are this, men are that, but at this point, it's like both genders are this and that, and we need to resolve it.
All right, people. Okay, so away from this paternity fraud issue, so a 7 months trending also last night, a 7 months pregnant lady knelt down to give her husband
slavery.
Wait, calm down.
His food.
Don't just
you know when
abuse.
Calm down.
Slavery.
Don't just slavery like that.
Abuse.
Okay, so 7 months, you know, at that point already.
My mad.
The tummy is already big.
See, the tummy is big.
And you know, when you are pregnant as a lady, of course, there are lots of things you don't even do. So you are not meant to go down, like, there's a restriction of how you should.
Let's watch this video.
Let's watch the video.
So it's not be like we are just exaggerating.
Obviously.
This is exactly what I said I want in my woman. This is my elder brother's wife, pregnant, you see.
See my brother's wife, 7 months, still kneeling to serve him.
So that means she must have been doing it.
She has been doing it.
Yes.
So if my wife cannot do this, I don't want to marry. So say you and the husband, your brother and you should go and marry that woman again. In fact, if she has sisters, all of you should go and marry their family.
Yeah.
Because this is slavery.
No,
I don't know. This is wickedness.
I'm trying to just wrap my head around
there's
it.
no
And
pity.
I don't know. The man wasn't even looking at
He was just pressing his phone like it's a normal thing,
and everything. Just do the usual and go. And I just want to say, let's just always, as a single lady, just pray for a man that will just have mercy or compassion, rather, just have compassion.
You know that.
Because there are some things that, the fact that she's 7 months pregnant, at that point, there are some things she's meant to do and not to do. She's not even meant to do so much stress. Yeah, she's meant to exercise and everything, but that was a lot. Like, she had to kneel down. That was very avoidable, rather. It was avoidable. There was no need to even kneel down. What if she knelt down? Something
Do you know that
when
this
she was
is
kneeling?
where...
Really... I don't
Victoria.
know. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. The woman didn't look like she was complaining or anything, and I feel like it's something she must have been doing
from
time, because she didn't. You know, she's not saying, she just went like daily ritual. My Lord, may I? My Lord, if I may. Dinner is served.
So, do you know what? This
Someone is compassionate. It's important, though.
Victoria, this is where kindness comes, you know. You say the kindness we talk about. For me, if you ask me what kind of man I want, I will tell you that I know I want money, but he has to be kind.
So Tracy wants money.
Who doesn't want money?
Everybody wants money. Now, he has to be a kind man. Ladies, a kind man will not see the wife on that, like in that stage.
Yeah, and then want her to kneel down. She even prepared me for you to know that she tried now. She made food for you. Like, why would
when you marry a kind man?
One thing I would say is that you looking at the man, he wasn't looking like a young man. So maybe their generation, that's the orientation, that's the way he was brought up. He didn't look like a young man. Look at him now. That's why his younger brother was saying that he's looking for that kind of vibe. He will be fine though.
Are you not fine?
If you marry a kind man,
you see that he's not from our generation. You see he's old and everything. So I will just give it probably his own orientation and all of that. But at least, but this our time and age.
That was so much, because imagine okay,
she even prepared the food.
Imagine she knelt down and then from there something happened. She couldn't stand up, because if you see the way she stand up, she was striving.
It was a struggle now.
It was a struggle. So how about if everything now became like something else at that point in time? Then he would drop the phone. You see, when you marry a kind man, you won't see. He will be serving you. Yeah, no, he will serve you on bread. He will not stress you.
Calm down.
Not every time. Not every time. Because if you're 7 months pregnant, at that peak, there are some things you are supposed to do and you're not supposed to do. True. I won't cook and then you tell me to go on my 2 meals.
Now, talking about these things you're supposed to do and things you're not supposed to do, there's one very girl. Let's just put girl, because the girl said she's in a relationship with her boyfriend, and her boyfriend washes her undies. And this girl, you know that, okay, fine.
She now made a video.
She made a video. I was like, my man does not see a problem with me, like with him washing my undies, and he doesn't have a problem with it. He has never complained, and you're allowing him wash your undies.
And no, the main part is that the fact that she made a video of it,
and
she posted it online. She very, very silly
and she
girl.
showed the man's face.
That's one of the problems social media is causing, because like who sent you? You just wanted to trend. Oh, my man loves me. No, but see, your man can choose to do whatever he wants to do. It might be kind. I don't have any problem with him doing that for her. I don't have any problem. Both of you, that's your business. But the fact that you didn't think it was wrong, that it was demeaning that you post a picture of him washing, not your husband or your boyfriend.
Even if he does it,
you're supposed to stop him.
Even married couples, even if they say the husband, oh, my wife is pregnant, oh, she's too busy.
Yes, and
that was some clothes. Let me just help her wash, or maybe she has soaked her undies, whatever.
You will never see them bring the video online.
Even if they carry that matter to the man's family, you allow you wash your wife's pants or you wash your wife's. They're like, they even drop like, are you okay at that point? But this is something hidden. Yes. It's not like something.
But wait, few people wait. Calm down. But calm down. Wife can wash boxers. But man cannot wash pants.
No. The thing is, ladies, see.
I don't think there's anything wrong with them washing.
If a man is washing your undies as a lady, lucky you. Not all men.
Close to me.
Because it's not all men that can do that. Not all men will even want to. Not all men will want to. Do you know that most times, not all men even like to get close to their wife when they are on their menstrual period.
Yes.
Do you understand?
Pregnancy,
yes, and talk about pregnancy. So for a man to wash your undies, you're lucky. That come on, you should appreciate that.
The feminists are shaking now. Like, no, it's not lucky. You're just gender equality, gender roles. You can wash yours, you can wash mine.
My boyfriend is washing my undies. That was way too much.
My problem is the fact that she made a video and posted it. Nobody.
That was way too much.
That was
too much. She was not meant to do that. Just keep it between the both of you. We don't want to see.
Obviously.
You're still free person, but it's
obviously.
Over. So that's all we can take on today's episode. Thank you so much, guys, for staying with us. Bye for now.
Bye.
Hello and welcome to 360 Health on TV360 Nigeria. Thank you for staying with us. I am Ogechukwu Okekwe. The World Health Organization has said half of the world total population does not have access to essential health care despite global efforts. According to the global body's Director General, Tedros Ghebreyesus, a significant number of people are excluded from health care and about 2 billion people face financial hardship due to out-of-pocket health spending. Tedros said this at the 77th World Health Assembly in Geneva, Switzerland. The assembly, which was world leaders in attendance, is themed All for Health, Health for All. At the event, Tedros said there is a regression in the rate of financial protection of citizens seeking health care at a global level. The Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Ali Pati, has provided some hope for Nigerian health professionals, promising adjustments in their wages very soon. The minister made this declaration on the first anniversary of President Bola Tinubu. Over the years, health professionals in Nigeria have several times complained of low wages as well as non-payment of their hazard allowance, among others. This has in many occasions led to industrial action, creating instability in the nation's health sector. As a result of the instability some of these issues have created in the nation's health sector, many of Nigerian health professionals have migrated to other countries, creating a brain drain sector. Speaking on the brain drain in the health sector, however, the minister said that President Bola Tinubu's administration had taken some decisive policies which are now addressing that problem. Medical experts and civil society organizations have called on the federal government to fully implement the graphic health warning on tobacco packaging and labeling. According to them, this is an effective way to spread awareness, but the risks associated with tobacco products reduce consumption and be helpful for those with limited literacy skills. Newsmen observe that in Nigeria, while there are some graphic warnings on cigarettes and other non-for tobacco products like shisha and snuffs among others. Meanwhile, the World Health Organization mandated the parties to the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control to put in place policies in tobacco product packaging to provide health warning, describing the harmful effects on tobacco use. We'll go on a short break, but don't go away. Welcome back. Cervical cancer is a type of cancer that occurs in the cells of the cervix, which is the lower part of the uterus that connects to the vagina. It is primarily caused by persistent infection with high-risk type of human papillomavirus, HPVs. While HPV infections are common and often resolve on their own, persistent can lead to development of precancerous lesion, which if left untreated may progress to invasive cervical cancer. Well, joining me on the program to discuss further is Senior Registrar Department of Obstetric and Gynecologist at Federal Medical Center, Bida, Niger State, Dr. Afar Yusuf. Thank you for joining me on the program, Doctor. So majority know that cervical cancer occurs in the cervix. Can you expand on knowledge on what cervical cancer and how it develops?
Thank you very much. So cervical cancer literally means cancer of the mouth of the womb, which we refer to as the cervix. It is one of the most common causes of cancer deaths. This cancer occurs within the ages of, say, 15 to 59 years. It is also the second most common cancer cause of death in Nigeria, Africa, and even worldwide. It is a malignant disease or tumor that affects the mouth of the womb, which we refer to as the cervix. Now, this is a worrisome disease to us. In fact, currently, it has been seen as a disease of public health importance because cervical cancer is a preventable and curable disease, which has really bordered much on women of reproductive age group, so to say, given the burden of about 500,000, about 500 million new cases every year, with about 300,000 deaths every year. And it will interest us to know that 90% of this mortality or death occur in developing nations, of which Nigeria is one of. By 2030, if care is not taken, the incidence, meaning that occurrence of new cases of this cancer, will increase to the tune of, say, 700,000, while the death is estimated to be about 400,000 if we don't do anything about the disease. So, according to WHO also, they said at least one woman dies of cervical cancer every 2 minutes. Each of them is a tragedy and the reason why we need to prevent it. And if you put mathematics to it, that means in 20 minutes, about 10 women would have died of cervical cancer. Now, out of these 10 women, 3 out of them is occurring in Africa. That's about 21%, so to say. This should really open our minds to how very important this disease is and how common it is in our environment, and to also say to us, what are we doing as a country, what are we doing as a continent, and how do we entirely, as individuals, try to prevent or reduce the menace of cervical cancer.
So what would you say are the symptoms of these diseases?
Well, most times the symptoms of some of these ailments might not really be specific, but commonly what people with cervical
cervical cancer present with, because of the fact that it happens in, I've told us the age range at which cervical cancer occur. Most of them present with bleeding from their private part, from their vagina, which we call a vaginal bleeding. And most of this bleeding, many times, are either post-coital, after sexual intercourse with their spouses. Some of them will present to you with bleeding following that nature. Mind you, there are other things that could cause that kind of bleeding, but most importantly, when you are seeing a woman around, say, 40 years of age and all of that, you start thinking, what are the possible things that could lead to that, of which cervical cancer is one of. So sometimes, most of them present with post-coital bleeding. Some of them present with intermenstrual bleeding, and also some of the mostly patients present with symptoms of vaginal discharge. So majorly, these are symptoms that they present with: vaginal discharge, irregular bleeding, post-coital bleeding, intermenstrual bleeding for those that are still having their menses, or some of them will present with weight loss and other symptoms of progression of the disease. Some might be anemic, meaning their blood level will be low at the time they are presenting. Some might look cachectic, and other more, or even some form of presentation following the progression or metastasis of the disease to other adjacent organs.
What are the main types of stages? What are the main types or stages of cervical cancer?
Okay, well, when you're talking about, we have classification of cervical cancer. We have the pre-malignant phase of cervical cancer. What we mean by pre-malignant phase of cervical cancer, it means that at that level, the progression has not reached a cancer stage. Is a process of getting into the cancer phase, and that's what we call pre-malignant or pre-invasive phase of the cancer. And that which we call a cervical intraepithelial neoplasia, we have a stage 1, we have a type 1, type 2, type 3, or stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, however you want to call it. At this phase, this is the earliest form that you can get the stage 1 of the cervical intraepithelial neoplasia that we call CIN, or 2 or 3. Of it, after which you have the tumor already eating up into the basement lining of the cells, entering deep into the cell, where we call the cervical cancer in situ, and you now start having the stages 1, 2, 3, 4. Either the tumor is within the mouth of the womb that we call the cervix, or it has extended beyond that and affecting the adjacent areas like the vagina, going to the uterus, and also the parametrium, or the parametrium, and also including the rectum, the bladder, the kidneys, and distant parts of the body. So that's how to put it into a stage so that people will understand how this disease will progress. Then also, the disease could either be in a form of what we call squamous cell carcinoma, adenocarcinoma, the commonest one, which is the squamous cell carcinoma. All of this, what malignant transformation means is that a cell layer is changed from what normally it is into another form, which we call dysplastic changes. So when you have these dysplastic changes around the cervix, it progresses gradually. Normally, the cells of the reproductive tract have their tissue origin.
So what would you say are the standard treatment options for cervical cancer, and how do treatment options vary depending on stages of cervical cancer?
Yes, so thank you. The options of treatment depends on the stage of the disease. Now, remember that I mentioned earlier that there is a pre-malignant phase of this disease, which we all are very happy if it is detected as early as that stage, because the treatment is better. The options are ablative therapies. You can do excisional therapy, meaning that you just take a look at where the lesion is and you use instruments. For example, we have the thermal ablation, using something to just put a heat on it, or you use colonization, or you just cut that particular area, either using a lid or lip, and you take the sample away.
So can you expand our knowledge on the risk factors to cervical cancer?
Yes, the risk factors to cervical cancer include those that have multiple sexual partners. The reason why this is a risk is because human papilloma virus is has been to be a culprit in the pathogenesis of cervical cancer. So, and this virus itself is transmissible majorly via sexual intercourse. So, those that have multiple sexual partners at increased risk of cervical cancer. Those that have early sexual debut, meaning that early coital have their sex at a very tender age, at early age, are also at risk of cervical cancer. Then cervical cancer will also occur in those that have HIV infection, because obviously from the low immunity and the fact that there's what we call HIV attributable disease and HIV associated cancer. So, and I think about 5% of cervical cancer are associated with HIV. Then also there is a low immunity in those individuals, making it easy for the human papilloma virus itself to thrive in them, and also make it easy for the progression of the disease. So these are some of the risk factors of cervical cancer. Of course, the age group at which you get the cervical cancer, majorly I've already said it, that 15 to 59 years mostly. Getting to that, the other extreme is when you find the disease. So that is also a risk factor to the development of cervical cancer, among others.
So how does this HPV relate to cervical cancer, and how does HPV vaccines play in preventing cervical cancer?
Okay, so the human papilloma virus that we call HPV is just a virus. I want to believe we understand what a virus is, tiny organism within the system. And what it does, there are different strains, I think about 130 strains of this disease. Now, among them, we have the ones that are low risk to us in terms of causing cervical cancer. We have those that are high risk in terms of causing cervical cancer. So the low risk ones are the 6, 11, and all of that, while the high risk are the strains of 16 and 18. So what they do is that they enter into the body system. Now, this human papilloma virus can be carried by men and women. And when it stays in the body system, naturally the body system have a way of clearing the virus. However, the virus will stay up to about, say, 3 months, 2 years before it can even start causing the disease, and it becomes about 2 to 10 years, then it progresses to full-blown disease in about another 10 years. And that's why some will put the course of development or progression of the disease to, say, about 20 years, meaning for the virus. So what the virus does is getting into the body system, it changes the DNA setup of the body system around the mouth of the womb, and as such, you remember earlier I said that the reproductive tract system has cell linings that have their own structure, the way they are made. So what it does is that by changing the DNA, it now work on that and change the cell lining from what it used to be to another form entirely. And from there, it's now able to take over the growth of that area. And you know what tumors do, or malignant tumors do, they grow excessively, geometrically, and it's progresses like that gradually from the pre-malignant states into full-blown disease, and continue growing if nothing is done to it till it becomes a full-blown disease. So that's what basically the human papilloma virus does to that area, among other factors. Remember also, part of the risk factors of cervical cancer is a low income class or low socioeconomic status, obviously, because the nutrition will be low in them. They don't even have basic amenities to take care of themselves. They don't even have money to go for some screenings to test themselves and all of that. They don't even have money to present to hospital early. So because of that, you find it more in them.
What screening tests are available for cervical cancer, and how often should they be done?
Okay, so sorry, before we go into the screening test, I remember you said that how does the vaccine helps? Now.
Yes, in
since
preventing cervical cancer.
Yes. So now that we talk about human papillomavirus to being the main culprit, around 2020, I think specifically on the 17th of November 2020, there was an adopted strategy that was developed, called Global Strategy to Accelerate the Elimination of Cervical Cancer as a Public Health problem. So this global strategy was launched in 2020. This was despite the COVID-19 pandemic. That's to tell you how WHO and the whole world tried to see how to eliminate cervical cancer. And what is the motivation for this step is because this disease is caused by a known agent called a human papillomavirus, and there are also medical tools that are necessary to prevent it and cure it are said to be available. They at that point set a goal to eliminate cervical cancer from the world by the end of the century, and they want to maintain an incidence rate of very low as having 4 per 100,000 women coming down with cervical cancer. They came up with targets which they tagged 90, 70, 90. And what does the 90, 70, 90 means? This is supposed to be achieved by 2030. The 90, 70, 90 target, the 3 targets cover 2 broad areas: protecting the children by means of vaccination that we just mentioned, and also securing the health for adults. How do we do that? Screening for the pre-cancerous lesions that I mentioned earlier, and treatment of those that already developed the cervical cancer, meaning you have to treat those that have the precancerous lesion. You screen for it, you treat those that have the precancerous lesion, and also treat and manage effectively those that have the cancer. And what the 90, 70, 90 target entails is that by 2030, WHO wants to ensure that 90% of girls are fully vaccinated with human papillomavirus vaccine by the age of 15. The screening method, as we have mentioned, we have the low profile and the high profile testing or screening. We have the visual inspection with acetic acid. We have the paponuclear smear with the cytology. Then also we have a visual inspection with glucose iodine using colposcopy. Then we have the high profile or high performance test, which is the human papillomavirus DNA testing, which is said to be higher in terms of sensitivity and specificity detecting the cervical cancer. So majorly, women that are younger than 21 years, if they are not sexually active, there might not be need for screening in them. But women that are from 21 to 29 years of age could do cytology screening alone. That's the paponuclear smear every 3 years. While women that are 30 to 65 years of age could do the human papillomavirus testing and the cytology code testing every 5 years. Or if they are going to do the paponuclear smear, that's the cytology test alone, it should be every 3 years. Then women that are older than 65 years of age have no screening. No screening is necessary for them after they have done a previous test that are probably shown a negative results. But however, for those women with that are older than 65 years with a history of maybe the pre-malignant state, as I mentioned earlier, the CIN2, CIN3, or the adenocarcinoma form that I mentioned earlier, they should continue their testing, routine age-based screening for at least the 20 years. So, and also for women that have had a total hysterectomy, that's removal of their womb now, no screening is necessary. So that's the screening method and how frequent it can be done as simple, so that people will be able to get that.
What are the prognoses for someone diagnosed with cervical cancer?
Yes, it is unfortunate that the presentation of our patients with cervical cancer is almost always late, meaning that most of them present at the late stage of the disease, sometimes at stage 3, even as worse as stage 4 disease, where there is little or nothing that could be done. Remember, I said for stage 4 or advanced, very advanced stages, it's only majorly palliative care and 1 or 2 other immunotherapy or other thing that can be given to the patient. So if the patient is presenting very early, better still, even at the pre-malignant stage, the prognosis is fantastic, very good. However, if they are presenting at a very late stage, the prognosis is poor, and about 77% of those that are presenting with a late stage die within 5 years. So it's as worse as that, and that is why cervical cancer being a preventable and treatable disease, we advocate for health education, sensitization of the public on the disease, that it's a disease that can be prevented by health education. People should avoid the risk factors. People should take care of themselves, protect themselves. For those that avoid all these multiple sexual partners, or better still, use condom to prevent the transmission of this disease. Remember, I said it's transmitted via sexual intercourse. Tobacco use and all of that should be reduced as much as possible. So I haven't done that sensitization. Then there comes vaccination. Vaccination of even the girls. Even some countries have even moved to vaccinating even the boys themselves, so that at least it also cuts the chain of the transmission of the human papilloma virus that eventually could lead to disease. Then also the screening that I mentioned earlier will help us to detect the early stage of disease, or to diagnose the disease as early as possible and manage as they present to us. So if all of these are put together, the patient presents very early, you see that the prognosis is very good, and would have been able to reduce the progress of the disease.
How does cervical cancer affect fertility and sexual health, and what are the options for preserving fertility?
Yeah, the option for preserving fertility is, for depending, it doesn't mean that a woman with cervical cancer cannot have a child. Now, it depends on the phase at which you are detecting the disease. If it is pre-malignant phase, it's very easy. By the time you do the ablative therapy, you do the excision and all of that, after sometimes the woman can get pregnant, because it's a multidisciplinary approach. After sometimes the woman gets pregnant and the woman can have the baby. But if already it's a stage 1, stage 2, and the woman is desirous of fertility, if it is an early stage of the disease, sometimes if it is diagnosed early, maybe around 16 weeks, before 20 weeks, the woman can undergo some form of surgical treatment. But if it is later than that, they have to weigh the risk, because if you are going to give chemotherapy, the disadvantage, it has effect on the baby. All of that has to be put into consideration. And for those that are going to have their womb removed, are going to have a hysterectomy, or maybe hysterectomy with total bilateral sapingo oophorectomy, meaning removing the womb and also removing the eggs, as the case may be. For that, there's room for cryopreservation.
Well, Senior Registrar Department of Obstetric and Gynecology at Federal Medical Center, Bida, Niger State, Dr. Afor Yusuf, thank you for speaking with us on the program. And that's it on this episode of the program. Till I come your way next time. Bye for now.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
And welcome to another episode on startups. Now, in today's rapidly evolving business landscape, the need for robust infrastructure and innovative solutions has never been greater. Now, there's an organization called RootsHive that offers a comprehensive solution to businesses looking to enhance their infrastructure and streamline their operations. Now, RootsHive provides the tools and support needed for businesses to drive success. Now, join me as we get to know the transformative impact of RootsHive and explore how it is reshaping the future of business infrastructure.
At RootsHive, we believe we're transforming the way Africans do business. We've built an infrastructure for economic mobility, that is harnessing the power of payments, right? Insights into big data and leveraging on the precision of AI. So we want every average Nigerian entrepreneur or ideator or nano business to be able to think economic growth and grow your business even from inception. I am Ogundetolu Ashemaiko, CEO, founder of the RootsHive.
Drawing from his own experience with a failed startup, Ogundetolu Alashe was inspired to create an organization aimed at supporting businesses in every stage of their journey. His vision was to establish a platform that not only assisted in launching new ventures, but also provided the necessary resources for sustained growth and scalability.
Back then on campus, a couple of us, myself and my friends, we all had businesses, and then we realized that most of the businesses failed, not because the idea wasn't great, right, but because we didn't understand how to run a business, right? Coming out of campus into the real world, I remember my first speech, we were asking about data room. I was clueless, right? So if you look at the business scope in Africa, you find out that a lot of people have businesses, but don't necessarily know how to run businesses. It's the same reason why we have 9 out of 10 startups fail in the first 3 years, right? It's not because the money wouldn't come, it's not because the idea is not great, right? But the operational ups and downs, how you navigate, how you manage stakeholder engagement, thinking, innovation, making your product culture fit. Nobody is teaching anybody how to do that, right? So we started the Rootside with one mission, understanding that for African businesses to thrive, right, you really need to go back to the grassroots. An African mother would give or hand over a business to a child at the end of the day, right? So there's an underlying continuity model that nobody is talking about, right? If you would give a young person that just finished school a fully fledged business, the business would most likely fail if the person does not understand what is going on in the business. So we are building infrastructures to help salvage these things. So all of this and many more are why we started the Rootside, to give young Africans hope, to say, okay, you know what, your idea can actually thrive, whether you're looking along horizontals or vertically, right? You can start a business and think scale and have it kind of turn into economic impact, whether in Nigeria, Africa, or globally.
By integrating AI technology, Rootside provides nano businesses with intuitive tools and resources, enabling them to register and navigate the platform independently.
We don't do anything at all without taking a deep dive into how exactly you operate, right? So our infrastructure can be personalized, right? The way a Yoruba person is going to transact is way different from the way an Igbo person is going to transact. So what we've learned to do was to bring in culture, or is to bring in culture into the way you transact. I don't think people do that, right? Anyway, everybody just seeks to copy the Western world and all of that. So we had to sit back, right? If we would solve the problem in Africa, we actually need to look back. Like, take a deep dive, look into or look inwards, right, and then solve from inside out, right? So that's what we're doing. We're also working on a lot of interesting technologies that make us really, really unique, right? We're democratizing access to finance, right, alongside. And if you really think about it, right, there are some issues, primary issues that cannot be solved right now, right? You're building 100 apps for a local farmer and you're saying you're driving a closure. I don't think it's gonna work. Why? Because the local farmer is 2-3 hours away from home farming. So what happens, even if we provide funds for them, what happens when the funds die, right? So we're looking at tap to scan, tap to pay, mechanisms where they can just use hardwares, right, tap, collect money or transact and all of that. So yes, there are a number of things. When you interact with the Rootside, you find out that it's just tailor fit, right, and it's way easy to use, right? Different access, different entry points, secure platforms and all of that. Yeah, we have bots, Ola, that kind of helps you with every stage of your business, giving you predictive analysis, helping you understand at what point you really need to pay attention to what. Let's say, for instance, you're a business owner, right, and you sell soft drinks, right? You want to know what soft drink is actually, what's it called now? What soft drink is actually making the most purchase or the most sales, right? So you can capitalize on that and not waste money buying other things that people wouldn't buy from you, right? For us, that way we can identify that, okay, you know what, this thing doesn't work, right? This particular set of people through these things. So we're training models that study these behaviors and can be used to actually solve problems along different horizontals or verticals. A case study is healthcare.
Tailored towards economic growth, Roothive provide businesses with the complete infrastructure necessary for their operations. This includes essential tools and resources required for product development, launch, and scalability.
Also, our technology is adaptable, right? I mean, we can, from the dashboard, you can actually see everything going on in your business. It's that simplified, right? So far, we facilitated over 1.2 million transactions, right? Helping businesses study what is going on in their business. I want to see an average Nigeria solving any African problem and seeing that business thrive. Right, so we want to reduce drastically that number of 9 startups failing to 0 startups failing. Right, you should be able to understand your business therein. Right, the curriculum in Nigeria isn't exactly doing a great job, but we believe with interacting with Roothive, you would have a clear sense of understanding as to what you're building, how you're building it, how you're interacting with stakeholders, and all that stuff. So we want to see your business drive progressive growth in Africa or whatever space you're in.
Roothive facilitates transaction between business owners and their own customers using their native languages, which adds a layer of inclusivity and personalization.
When it comes to culture, we are neglecting culture. If I would buy suya from a suya seller, it will give me more suya, it will give me more suya if I speak his language. Right. So what happens to us transacting in our language, understanding what we're transacting, how we're transacting, and the underlying growth pointers that we can actually print from time to time. We have a product we call RootsCard, right? When you upload your bio and whatnot, talk about your business on RootsCard. If I am interacting with your product, right, I don't have to get confused on your platform. It's one click, I change your language. So I can really relate with whatever you're saying. And when you're relating with my response, you're relating with my response in your own language, right? So that way, it's just clear communication, right? And I think it will help Africans preserve their languages, right? Because I don't, half the time, I don't know any Gen Z that can, or maybe the percentage is really low, of Gen Zs that can actually read in their own languages. It's really low, right? So why not at the same time to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Help them leverage their language, at the same time help them learn more about their language.
Given the similarities in economic landscape across Africa, Roothive is eager to embark on expansion into other countries on the continent.
So we've started thinking beyond Nigeria. We started with Kenya, right, and Rwanda. Right, these economies are a lot similar. We are not just stopping at Africa, right? I mean, I am African. I understand the realities here, so it's easy to actually start building tailor-fit products here, right? But in the next 5-10 years, I mean, you would hear Roothive as a global name, right? As much as we're driving economic inclusions, the same thing applies in the US. Right, if you go there, you still see the lower class, right, suffering, and then the problem around economic mobility is a global one, right? It's not just Africa. If you go there, if you think all you want to do is just Japan and make money, reality will hit you, right? And if you're starting anything there, it's still the same mindset or the same knowledge base that you need to start something here, that you really need to start something there. You're interacting with humans. So it has to be culture fit. If you don't like what I'm selling, you most likely wouldn't buy from me. So how do I make what I'm selling likable by you so that you can buy from me?
By forging partnership with other organizations, Roothive gain access to diverse expertise, resources, and networks that complement its own capabilities.
Yeah, sure. We are open to partnering with anyone who can actually. We're actually actively fundraising, right? Yeah, if you find what we're doing interesting, you can always partner with us. right? We actually have a target. We'll send you the pitch deck. We'll take up communications from there, and then we hope to actually get a profitable partnership for both parties. Yeah.
For Root Hive, their long-term goal is to see every business have economic growth and thrive regardless of the economy. Now, in the realm of healthcare, accessibility and convenience are paramount. Now, Checker epitomizes this ethos. It revolutionizes at-home laboratory services and bridging gaps in healthcare delivery. Checker provides patients with affordable, reliable and convenient access to medical tests from the comfort of their own homes. Now, Checker is on a mission to democratize access to healthcare.
At Checker, we're building a digital health platform for at-home medical lab tests in Africa. It means that you need a test, you can get it done from home. Quick, easy, and affordable. My name is Victor Emai. I lead the team at Checker as CEO.
Checker stands at the forefront of healthcare innovation, offering a digital platform that revolutionizes at-home laboratory services. By partnering with doctors, labs, hospitals, and pharmacies, Checker provides patients with affordable, reliable, and convenient access to medical lab tests from the comfort of their own homes.
Yes, so it is majorly affordable and convenient diagnostics right at home. You know that you're busy, right? Everyone is busy. You probably will not find that one day to go to the lab to get yourself checked, right? So there are millions of people that see doctors every day. They need to do lab tests, and that's why labs are very congested, right? So for us, it's about convenience for our patients, our customers, even our partners. So how we work is that we partner with doctors, we partner with hospitals, labs, to provide at-home lab tests for their customers, right? So as against now sending that patient to the lab, they can use Checker, right? So, and the way we work just like Uber. We have healthcare workers everywhere that are licensed, and of course they've been screened, and they have our kits. So once there is an order from a patient, maybe from the doctor or the lab, the nearest healthcare worker visits the patient to draw the sample, maybe blood or swab or saliva, what is required for the test. Then it is sent to the nearest accredited lab, and results are then interpreted by our doctors and also sent back to the patient. So that single-handedly just beats a few days of repeated visits to the hospital, right, or to the lab, and of course the queues that is involved here. So, right. Another thing is we are introducing AI into interpreting our results. We're the only one doing that right now. We are the center of the ecosystem, right? So once you book a test, you can get it done the same day, right? Because we don't have to send someone from the office, there's someone close by, right? So we also collect samples for HMOs. We've partnered with the largest HMO in Nigeria, that's AXA Mansard. So there's so many things that we do very differently, right? But of course, amazing work to do also. We're trying to solve same problem using different approaches.
Victor Emaye's light bulb moment struck while waiting in line for a family member's medical test. It was during this experience that he witnessed firsthand the inefficiencies and challenges within Nigeria's healthcare system. Motivated by the need for change, Victor embarked on a journey to establish Checker.
Okay, so I'm a second-time founder in healthcare. So my first company was an EMR company, that's electronic medical records. And being in this space, I think in my second year, my mom came down with a stroke. And it was sad. We spent a lot of money, and we were told to go to the lab. Right. Upon getting there, somebody said he was there for like 48 hours. I'm like, to do what? Do you get it? Right? So I just we encountered that same problem, right? My mom was there for about 3 hours. I had to call people that knows someone inside, and we had to beat the queue, right? Then 6 months after, I started to reevaluate that problem, and I saw it was huge. We have 200 million Nigerians, so just about 10,000 laboratories and hospitals, which is of course a very small number, especially in the private sector, right? So I thought it wise to create a solution to make it easy for people to get access to diagnostics right from the comfort of their homes, right? So that's how Checker came.
Despite offering the convenience of at-home service options, Checker remains committed to providing affordable healthcare services.
Okay, so for us, it's not expensive, right? Before we launched the service, at-home diagnostics or at-home sample collection in labs is as expensive as 15,000, 20,000 in some labs. We do it for as low as 5,000 naira. So we've dropped the price by a lot, right? So for us, it's more about ensuring that people get access to the service, right? So people don't have the excuse of, oh, I'm busy at work, I'm not able to get tested. So there are different kind of tests people need to do routinely, and there are other tests that are mandated based on, of course, medical condition, right? So for all of those different tests, you can get it done seamlessly. So you just see your doctor and you can get the service done. And of course, the test itself is the same price you get in a lab, so it's not expensive, right? The extra charge is the sample collection fees that is added, right, to the price of the test, which of course is as we can equate it to the cost of delivery fees in the regular sector, right, for logistics. Yeah, so right. And for patients that would visit the lab to do radiology tests, x-rays or scans, what we do with our partner labs is that they sort of do not queue. So once payment is made, the patient's name is there on the queue. So even if there are patients there, it's a walk-in. And because we are like major number drivers for our lab partners, right? So if we partner with you and we bring patients from our different partners, so they prioritize our customers, right? And we also work with a lot of HNIs and all that. So it just makes it a lot easier for us to like innovate around that problem and make it easier for us to offer this service, right? So that's how it works.
In addition to offering a wide range of tests on this platform, Checker understands that clients may sometimes require guidance in selecting the appropriate test for their needs. To address this, Checker provides the option for clients to seek advisory support from their dedicated support team.
There you see a range of tests. So we have over 500 pathology tests available, and we also do radiology tests. So for pathology tests, you select the test, you look at the different prices. We also have single tests and we have packages, right? So for STDs, we have like basic, we have standard. For general body tests, we have basic, we have standard, we have comprehensive. We have hormonal profiles, we have cervical cancer, we have prostate cancer, so many tests, right? So they typically would just need to select required tests, and they can read a few information to understand what is required for that test. Maybe don't eat. It could be a fasting sample that is required, so they get all those information on the website, right? They also go ahead to make payments via the website. If they have any questions, they can talk to support directly using the chat aspect of the website. So it just makes it easy for them to get clarity about the work that we do, right? And if they need sort of a second opinion, they can talk to our doctors, right? So we have a doctor that will put them through, okay, what's the diagnostics, what's the condition, oh, this is the test you're meant to do and not this test you want to go for, or if there are additional tests that should be done, right? So yeah.
To safeguard the privacy of customers' medical records, Checker ensures that they can come through trusted networks of healthcare professionals.
Okay, so I mean, the customers know the hassle involved in trying to get diagnostics done, right? First, you book a ride or you drive down, you wait in the lab for a long period of time to get samples drawn, and sample collection takes less than about 5 minutes. Less, right? But you have to wait hours to get it done, right? So imagine someone saying, oh, we can do it for you, right? And because our marketing model, beyond doing it directly, right, so marketing to patients directly, we come through the healthcare workers themselves that are already trusted. So through doctors, through labs, through hospitals, through digital health partners like Wella Health, Clafia, and other companies, Pharmaron. And these are like renowned digital health companies. So we just amplify what they do. Some of them are majorly telemedicine companies. We handle the part of at-home diagnostics for them. For doctors, same thing. They refer, they give their patients sheets of paper to take to the lab and spend the whole day to get tests done. So the doctors can now promote to say, oh, you can do this for as low as this amount. Are you interested? And stuff. Yes, so.
Operating on a model similar to Uber, Checker has established its presence in Abuja and Port Harcourt, providing convenient access to at-home laboratory services in these communities. Looking ahead, Checker is eager to expand its reach to other communities across Nigeria with a focus on collaboration and partnership.
Okay, so we launch location by location. We started out in Lagos, we launched in Abuja, and then in Port Harcourt, right? So we are expanding, even in Port Harcourt, a few communities, right? So we just expand based on number of lab partners, and of course, different partners, hospitals and labs, and of course, where we get orders from. So we have healthcare workers in those locations. Yeah, so we're looking to get to more communities or states, and even regions outside Nigeria, right? Kenya, Ghana, and so many others, right? So it's, and the way we work, because we are very asset light and it's more strategic, so we need our partners to be on board, hospitals, labs, and etc. We need healthcare workers to be on board for that location, and of course, we need to add it to our website that we are live in that location. So once that is done, we can go live anywhere. The paid part of our work, right? There are a lot of people that are not able to afford the checker service, right? Regardless of how cheap or affordable it is. So we launched this part of our business called Health Check Africa. And that's more of targeting non-communicable diseases and doing free routine tests across different communities. So we launched late last year, and we've done 2 communities already. We did in Mile 12, and we did in Surulere. So we're looking to move from community to community that way, to do it annually, right? Such that we could test for cancer, we do breast cancer, we do cervical cancer, we do other NCDs, diabetes, hypertension, and so on and so forth. Yes, sir.
Checker not only benefits clients by providing convenient at-home laboratory services, but also offers opportunity for healthcare workers to increase their earnings. By partnering with Checker, healthcare workers can earn additional income by collecting samples from clients in their respective communities.
Yeah, so majorly, right, so we have a direct competitor, we mentioned their name, but of course, we stand out in different areas, right? So they do home sample collection. We work like Uber. Like I said, we have healthcare workers everywhere. They use their own healthcare workers from their office, right? So in every state, they have their own healthcare workers. So we sort of help healthcare workers everywhere to make more money for themselves. So a nurse that works on Checker as a phlebotomist during her free time can earn, like from collecting samples from, let's say, 5 people, can earn 15,000 naira in that day, right? So that's how we sort of amplify healthcare. Nurses collecting samples is as against us having them on our team directly. We not outsource, they're like indirect workers. Do you understand? Contract workers for us. So they work a couple of days a week, a couple of hours a week, and they earn extra income. Some of them even earn more than what they usually earn in their day job, working in hospitals for the entire month, right? So.
As the demand for remote healthcare solution continues to rise, Checker stands poised to play a significant role in shaping the future of healthcare accessibility and patient-centered care. As we come to the end of our program, let us continue to champion initiatives that prioritize progress, inclusion, and well-being in our communities. I'm Tamilora Akinkwole, and thank you for joining me on this enlightening journey.
On the news, labor unions reject federal government's minimum wage offer, may resume strike action on Tuesday. High Court affirms Amaole, 26 other pro-Wike lawmakers as PDP members. And refs seek 6-year single tenure for president, a rotation among zones. Thank you for joining us on News Now. I'm Simisola Adikun. Labor unions in the country have vowed to reject both 62,000 naira and 100,000 naira minimum wage proposal for Nigerian workers by the federal government, saying that its latest demand as the living wage for an average Nigerian worker remains 250,000 naira. Speaking to newsmen on Monday, the Assistant General Secretary of the Nigeria Labour Congress, Chris Onyeka, described such proposal as a starvation wage. Onyeka added the 1-week grace period given to the federal government to review its proposal last Tuesday, June 4, 2024, would expire by midnight on Tuesday, June 11, 2024. He says organized labor would meet to decide on the resumption of the nationwide industrial action if the federal government and National Assembly fail to act on workers' demand by then. I recall that organized labor had called off the strike for a week after the federal government pleaded for negotiations on a new national minimum wage. Union representatives say the strike, which affected several sectors of the country's economy, was triggered after weeks of failed negotiations. Well, it seems that the unions are preparing for a resumption of the strike action. Public affairs analyst Akin Fatake joins me on the news to discuss this further. Thank you for your time, sir. Now, Labour has outrightly rejected all offers below its demand of 250,000 naira and has even threatened to resume its strike on Tuesday if the government fails to meet its demand. Is this a logical move considering the economic challenges in the country?
Simisola, good evening, and thanks for having me. I would like to say clear cut, understandably, and I will take it from a different perspective before we go into the economics. The economics is there. We are being assailed from left, right, and center by insensate and insensitive elites and governance. Just is not making sense. I cannot be having a wound on my leg and you can help me with a little bit of a bandage. It doesn't help the cure. But not at the same time, you are supposed to give me a tetanus injection. You refuse to give me that tetanus injection, and then you still bind me to the Philistines. We are not showing good example. Yes, the economic realities that things are very, very expensive. Things are very, very hard. No doubt about it, you know. But that is perhaps where it may have to stop. We now need to put a thin line, and there appear to be a thin line in here. Nigeria Labour Congress and the TUC are speaking for workers all over. I think it's now been properly expanded, not just federal workers, even at the states. Now, if the states are saying they are incapable of paying, again, one may understand, but one will not understand the kind of ostentation that we begin to see, even while we are still trying to cook this. Well, 9 state governors buying SUVs for their legislators, a lot of shenanigans going up and down. It's vexatious. So let's get back to the economics. My prescription has always been the fact that we are not supposed to be talking about living wage. Look, there's a difference. The minimum wage is the least you are supposed to be paying people who are working. People who are working, not necessarily people who are not working. People who are working, and that is the first level entry. If you do the maths, in reality, it comes to big numbers. And economics is certainly opportunity costs and foregone alternatives. I want to see situations where all tiers of government trim down cost of governance, especially when it comes to headcount labor costs. Having said that, I expect that some of the things that labor should also be looking at will be things that are not necessarily monetary. Can we, I know we have been trying to push that for quite a while, can we now begin to now look for much more enduring things? Transportation subsidy? Can we be looking for education subsidy? Can we be looking for health subsidy? That is going to be much more encompassing and takes care of the whole lot. As I speak, I mentioned it to you, so I can understand the pain and the angst of the people being deprived of the number 250, and then you are taking 4 times. Very few people. I mean, it doesn't make sense, but put all this together, companies with their feet. Unstable environment, we're asking them to add that kind of into their payroll. They cannot afford it. And the only other way will be job cuts, job losses. I think the labor has the right to go on strike. I think labor should, if they saw the man go on strike, but I think has to draw a line. Some of the things that happened the last time should not repeat itself. It's a plea, it's a leader, I'm also making that.
Moving on, a group of lawmakers have proposed some amendments to the 1819 Constitution, which they believe will improve government country. The 6-year single tenure of the president, 36 state governors, the creation of offices for 2 vice presidents, one from the southern region and the other from the northern region of the country. Speaking on behalf of the group under Abuja, Representative Imo State Ikenga Ugochinyere, as the proposed amendment aimed to foster national unity and ensure an equitable distribution of political power across Nigeria's diverse regions. The group also proposed an amendment to the Electoral Act 2022 to ensure that all governorship elections are held on the same day.
A single tenure of 6 years, return of power between north and south among the geopolitical zones and the senatorial for the government. And also single tenure presidency and single tenure for the governorship 6 years. Remain the peons will spend the re-election and the uncertainty it brings to electoral corruption is to bring. And also we are seeking for all elections to be conducted in one day, reducing the cost of conducting elections, getting more citizens involved on election day, and reducing to the barest minimum possibility of rigging, because you have those interested in the presidency, the government, the national and the local government, all turning up to vote for their dream candidate. Each of them for populated that can help to develop defense.
You also will agree that at different our interests could differ. Some persons want to travel home because they have a candidate who wants to contest for probably the House of Assembly. And the other elections will have anything to them, they don't bother. So if you aggregate diverse interests, you find out that turnout will definitely improve.
We want to ensure that all potential of young people is utilized. That is by providing opportunity for a rotation from the presidency to the governorship and local government election. Give this full participation, you'll understand that people have roles to play at different levels.
Still on political matters, a Rivers State High Court sitting in Port Harcourt has affirmed Martin Amerole and the 26 other members of the State House Assembly are still members of the People's Democratic Party (PDP).